Okay. Indeed, it was beginning to boil over when I went to go look for it. Okay. Fixed it. Fixed it.
Hi, I'm Ross, and I enjoy video games. Or a lot of them. I also enjoy owning things. You know, like things in my hand or my immediate vicinity that I use frequently. When I walk down the street, I like how people don't usually run up to me and try to take the clothes off my back, because it's generally understood by society that those are mine and belong to me. But see, just by me saying those things, we already have a problem. Yeah, you can probably see where this is going. The video game industry has a lot of problems. Like, a lot of problems. I think regulators have no idea, actually. But there's one problem in particular I've been hating for decades, and it's getting worse and worse. And that is destroying video games so that no one can ever play them again. And I don't mean your brother sticking a disc in the microwave so that your copy is destroyed. I mean everyone's. There's a really specific way this happens. Just as a quick refresher, for most of gaming history, this hasn't been much of an issue. Most games contain the code that interfaces with the hardware and run the game, and that's the whole story. Now for online multiplayer games, it's a little different, where a lot of the older ones will let players host the server that runs the game, then other people would connect to it, or sometimes give you the software to make that server a standalone thing and connect to that. But over time, more and more companies decided, hey, instead of letting the player host the game, what if we did it instead? Well, there are pros and cons to that, but that can be a valid approach. In theory. But here's the problem. The games industry has a horrible track record of maintaining its own games. There was a large study conducted last year that showed only 13% of published video games are still available by the publisher commercially. So what happens when the publisher takes over the responsibility of running the game? Well, it's usually pretty good while they support the game.
Or as long
Stop, it's a complete nightmare, and has been responsible for destroying more.
Use your own plan, Carl. What happens is, when a company disallows for the ability to both allow you to host the game, as well as allowing you to host the game yourself, as well as allowing for servers, what ends up happening is that when they stop supporting the servers, the game stops existing. It doesn't matter if you're able to get into the menus of the game. It's like playing an emulator that has a broken fucking ROM port that only functions in the sense that it works in the menu. You aren't able to actually functionally play the capacity of the material on the disc to the intention in which it is made for. If I have a program that runs a text-to-speech program, if I'm able to interact with the settings to set the text-to-speech program, but the text-to-speech program does not function as intended, it is broken. And thus, therefore, is not fit for function and purchase. If I have a video game that is a text-to-speech adventure that is supposed to procedurally generate the reactions to your inputs in the environment, as well as your questioning of the matrices of generation, which means, and is a fancy way to say, if I generate a text-to-speech environment of a room puzzle, and every time the puzzle has variances of what will be in that room, but there are conditions that must be applied to arrive at a particular outcome. And I do an inspect check element by typing inspect, inspect egg, inspect handle, inspect knife, inspect table. And the variances do not have a constant that is able to always be able to ascribe a functional answer and solution to solve it. No matter how I write the code, unless I was to make it as simplistic as possible to the point that it would basically be a question of go to corner and guarantee outcome, and it not be an option as a part of a debug menu to ensure that the puzzle is working as intended, then it is broken. It is not fit for form and purchase and function. If a single player game is virtually unplayable because the game can be booted up and loaded in menu and functions fine in its menu, but the gameplay runs at 1 frame per second, at 144p, is it an actual playable game? I believe we would all argue, chat, that not only is it not playable, it is not deserving to be featured and argued as a game. And that you would deserve every single fucking red cent, plus interest, for whatever you paid for such a game of that function. And what he's demonstrating here is the greatest issue of games as a service. Because a game as a service isn't just a particular context of a video game genre. It is a business strategy that must be addressed for what it causes. This business strategy of removing the option for a player to either allow a server to be hosted by the developer or by the provider or the publisher, as well as allowing them to host it themselves, means that the support for the game, support here meaning the active continued development. So when somebody like Riot Games says, we will no longer continue support for our game on lower platforms that run off of anything that is weaker or lower or different than Windows 10, that means Windows 7 users, Windows 8 users, Windows XP users, you're fucked. You're cooked. You're not allowed the product anymore. Even if it used to run in your system fine, they've increased and improved the quality of it at the detriment cost of you needing to upgrade your hardware. And if you were to get an old version of League of Legends that would have ran on XP, they are not going to allow you to have that. Because the live server game has to mature and update based on what they believe is necessary for balance. Because there are things that are unenjoyable and broken that, because of their particular game design philosophy, have to be standardized in certain ways. So changing champions that used to have a point-and-click stun has now been changed into a skill shot. If you hit the skill shot, whether it be a circle, a line, a moving advancing bar, the ability to put your character on a swivel, a target attack rally that once you get in range of the person, the spell can't miss, and if it's been coded to do so, especially if it's an auto attack, it's uninterruptible. The fact that it is not how it used to be, they are not going to allow it for you. This is that case example. So when they do things like this is the problem of games as a service. And this is why I said what I said earlier about each of the games I was describing. And this especially is the case of this being exactly how how Baldur's Gate 3 works. Instead of you booting up the game, and whenever they need to put out a patch, giving you the opportunity to decide what kind of patch condition you wanted to run, you have to upload yourself to a server that is automatically patched. That automatically has things updated. That automatically has taken away your opportunity to do it because you don't get to decide what you get to interact with in the content. Not really. You didn't decide to remove or add something, like the terms of a mod, and that's if you're even allowed to have a mod to access on the websites in which they can be shared on. But that's a separate argument. That's a separate argument. That's a separate situation, a separate condition, and a separate argument. You're not even allowed to decide what content you get to interact with from the developer. So, to use Elden Ring as an example, pre-patch Radon. The ability to brag to say that I beat Radon before he was patched. The conditioned nature of the patching is the consequence of a game as a service. Because what if I want to experience pre-patch Radon? Sorry, Carl, you can't do it. Why? We as the company, we decided to change it for people's betterment. But I want to have the experience. Is there a trigger that I can use in the game for me to access pre-patch Radon? No! And we will not allow for one. So how can I be able to experience pre-patch Radon if you already patched the game for the servers? And the servers are always on and connected. And you're doing this. You can't. You're cooked. At that point, the only way for you to be able to modify it is basically to do, in the case of Stellar Blade, don't update the patch to the concurrent patch on the game. Download the game, disconnect it from the internet, do not update the patch, and now you have an uncensored game in the capacity in which it was featured for you. Which is ridiculous. I want it to be understood. That's ridiculous. If there is something that is extremely necessary to be understood when it comes to the material condition of Stellar Blade and the arguments about it, people need to understand that if you sit there and you go, but there's only 5% of the outfit missing, you guys are complaining, that's not the fucking problem. Again, I'll repeat myself for the recording. The issue is, just like for people playing Elden Ring who wanted to experience pre-patch Radon, there is no tool for them to experience pre-patch Radon. That change has been made on the level of a game as a service, and in this capacity, for the purposes of Sony, demonstrating that they're not willing to commit to the vision, that they will not be hypocritical, they will not have their prepayments and their pre-orders, and gamer chuds and gamer coomers having their titty too. They have taken an advanced NetherRealm Studio Mortal Kombat position, where instead of being able to even cope on the, well, you see, we needed to modernize them for an audience because we don't believe that you shouldn't be sexualizing them like that. But you can behead this bitch. You can vivisect her in 16 different ways. Sony took the position of Stellar Blade and said, not only are you not allowed to have your titty, not only did you feature, I see you, Star. Okay, I understand. Not only did you feature the, not only did we feature this and we sell the game on that idea that it would be uncensored. Not only did we censor it, we also censored gore. So with our desexified 95% sexy with 5 less sexy with boob window coverage armor, you also don't get to see her dripping in gore and viscera. By the way, an adult audience for a game intended for a mature audience. Man, what do you mean? You're not allowed to have a steak because a baby can't chew it. Each and every one of you who are misunderstanding that to that goal and point, to the point of absurdity, you know why you're doing it. You know that if you actually had to face the argument as it was on its standard and its point, each and every single one of you would be the bottom of the fucking joke. You are serial misunderstanders, and you do not have the media literacy to do it. And you don't have the critical thinking skills, or you have the dishonesty to not be able to confront that. And that's crazy.
Responsibility of running the game. Well, it's usually pretty good while they support the game. Then when they stop, it's a complete nightmare and has been responsible for destroying more video games than any other practice. That's a big shift because the industry is trying to get users to go from a model where they get to keep their game regardless of when support ends to one where the game dies forever. I'm not a fan. For companies that do this, the number of games that survive in any form, forget being available commercially, is a lot worse than 13%. I did an informal investigation on it a few years ago and found it was closer to 3%. I think that number may have gotten even lower since I did that. From my perspective, this has felt like a slow-moving coup to take away ownership from more and more people over time. So video game publishers are making billions selling you a game as a good, not telling you how long it will last, purposefully killing it later so you're left with nothing, but then they get to keep your money. Now don't confuse this with rentals. Rentals are sold as a service and tell you exactly how long they last. A customer who rents something is informed. Video game publishers don't want that because they know if they put on the box exactly how long the game will last, then that will hurt sales a lot. So it's important to withhold that information from the customer because customers are used to video games lasting forever, more or less. You could have bought games from the 70s that still work today. You could have bought games from the 90s with online multiplayer that connect to the internet that still work today, even if the companies that made them no longer exist. But a lot of publishers like to place modern video games that are designed to die, but they won't tell you when, right alongside ones that last forever, so they can try to cash in on customer confusion, because the average person believes they are buying something. Now, I personally hate this practice because art has innate value to me. And while it's debatable if video games are art, they undeniably contain art. So seeing games destroyed to me is the same as if someone were to walk into an art museum and start torching the paintings. And it's insult to injury that companies that do this face no penalties. Nor is there a good reason for them doing it. I won't get into the details.
It's not even that there's a good reason. There's no reason. Making sure that when you build something, it outlasts you is so critical to every bit of understanding, point, and purchase, to the survivability of your craft in its entirety, at all, in multiple different ways. It is the anathema of creativity. Why would you create something only for it to last fleetingly? Unless, of course, the entire point of making it fleetingly last was so that you could be able to demonstrate the point of your art piece. So, when Banksy made that art piece of an expensive photo that was installed with a shredder, that once the art piece was sold, it shredded the art piece, thus demonstrating that the fleeting nature of art is something to be enjoyed in the moment, not something that should always be encapsulated and captured on a canvas and then framed inside of a framing, adorning the art and complementing the art's nature, and then sold for what people believe the price of it should be worth for a monetary value. And the point of it is not an extraordinary amount of money. It's the fact that it's not appreciated for its inherent value, for its beauty and understanding, and its ability to bring and harmonize for community and for communication and creativity alone. The second that all of that is used or thrown out the window. Used or thrown out the window to justify that it should deserve an amount even close to a barter count, but for the point this is above the dollar amount of $0.00 with multiple copies to be produced and made and provided, but instead sold for anything above the dollar, above the dollar amount of zero, meaning even if it was to be sold for $1, it is the reason and the point why game spoilage, game destruction, and game execution in game development is wrong. It is inherently wrong in the nature of it. Sometimes you lose the source code for the game, like was the case for Icewind Dale 2, and originally for StarCraft, before it was finally found and then given back for the relevant dollar amount of tickets to BlizzCon and $300 in credit and store credit on Blizzard.com. But it is an entirely different thing to destroy a game by making it so that game can no longer function and run in a sustainable creative design. It is impeccable the level of violence you have to have for content creation and for video games. It is... Bring it back to another level. It is preposterous and wild. The level of violence you must enact to allow yourself to make it impossible for people to consume your content and to be able to argue the position that people should be allowed to do things in this capacity in any fucking means beyond any point. There is no excuse. There is no excuse. There is no excuse. There is no logic. There is no reason. There is no excuse. When it is done for greed and nothing else. It is done for the maximization of greed and nothing else. Man is not without mistake, unlike what he builds with his hands. But if he is to destroy the creativity that he has made with his hands, to rob the future of seeing what is to be experienced, it is of the same veracity as to end a life and smother it forever. Period. Are you comparing destroying video games to abortion? Yes. You're killing a child that didn't have to be made. No one told you that you needed to impregnate somebody by having sex and not sustaining to act from abstinence. And even if you cannot raise the child, that don't mean you gotta kill it. And realistically, it's not fallacious or facetious at all, since there are people who call these things their brainchild or their baby. Killing art that somebody made, which is fucked up, especially if you're not a person who's a developer who also happens to be in the position of an executive that's making the financial trade stock costs and operant goals with a intention to the fiduciary duty and to the emotional and satisfactory duty of not just the shareholders, but of the consumers that the product is targeted to. If you are not able to be that person that can square that circle, you're not a person who should have the right to decide if that game decides to exist past a limitation that you chose to arbitrarily apply to it. It is wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong. It will never be right. It is wrong, and it will never be right. Here's my other shoes. I really need to get fluffy slippers for my house. All the fucking surfaces I have always have like dead skin shit in it because I have my water socks or my non-traction formerly work shoes that now get used as house shoes. I need some fluffies. I need some fluffers. I need some fluffer slippers. That's what I need.
Here, and you may hear excuses as to why companies have to destroy your games, even though they largely didn't used to do that, even for online multiplayer. But what I found is that the people saying that tend to either be uninformed or else incredibly unimaginative and can only see things one way.
When we order the pancakes, they're going to bring the maple syrup.
Maple syrup is supposed to be on the table before the pancakes.
Of course, when they bring the maple syrup after the pancakes, it'll definitely be too late.
How is that going to be too late, huh, Ray?
Yeah, talking with people who defend this practice can feel a lot like that. I'm reminded of when Microsoft was sued by the Department of Justice for bundling Internet Explorer with Windows, and Microsoft claimed it was impossible to separate it from Windows 98, even though it wasn't even with Windows 95 when it launched. And through the power of hindsight, they actually did remove it from Windows years later. So it was possible earlier, it's possible in the future, but it's impossible right now because the company has spent a lot of time trying to make it difficult. That is such a good analogy for what is happening with games. You have no idea. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, this is such an obvious assault on consumer rights. And in any other industry, a company destroying what they sold you would be illegal. If only there was something we could do about this. Well, as it so happens, we have the best opportunity ever to take action on this. A few months ago, the company Ubisoft announced it was shutting down a game of this nature called The Crew. Now, The Crew, I think, is a flawed but remarkable game, but none of that matters here. What matters is it had at least 12 million players. So this affects a lot of people. And Ubisoft is headquartered in France. And France has some of the strongest consumer laws in the world.
It's true. Also, it's basically, for anybody who's never seen it and heard of it before, because I think I've definitely seen this video, but I will finish it since I've already started. I'm already 6 minutes into 31 minutes and 24 seconds. Basically, The Crew is kind of like a game called Drift City, which I'll drop a link into that in there. It appears that Drift City has been remastered again. Crazy. Yep, it has indeed been remastered again. USA. Drift City Games Campus announced Drift City USA would close. March 21, 2016, the USA server was shut down, but the Korean server is still playable. Ariano announced the Drift City Evolution server would be closing. The Japanese server closed, and the only official remaining server that is running is the Korean server hosted by Mangasoft, which means the only ones that would then be accessible are ones that feature something like Remastered, which is what the link I just found. Basically, Drift City is basically a game where your player character is the car that you design and drive. And the crew is very much the same thing. It's a game about the cars that you design and drive with other players who are represented by the cars that they are driving. So you have a driver, and they modify and drive the car that is the main vehicle that is also your player character.
See, this isn't really...
I hate that glitch. This is a glitch of Watch Together. If you try to start it by using miniature player the way that it would on YouTube, it will pause, it will stop and start. And it's a very big issue, and I wish it weren't like that, but I just gotta make sure that when I start and stop it the way that I click on it, I have to click on it inside the window.
See, this isn't really about the crew or even Ubisoft. It's about trying to find a weak link in the industry so governments can examine this practice to stop publishers from destroying our games. Outside of the United States, this practice is very hazy legally. Many governments don't even have laws regarding this. I'm not kidding. More on that later. If we can find even one major country to penalize this practice, that might fix everything. Because the thing about letting you keep your game is it's not that expensive for companies to do it, especially if it's a known requirement from the beginning. Then it's almost negligible. So if a company knows they have to let you keep your game in one country, they may as well make it global policy because then they've already done the work. It really could take just one victory to end this. So even if you have no interest in the crew, if you just want to keep your games, keep watching, there's more. Hearing about this shutdown has caused me to go on a research odyssey to see if I could find any possible way to get governments to examine the legality of destroying your games. I have been waiting for an opportunity like this. This problem has been going on for decades, but it usually only affects a small minority of players that are too dispersed to do much. Most have moved on when a game is killed, and the industry has been counting on that lethargy. So an event like this that's big enough to do something is like the planets aligning. We have to take action on it. Now, I do not think I'm the ideal person to do this. I'm not a legal expert. I have limited reach. Honestly, everything about what I've been doing has been an amateur effort. I don't even want to be doing this. But if you care about this issue, I'm what you're stuck with, because nobody else has stepped up. And I guess there is one thing that makes me a good candidate for this, and that at least with me, you're getting maximum hustle. I have decades worth of resentment on this issue. You know when a dog is eating and somebody yanks away its food bowl, even nice dogs will get angry or even attack you? That's how I feel about the industry on this. Since I started this campaign, I've spent hundreds of hours on it, talked to multiple lawyers, worked with over 100 volunteers, sent hundreds and hundreds of emails trying to chase down every single lead I can find. I have been relentless on this. I've felt it too. In the game trailer for Yes, Your Grace, the king is hearing so many requests from his subjects that at one point he just keels over from it all. Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. And after months of research, yes, I have found ways we can do something. Not just long shots either, but really viable routes. I have found what I think are all the agencies worldwide best equipped to take action on this issue. I've also found dead ends. A lot of dead ends. In fact, I found so many that if I had known earlier what I know now, I could have saved myself at least a month's worth of work. Like I said, this is an amateur effort, so I'm trying to make up for that with even more hustle. And because I'm treating this like it's my only shot, because it probably is, I'm not stopping at the crew. Remember, the crew is just a means to an end, which is to stop companies from destroying your games. So rather than just getting the government to interpret the law, I figure why not go to the source while we're at it? So in addition to the consumer action, we're also pursuing government petitions. Now hold on, I know what some of you are thinking. These are not normal petitions, where you get a bunch of people to sign to show that people care and hope companies do the right thing. Come on guys, give me more credit than that. No, these are government initiatives, where if we pass a certain threshold, the government has to respond. It's the law. And for some of them are almost guaranteed to be debated. Yeah, we'll see, but this is how a lot of laws get made. So what's in these petitions? Well, it varies for every country since they all have different rules, but they all share the same fundamentals.
Hello. Are you going to be joining us today? Are you going to be joining us today?
I most likely will.
Okay, so...
Want to do a couple of things on my own, clean up the house, and then I'll join.
Okay, so the way that we're doing reactions today is that I need to engage my hands and my mind completely. Otherwise, I will begin to think about things that I should not be thinking about. Reasons that I cannot explain to you.
Okay. Vague, like it, but sure.
I cannot explain. If I explain, horror will put me in timeout again and make me stop streaming.
You know what? If horror has to do anything with it, if horror says something about it, best not to,
So the way that we're doing it is that whenever we're basically using a lot of vocal cues. Because if my hands are on the game and I'm engaged in the game and playing and listening to the video at the same time, we're using Watch Together link. So if they're in the voice chat and they're inside the Watch Together, they need to be if they're in the Watch Together, they need to be inside the voice chat. So that when anybody goes and wants to pause that isn't me pausing it, goes, "Hey, yo!" Pause. Within 10 seconds, if I'm not the one pausing it, someone needs to pause it so they can be able to talk about their thought. Or whatever it is that they want to address.
Oh,
and then, once everyone has addressed what they believe they need to be able to address, and they keep it on fucking topic. I didn't say keep it on topic when I first said this to Horror, but I'm pretty sure Horror would agree. They need to keep it relevant, and not just create a never-ending segue. They've addressed all the things that they need to address to the point that was inspired and provoked by the video or by other people's segues within reason.
The
being discussed for commentary, we can then be able to say, "Okay, resume," and press play on the video and keep going. To me, it seems pretty simple. Since originally Saffronette was here, but her dad apparently wanted to take them out to eat. She said she'd be back within like an hour or so. I'm gonna think that she'll be back within at least 3 hours. I don't know. My wife went to the store because somehow she broke her charger. I don't know how she did it, but it's my wife, so it was probably something that happened within 5 seconds, and she looked away and it was broken. So I wasn't the only one in here right now, because Elfticia was also here, but she needed to go to sleep. So we'll see how this ends up becoming chaotic, because the longest piece of content that we have queued up that was presented to me to view was the Leo convoy response to criticisms, which is like 4 hours long. And even if I shorten it by putting it on double speed to shorten it in its full reaction time to 2 hours, there's no way we're getting through a video of 2 hours underneath 4. There's a lot of content that I also want to cover today as well that we're reacting to, both in form of Twitter conversations as well as Printing Press Express posts as well as videos. So I'm trying to make it as easy as possible so that we can be able to get through it, while at the same time being able to enjoy video games, because I need the video games to engage my hand and mind right now. Because I'm actively listening and paying attention, but I need my hands and my mind to be fully engaged. I can't single my attention on it and sit here fidgeting, because my mind will wander. Because I could do shit like this in my sleep. Reactions are not that hard. Good faith, full reaction with context and with fair use in mind is not hard. So I need to make it harder for myself by engaging my hands and mind with games.
I tried to design the fairest proposals I could that still solved the problem. Yet remember that, naysayers, I'm trying to solve...
So the link itself is inside of the VsChat, and you just go to that watch together link, and then you can be able to listen in like that.
Watch together, got it. Thank
the
you.
problem. But I'm also trying to keep the scope as narrow as possible. I am not trying to...
Well, you see, Horror, it's like when I said earlier, there's some kind of divine part of my spirit that requires it that I need to explain in context as best as I can within reason, especially in this situation, since I cannot elucidate to him what it is that I cannot tell him what I'm being vague about. And the reason why is because I have to temper this emotional turmoil that has been disturbed because of what happened to me into a tranquil fury focus. I can't uncap it. If I talk, I'm going to uncap it, and then I'll have to focus it again. And again, reasons like that I cannot describe. And that was also part of why she did that. Because even doing that, she said, Carl, you've given away too much. And she put me in timeout. I can't tell you! Once it's all resolved, and I have unleashed this tempered fury, this tempered tranquil fury, I'll tell you all about it. I'll tell you all about it. But not now.
Not now. Okay. Also, yes, Hellfire. Your opinion on stuff is very well respected. It's also because you're kind of head mod too, so
you see,
stands at your title.
Well, you see, she
that.
earns the position head mod because that's a little bit circular. She doesn't earn the position of head mod because she's the head mod. She was appointed as a moderator because I needed help. But time and time you accidentally started. Time and time again. Every time there has been a situation, there has been a cataclysm, there has been an event, there has been a hostile server raid, there's been an attempt on someone's actions of their own volition or as a group to try and get my channel banned, to try and destroy my content, to try to harm me as a person. Horror has demonstrated, and part of this comes from her coming from the sector as she did, and understanding what tard wrangling is, that she is able to have, one, the understanding and viewpoint of content creation and what would create the best content. Two, a better understanding and a growing understanding, not only of the person that she is moderating for, but the people that she is moderating within the audience. And three, because of factors 1 and factors 2, as well as her background, which let's make 3 into 4. 3, her background of people that she came from. 4, all these factors in consideration, as well as her ability to think on the fly and to try to allow me the space in which to communicate. And then also to put her foot down when she believes it is necessary to, for the preservation of my internal goals, and to ensure that I am not cucking on my standards as I set them, and for a standard and a baseline philosophical agreement that must be agreed to and adhered to at all times by all parties. It is those factors that lead to her opinion being well respected. When she speaks, it is for a reason. When she interjects and jumps into the chat to correct me, and she does it because she knows where it can go, it is respected. She always understands tact and decorum and knows how to execute as necessary and no further. Even if I disagree with her, if she explicitly makes it clear, and she does this without having to explain it, because since you understand how my brain works, you understand that my brain's going to circulate the thought like a Boolean statement, and then it will compute. Because she understands how to read Carl's script, and therefore knows how to translate my thoughts and my intentions. Should if somebody not understand me, she can simplify. And it's not even necessarily because of brevity. Yes, you getting glazed, bitch. Welcome to Duncan Carl's. How may I glaze you?
Amazing.
It's not. It's not. See. Now we can have a meta conversation about glaze, because glaze implies that it's a level of undeserved praise, when instead this would not be the praise of an undeserved addressal. This is actually praise that has been earned, and therefore she's not being glazed. She's being recognized. She is being rewarded. Mod of the month.
Speaking of mod, you just reminded me. I still have
You
to
never,
put in that
you never fit it. Yeah, you never put in your application, bitch.
I'm sorry. I've been busy. And also, I am not in a good headspace right now. We'll talk about that later, though, too.
Okay. Is it because of anything
yeah.
I did?
No, it was more on the, it's something completely unrelated to you. You're all good. You have not broken any eggs, you have not stepped on any toes, you are actually perfect.
I wouldn't say I'm perfect. I'm the best.
You are perfect enough for me.
Oh. Now he's glazing my nuts.
I would say face more so.
Oh! Oh, I see.
Should I leave so you two can make out, or?
No, you're included.
Nah, you hold the camera.
Gotta get the POV somehow.
They don't call it the money shot for nothing. It is gay!
Yeah.
It is gay, horror!
3 big guys.
3 black guys. He busted on my eyes. He glazed on my face just like an apple pie. Grandma, if she saw me here, she would cry. Turn it into a grave before she dies. I'm so unserious.
Yeah.
I see you just
destruction of art.
So I see you just slid all up me here, all quiet and shit. We must. The sex innuendos will have to stop, or we'll never continue. But yeah, games destruction. I already recorded a piece of it that I posted on Twitter.
Alright.
But yeah, game destruction. There's never an excuse for a company to do it. When you create a product, you're creating something that you want to stand the test of time, that will last long after your company has dissolved, long after the game is no longer being developed for, or rather the system that the game was made on is no longer being supported for development, and they've moved on to the next console generation. It should be capable of being played if the person can find the hardware or the system or create the emulation suite in which to do it. If you destroy a game in such a way that it cannot be accessed because it was something that would exist because of server support, then you have demonstrated an inability to understand why that is bad. Now, of course, there are things like this, like, say, every single old Phantasy Star Online game, that it cannot apply to, but the problem in those contexts is that if it's designed as a game as a service, and it is to be understood that it will not last forever because the material and the console on which the game was made cannot be able to substantiate and last in that capacity, that is entirely different as an argument because of hardware restrictions and simply the difficulty of trying to maintain them at that level, than, say, the difference of PSO2's desire to upgrade from PSO Standard to New Genesis, and using the leap to New Genesis to insert new updates to the graphical fidelity and to the part presentation of the pieces of your character, and then ultimately obsoleting the old version of the game to get people to play the new version of the game. Now granted, in that capacity, in that sense, even though I disagree with what they did to PSO2's English server accessible through Steam, and this still not being a thing that happened, or maybe they did. I never looked to see if they did this to the Japanese version of the game as well. I'd have to imagine if they did New Genesis that it is something that they also did there as well. But if New Genesis were to have operated in a way where all of the emergency code alerts and quests that could be accessed inside of it were basically deleted, when they updated to the new version of the game from New Genesis, they deleted the old version of the game. Episodes 1 through 5, all the content, all the weapons, all the items, they no longer made it possible for you to acquire those things. You now have to work from a new foundation and a new normal from a new level 1, that would be the comparative basis. And there are so many games in history that applies to and will apply to. And for
including,
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
And
No, go ahead.
and especially in the case of games that are single player forced online, and that should not be. The example I used was the difference of the destruction of content that, in order for them to have known what it was like, they had to be there to see it. Pre-patch Radon. Launch patch version Baldur's Gate 3. Pre-patch versions of bosses and later patches of Baldur's Gate 3. Pre-honor mode change, or rather pre-honor mode Baldur's Gate 3. And other such shit. When they take out the content and they change things, and there's no way for you to have an in-game trigger that says, okay, I know that the patched version is in here, but I want to experience the pre-patch version. Let me use this sacrificable item that allows me to awaken the old version of this content. It's fully removed and there's no way for you to access it. That is also a form of games destruction. I understand that in many cases, because of the patch condition, it's, in that case, a question of people are not having fun versus this version of the boss. We're going to tone it down. ... But if you really want to get your ass pounded, if you're feeling up to taking some Sephiroth, some Kingdom Hearts 1 Sephiroth,
Oh God.
Ooh, God.
Oh God.
Oh, man.
you know, even though you don't necessarily have to, even though you necessarily don't have to do it in a couple of theatrical versions of Kingdom Hearts 2, if you really want to experience what it would be like to get that work from Roxas,
God, some of those fights are disgusting.
you know, you didn't really experience them the way they were intended, because a lot of the versions of these fights in Kingdom Hearts came in the form of a card game. But if you really want to get that work from Organization 13 and the run back with Organization 13's increased difficulty, you know, it's not necessary for you to experience, for you to get the full experience and mission standard variety of what to be expected in Kingdom Hearts 3, especially in Remind. But if you really want to get that work from Yozora and reset time after time after time after time as that nigga puts you in the goddamn shadow zone as you have to watch yourself get crystallized again and again and again because you failed the combo with the last 10% sliver of hell, you can go get that work, nigga. I'll give you the chance. There's a difference between that and you don't get to experience this ever again. You missed out. You're cooked, nigga, eternally. You will never reach gamer heaven. And there are too many people who are being facetious on the internet concerning games to which these arguments apply. Especially Stellar Blade. With the bullshit from, there's only 5% of the costume missing. You're whining. No. They sold the game as having no censorship. And it not only censored the costumes, it also censored the gore. They took an advanced position. A position that was elevated from NetherRealm Studios in Mortal Kombat. Which I also said earlier. We're unironically now at the point that if you ask for a refund to PSN Network on the basis of false advertisement, and you have not downloaded a digital copy of the game, or rather, you downloaded the digital copy but you have not played it, you are able to get a refund. But also, they're only giving you PSN store credit. You're not getting your $70 back. Not unless you bought a physical copy. Hey, what's that? What's that, Carl? You said that the industry is specifically trying to obsolete physical content packaging. And they do not want you to have that because then they don't have the ability to control the ability to do stealth patches. And that's the reason why people have been talking about not updating their files so that they don't get the patch so they can keep the game uncensored in its original launch state. Yeah, that's, this is the problem. Like, it is a problem, and it will never not be a problem. And there are people who like to justify it as censorship is okay if I'm okay with it. It is extremely ridiculous, and it is facetious on its face. That's why Adam Ellis, the guy that made that fucking comic, has locked his account. Because he knew that he was doing was misunderstanding it, because he wanted to jump in on the trend. Because he saw it was going viral, and he wanted to get an opinion on it. And he thought that there would be more people who would support him than there would be people who criticize him. But the obvious problem is that he's being criticized, and he knows he's wrong in what he's saying, so he hit himself. When he comes out of lock, he's going to pretend, I'm sorry, the incels attacked me. And that too is facetious. It is an outright lie. It is outright you not engaging in good faith. If you choose to misunderstand and not understand, if you go out of your way to seek misunderstanding to the point that it has to be an intentional action, it's impossible for you to do it to this level where you can't notice it. There's no way that there isn't a layman's argument that can be presented to get you to understand the context that we're talking about here. You have to be malicious. You have to be evil. You have to be dead set in your heart to do it. You have to be dead set in your heart to misunderstanding. You have to be so evil to the point that you're going to dedicate yourself to remove the opportunity for people to have the most basic human understanding capable of our nature, which is communication. You have to be willing to be evil to prevent communication, to misunderstand, to misconstrue, and to lie. And the fact that there are people who are doing that shit and it's easy for them to do makes me question the veracity and nature of the human spirit and the people in whom which are behaving that way. It's something that exists on the meta-narrative conversation. Like, the issue itself on Stellar Blade, it applies the same way to the crew, or any other game it could apply to. For me, another game that would apply to is Shin Megami Tensei Imagine. I was on the fucking team that was making the version of Reimagine. I was on the dev team for that. And we had to shut our game. Yes, we had to shut the server down because we were scared we were gonna get hit by Atlas because of that one nigga who decided to take the official Atlas presentation of the webpage that originally existed for Imagine when they were properly supporting it. We were using something called Compact, which is basically all of the files that for the game being restructured so that you could get it running on a server copy, so that everybody could access it directly, which is basically another way of saying a private server. We were running a private server, and we were also developing our own original content for it, as well as trying to faithfully recreate and insert all the things that already existed in the game, so that if a person wanted to play the game in its capacity, they could be able to do so. With obvious modifications to make it easier, so that you don't have to worry about money. So like, anything that would have been a pay-to-win service, not only is it free, but it's also accessible, and if it's also conditioned on a case of luck, you still have the ability to access it without having to pay a single dime. So yeah, if you wanted to support the private service because you wanted to give money for the enjoyment and for its upkeep, not because you had to pay to win.
Guess what happened?
We had to shut it down because we were terrified that we were going to get sued by Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
Because that motherfucker ran his goddamn mouth and was braggadocious.
Yep. That's what I thought.
There's been other things that have happened in this capacity, but that was probably the most recent one to date that really pissed me the fuck off. Because I hated that happened because another nigga ran his goddamn mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing if it's a criminal crime upon myself. It's another thing if it's somebody in the group, because the group represents it. It's fucking sucky that something from outside of it causes us to have to make decisions. Because that's other people's problems affecting me. I hate Oppum. I hate Oppum. I hate Oppum. Why the fuck do I have to suffer because of other people's problems affecting me? I understand that there's some level of society I have to engage with, but I'm supposed to be able to be an individual in that society and remain unfucked with. But this, of course, is the consequence of doing something that technically is illegal. Literally, actually, it's illegal. But the problem is, what they don't know, and what we're not monetizing and benefiting off of for the purposes of lining our pockets, does not hurt them. But unfortunately, that's just the nature of modifying files and projects. But this is not about us trying to get a game as a service, an online video game that once you turn the servers off, the game is dead. Exactly in the way as like the Matrix Online. If I was somehow able to find a developer group that wanted to try to bring that game back, up to and including the recreation of the Wake Up team, Wake Up stuff, of everybody being crushed into tiny little balls as they turn the server off permanently forever, it would be the same thing. Like, we would want people to be able to play the game, you know, get to experience it for what it was, but they will never be able to do so themselves by experiencing the game that way. Instead, they'll have to see YouTube videos. They'll have to see stream VODs and clips of other people playing it when the game was live. They won't be able to play it themselves. And I consider that a form of game destruction. Granted, it makes more sense, because you can't allow people to continue playing an online version of a PS2 game, because eventually at some point you have to turn that server off, because it's just not sustainable. The amount of money that you have incoming for it, the amount of things or whatever, unless the overhead and the amount of money that you're profiteering from something else covers the overhead of that server, a facetious amount of money to say is like, if it would cost me, let's use Don't Starve Together as an example. But for Don't Starve Together, a DST server would actually cost a pretty penny. I'm pretty sure it would cost at least $20 a month. DST server hosting, instant setup, no limits, blah 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 blah. Interesting save games, blah 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 blah. This does not tell me the actual amount. Get your own server as far as low as $9.98. What does that actually mean, bro? Okay, that's much easier. So 5 save and swap servers with 2 GB RAM, 10 GB SSD storage, and 20 GB cloud updates with unlimited player slots, automation for tasks, one-click installers for setting up the server, a free subdomain and a dedicated IP with DDoS guard protection. That would cost $10 a month for us to have for just the audience, for everyone playing. If instead of me having to host the game and play at the same time, this would allow for us to have the capacity of an endless server that anybody could join and update to, as well as different kind of servers as well, for like theming and shit, challenge modes and whatnot. In order for me to have the overhead for that, that would be a minimum of $10 a month. $10 a month. But if the overhead of the income is not able to support it, then eventually it'd be a point where it's like, listen guys, I know I'm going to put this together for the month of so-and-so, but at the end of this month and of next month, I got to turn the server off. I don't have the money to support it. If the overhead of the server hosting cannot be sustained by the income of other things. So a good example to say would be, for me, if the income of my YouTube career and my many monetization sources for my content cannot be able to pay for the overhead of the server, I would have to justify turning the server off. I would hate to do so, but I would have to. Does that make sense?
It does.
This is the problem with things like people making a comparison for this, for something like, say, the online capability of playing the player versus player matches in a game like Ratchet & Clank Deadlocked, which was a thing that was featured for that game. I actually got to experience a lot of it. It was really good fun. It was like a mixture of Halo and Modern Warfare, obviously to the tune and universe of Ratchet & Clank. It's hard to describe if you didn't play it, but there's plenty of clips of people doing it online. In order to do that shit now, not only would you have to brick and jailbreak your PS2 to use Hamachi to then connect to an internet connection to an ISP that allows you to then play the game in that capacity, but you would have to do so with other players who are doing the exact same thing. This has already been demonstrated and done with the game .hexsign Fragment, which is a online-only game that can be ran through PS2 for interactability. You can Google it for what I'm exemplifying. But there's also other video games of this capacity, which also includes not just .hexsign, but also includes specifically Phantasy Star Online. It can be used in the same capacity as well, but you have to jailbreak your console. For the level of capacity that we're talking about, the regular layman player, the regular layman consumer, should not need to do extensive levels of modding to the point where they have to ask themselves if it's going to be worth it being in trouble with their internet service provider, doing something that they would flag as illegal, and we get their internet turned off in order to be able to engage with something. The ease of accessibility invites the problem and invites the concern of whether or not it is, quote, worth it. If the consequence of being caught is death, would it be worth taking a penny from a piggy bank? No. It would not be. I'm looking into Drift City Remastered. Apparently you have to authorize yourself onto an entirely different server, which is where that game's being hosted. I was talking about it earlier, but it was great. Another game that I might actually get involved in, but I'm not a person who's developing this one. It's a game that's like The Crew. It's like an anime fantasy version of The Crew, Drift City. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
Oh, so it's kind of like, what is it? Anime. God, I messed up the name. I'm sorry, Carl. Hello.
Hi. If you're going to be joining the VC for the purposes of the VsChat, we need you to connect to the watch together.
Oh, I can do that.
Because what we're going to do, since I need to do things the way I do it, I'll probably have to repeat this every time. Whenever you...
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Whenever you have something you want to interject with, instead of just randomly pausing the video and speaking, you have to go, hey, yo, pause, so that you can then signify that you would like the video to be paused. And if I don't end up pausing it within 10 seconds, because my hands and my brain is also going to be engaged with video games, if I'm not actively elucidating a point that I need to communicate myself. Right now I'm doing it because I'm also still brewing my tea for drinking, but if I'm like dead end involved in playing video games, because right now I need to get on my Monster Hunter kick, and then at some point I will switch over to DST, so that we can continue with the community event, because we are still actually doing the marathon. I'm just trying to engage people who are not necessarily playing the game with us with the VsChat. When we get into the point where it's like my hands are on the keyboard and I can't stop what I'm doing to pause the video myself, somebody else will be able to pause, and then we'll be able to communicate and discuss the point that we want to discuss, and segue to whatever point, and then further discuss those segue points within reason. We can't discuss them never-endingly. They'd need to have a point, and they'd have to wrap it up, and then make sure they said everything they want to say. And then once we've addressed all those things, and we've said everything that everyone believes they needed to say, we can be able to say, okay, resume. And then we go back to playing the video. It has to be...
Take it.
Yeah, yes?
I'm just trying to find where the watch together is. I apologize.
Inside of the voice chat. If you right-click on the voice chat, there is a feature that says open chat. I didn't even realize that was you, Ben. There's a feature that says open chat.
Oh, okay.
Inside that chat room is the link. This is a very autistic way for them to integrate voice chats inside of voice channels, or chat rooms inside of voice channels. But I like using this whenever it requires it. Sometimes this is an autistic feature that has not been properly planned for in such a way that it can be naturally usable. It is dumb. Anyways, that is how we're doing things today.
Alrighty. I just want to jump in, say hi, and...
I understand. Okay. I didn't get to talk to you about the thing the other day. I don't hold you responsible for his actions. We ended up banning him, though.
Okay. Well, I just at least wanted to apologize and formally, just overall.
I understand.
We to be honest, it was kind of indicative of a larger whole, and I'll be honest, he's been pushing me into speaking on his behalf. I'm sure your lovely mod let you know about some of that stuff, but yeah,
not necessarily. She wasn't focused on what he did concerning that. She was not actually aware of that.
Well, I was more talking. I just talked to her and mentioned how it's more than just that. But I'm not gonna bore you with the details.
I know. Trust me, I'm pretty sure I already know the details, but no, I addressed him because of the shit that he was doing during this entire week, from the 21st to the I forgot what date Friday was.
I think it was the 26th.
Yes, from the 21st to the 26th. From literally the crack-ass dawn of the Sunday night into the Monday morning all the way till Friday. The way that he was behaving on Twitter, communicating about Ayuden Chronicles and about the fucking culture war bullshit, that's what he was being addressed for. He wasn't being addressed for what he did involving Dev. She didn't even know about that. She didn't even know about that.
You're fine. No, I was just... Yeah. Honestly, I'm overthinking it.
A little bit. Again.
It happens. You know me.
I understand. I know. You're actually autistic.
Indeed.
I forgive you. It's not ultimately...
That's all I ask, because I felt bad. Anyway, sorry, I'll be...
Ultimately, it was not your fault, because the part which you would have fault for... Because you have to understand, when you entered into that voice chat, I assumed you were there to try and protect him from me, which was why you were about to catch strays.
I figured that's what it was.
That nigga was catching what he was catching, and no one's saving him. That nigga was gonna catch what he was finna catch, and no one was saving him. He did it himself. The disrespect was loud. So my response and my reaction was loud.
Understandable.
Anyways. What was I saying?
Talking about the game?
Yeah, well, Drifts did, yes, but what was I saying before that? Video game destruction. The differences of video game destruction are more insidious depending on how they are done. The kind of video game destruction where a game's closure is announced and it's not done because... Hey, listen, bros, we tried to keep it going because we thought we could make more money off of this, but we didn't get the kind of payout we wanted. The difference between a Clifford Bleszinski closure of Radical Heights versus we've tried to keep the events on, we tried to keep the lights on for as long as we did, boys. We had a long run, but we got to pack it in. We're out of money, but we're going to find ways that even though this game is not going to have official servers being ran, we're going to have the ability for you to connect this shit so that you can play with your friends without having to have an official server to connect to, which is really the best outcome you should really have. I believe the game that did this was Knockout City. I think I connected it specifically into this chat room, or I put it somewhere where it could be found. It was the online dodgeball game.
Mm-hmm.
Having the ability to give people, after you've shut down the official servers, a non-hamachi means to connect to the servers or rather to connect to run the game and connect peer-to-peer to play the game, honestly, would be the best outcome. Having both, but then maintaining that peer-to-peer, download the client, download the server function so that you can run the game, that would be much more preferable as to what they do. But this, compared to how they officially closed Shin Megami Tensei Imagine, how they originally closed a couple of online game servers for games such as Survival Project, or any other video games that you can think of from like online providers that usually like pop off over the years, like a new internalization of how it's ran. Dungeon Fighter Online, Night Online, Alliance of the Valiant Arms, Luminary Lies of the Gunzu, is it called Lunia? I forgot if no, it's Lunia. Lunia, Gun Project, no, Gunbound, excuse me, Beowulf, I forgot what that one zombie game was. Nexon's Combat Arms, Vindictus, #Mabinogai Heroes, Mabinogai, Dragon Nest. All of those kinds of games, there is a difference between the server and the game itself being picked up and provided for by a new developer, whether it be the original developer, such as how DFO was originally being ran by Nexon of America before they dropped support of it, because their pay-to-win style of supporting it was destroying the game and its content, and they were not doing it to the veracity that people wanted. And then it was picked up by the original developers, Neopol, as they were then settling into their new offices on Jeju Island, and then they brought it up to they brought the American product up to the standard as the Korean product. That is different than what Clifford Brzezinski intended to do with Radical Heights, to try and compete into the scene of Battle Royales. And granted, that's not even saying that Radical Heights was a bad game. he definitely involved that game and its $15 support package to try and get money.
Mm-hmm. Definitely seems to be the case. He seems to become like a grifter, if anything. I hate using that term, but...
No, I think it's pretty apt.
The term grifter would be accurate to him, but it would not be accurate to his team. Like Romar, such as former Boss Key production employee, now a member of Amazon, Romar Musa. He was the lead coder and the lead offensive hacker for the company, who specialized in the bandwaves. People like him did not deserve to get fucked over because of Cliffy B's stupid CEO decisions. But this is the difference between an executive making decisions that eventually the rest of the fucking staff have to cash their asses on with layoffs. By no means should people like that get a fucking golden parachute. The way that Clifford Blazinski tried to make one for himself but didn't succeed, but the way that Bobby Goblin Kotick did from Activision Blizzard.
Yeah, that still pisses me off.
Because
I don't think anyone would disagree with that statement. Because
the problem is, no matter what you've done, the fucking reputation of it has already been ruined. It doesn't matter who tries to ingoodening. It doesn't matter if anybody tries to enact an ingoodening upon Activision Blizzard King Microsoft. That company has been poisoned. What originally was known as Blizzard North and Blizzard West and Blizzard Montreal can never be repaired. Its reputation and name is mud. And it was destroyed by activists and executives that wanted to monetize to the maximal position to sell Chinese semen and gargle that Chinese semen, and yet they still fucked up their NetEase plans and their NetEase connections, so now they can't even operate in the Chinese sector.
Yep. That always made me laugh, the fact that like they cuzzled up so closely, and the whole NetEase thing completely fell flat. To me, that's karma.
The only accurate like reaction to that is
yeah, well said.
Combined with say subtle get fucked.
Yes. Yeah, there.
Every single person effectively singing the Black National Fighting Game anthem. Somebody getting fucked!
That's the way that you want it to.
It's like an entire, just multiple people who are either former or current fucking employees and customers of Blizzard offices just standing outside doing the fucking black video, like FGC anthem, like it's a fucking Hawaiian Polynesian Hakai. Mocking them eternally. It could literally be a fucking traditional event at an anti-BlizzCon event. Where we mock them in effigy. It's the kind of thing that you enjoy, that brings people together. Anyways.
Exactly.
Okay, resume.
I'm just trying to stop companies from destroying games that they've sold to you. That's it. So, with that in mind, while the game is being supported, any game, absolutely nothing would happen. Companies could do whatever they wanted. We're going for a light touch. It's only once support ends that requirements would kick in. The first is any game sold or licensed, for those of you who want to be pedantic, will be required to be left in a functional state when support ends.
Yes, sir!
This does not mean a 100%
can I interject for a sec?
state, but it means a hell of a lot better than completely inoperable. It would also require...
You see why I've made the rules on why we have to do pauses and starts and resumes?
Yeah, Wait, did I do it wrong? I'm sorry.
Yes. Hey, yo, pause! Yes.
Okay, so I press the pause on the thing itself?
No. Well, actually, no. You have to click if you try to use it as in a mini player form by using picture-in-picture, you can't click on the mini player to try and pause it. You have to actually
I'm not in the mini player, but okay.
Well, no, if you were to right click on this twice to then go to picture-in-picture, and you tried to click on the mini player picture to try and pause it, it's not going to pause correctly. You have to click the main pause button. But no, if you want to pause and interject on something. And I wouldn't even necessarily say that you really need to interject there, but I'm going to still let you do it anyways, is you would have to say, hey, yo, pause, and then you would pause. And then once we get through our point, okay, resume, like I just did, but when I started it back up. Okay,
thank you.
What is it you wanted to say?
Well, I just realized what we're watching. I apologize for saying it like that so bluntly, but this is the video. I just wanted to get my 2 cents in about the subject, if I might, briefly, obviously. But I guess my input on this whole argument is, as much as I see this as a good thing, I guess I'm way too cynical about the concept. God, I you know what, just keep playing. I'm sorry, I didn't have the right words, and I kind of caught myself off guard.
I think I know what you're trying to say. It's like you're way too cynical in thinking that maybe the government will actually step in on this.
Well, personally, I don't think the government should have to step in on this, because every time I'm a believer of small government, personally. That's just one angle of it. I don't think, because whenever they make these statements, whenever they make these changes to law, you have to do it with the understanding that the law is going to be influenced by people who buy and sell to politicians. So in this case, maybe I'm just way too cynical about things in general, but I feel like advocating this for the government might be isn't addressing the actual core issue, or rather the reason why these people do this. I know there is, plenty of arguments or plenty of ways you can go about it. My view on this whole issue is that a lot of these companies do not view this stuff as anything more than a product. And I guess what I'm saying is strongmanning them into doing this, I don't think it's going to work the way we want it to. I guess I would love to be very, positive about it, but I just don't see this ending well, I guess. But I don't have a solution, so I guess what I'm trying to say is we all need to be careful as we push for this, because I have a feeling that no matter what we do, it's not going to end well. The house always wins, is what I mean to say.
The reason why the house would win in this situation is that you do not have a gamer on board. If you have a gamer on board that is not willing to do what Ajit Pai did, which has only recently been overturned, I did see that news story, where net neutrality has been reestablished.
Oh, you're gonna get me on a long argument of what net neutrality is a joke.
It does.
But
we don't have to go into it.
I know.
It's the understanding basis of why it would be important. If you don't have somebody that would be sitting on the government board, that every single time somebody tried it, had to get through someone like me to get what they wanted. So, the argument that I just made about the differences of video game destruction and video game preservation, if somebody from Sony came to that board to try and argue the law and say, but we should be allowed to do these things, and I'm like, you should be allowed to give false advertisement? Well, we didn't actually falsely advertise Stellar Blade. The game was being marketed as your opportunity to demonstrate that you could have a titty and be able to have ethics, standards, morals, and values. And you fucked Shift up in the ass. We didn't try to fuck him in the ass. Oh, so you didn't make them censor the game that they didn't want to censor? Well, of course not. I'm reading this press release, and this nigga is actively screaming at me in the subtext, nigga, do not download the patch. Nigga, do not download the patch. I am begging you. I am begging you. Do not download the patch. Everything that you want and more will be there. Just disconnect it from the internet. Just disconnect it from the internet. Please buy the game in a physical copy, first off and foremost. But please just do not install the additional stealth patch. Disconnect it from the internet. They will actively force it. We don't have the power to stop you from doing this, by the way. But I cannot say this with these exact words. Please read between the lines and communicate it and pass it on to the next person. I am begging you. They are holding us by our balls. If we didn't do this, they would keep money away from us to make a sequel. Well, that could be about anybody. Nigga, do you think I'm dumb? Denied! Next case, please. If you do not have somebody like me, who is the gatekeeper, the gate and the door will always be open. And they will always look for somebody who will be a stooge, a stool pigeon, and a willing contributor, who will tell them, oh, don't worry, we'll say one thing on the boilerplate, but if you really want to fuck her in the ass, it's $500.
Okay, yeah, I can tell I need to think about my stance more. I think I'm just very much too cynical for my own good.
The problem isn't that your position is not warranted. It isn't unwarranted. You are 100% correct to have your reservations of how this would play out if this were to be enacted properly, because this is just the theory of the approach. I'm certain I've already seen this video, but for the purposes of making sure the conversation is continued, and because I'm already too far in, I can't pull out now. I'm already 5 inches in.
Not even halfway.
It needs to be. It needs to be understood that the problem isn't on the idea of the execution. It's on whether or not they will uphold the spirit of the argument, and that they are fully aware of why that argument exists and why it must be safeguarded. If they are aware of why it must be safeguarded, but they allow people to chip away at the spirit of it, you might as well not try at all, because it will not be done. So, in the case of Stellar Blade, it doesn't matter if Sony understands that it's their opportunity to have the good faith of understanding and knowing if you will actually allow mature games to be mature, or we're going to continue being haphazard and we're going to be hypocritical. Because why is it that we're allowed to have important, poignant, needed, and necessary Abby butt-fucking, but we can't even have a fucking uncensored one-piece sexy body lingerie swimsuit that is designed in the way it is because it was modeled for a woman and was mocapped by a woman with a model made by a woman, but yet it's pornographic in nature, and therefore the female body's pornographic in nature. She was based on a woman. Yeah, but she's not the right kind of woman. You mean the person who you want to appeal to? Well, yeah, this is hypersexualized. A normal Korean woman's fit and stature form as a supermodel is not the natural form of woman. Well, you see, women put on weight. Okay, but I'm not talking about you, Jabba the Hutt. We're talking about...
Yeah. What I will say is, and I think this is something we all need to keep in mind. This is something I keep noticing. And mind you, this isn't really the case now, or wouldn't always be the case. But when you think about it, a lot of these people, they're working on the cultural Marxism dogma of the cut off all avenues of escape. Okay, currently that's why all these censorship is done. Cut off all avenues for escape, because they're trying to, for lack of a better term, destroy our spirit. In this case,
it's not destroy your spirit. It's remove your ability to be able to stop them, which would then inadvertently destroy your spirit. You will be disheartened and you will be spirited and you will give up trying because there will not be an actual legal recourse upon which to hold them accountable for their video game destruction.
See, now that's cynicism.
I mean, well, let me put it this way. The other thing I think I completely misunderstood or maybe didn't even think about all this is the fact that in a few years, once the boomers finally step aside, I hate to say it like that, it sounds really cringy. At that, when people get people who actually understand what they're talking about, I am a lot more confident that we'll be able to get something.
Correct.
I guess that's what.
You don't have that. Carl has not ran for fucking house sentencing in Georgia. I'm not ready. Right. I'm not in a position to knock out Raphael Warnock. So until I don't want to go into politics.
I know.
That's way too much red tape. I agree on that.
Unless we enact the kind of techniques that, number one, stop making these niggas go to fucking Washington to argue this shit. Nigga, what is Zoom for? Unless you can keep them in the state, you enact term limits. By enacting the term limits, you also make sure that they do not earn a stipend for their position that is higher than the average gross GDP of the state, and that if they want to increase their salary, they need to increase the well-being and the welfare of every person who's living in their state, as well as removing their ability to use the excuse to say, well, the reason this shit takes so long is because we have to go to Washington to argue it. No, the fuck you don't. Sit your ass down in the office, please get on the Zoom call, and stroke your tubing if you want to. Well, or, if it were me, play video games on camera as they start going through who was voting for in the definite of the nays and ayes. Cast your vote electronically here. All you need to do is just do all that, make Zoom better, make video call and video conferencing better, improve the security of the button system for the votes for casting your vote on these rules and laws, and also make these things single-issue bills. Stop putting shit that has to do with nothing at all that the bill's being named for in focus, so that y'all niggas can put $90 billion to other countries with zero for the United States. On top of other shit. If you cannot get somebody like me that's going to institutionalize that and also do it to that standard, it doesn't fucking matter what you do, the same as it ever was.
Same as it ever was.
Same as it ever was.
Now, I would agree with you. In my position, in my opinion, you don't need to have the government for this. There would need to be an entirely separate watchdog party, like that of the ESRB, that has the actual jurisdiction and the powers of the FCC and of any kind of organization that would be on the level of the Better Business Bureau or shit like that, that will have the ability to action the legal sanctions immediately, because they don't have to operate on the federal level to do it for, like, the state. They can simply do it on an international level that is then enacted and respected and can be done at the state level. So, if Sony of America is funded and is founded, or rather, the Sony of America offices are currently stationed inside of Santa Monica, California, you need to have a commission that would exist to punish them, that when they do shit like this, you need to pay for all of the global, worldwide refunds as a result of what you did to shift up. If they kept doing that, they would have to then ask themselves a question. How do we avoid this legal fee? Because the thing is, it's not based on federal law, because federal law means our country's law. The example you just gave is the example of The Crew being made by Ubisoft, and they are French, and there is plenty of precedent of French trade law that would rationalize, even if it was about fucking little Emile getting 5 loaves of bread for his mother during the bubonic plague. That standard is actually usable in the legal system for them addressing their concerns. The same way the fucking hate crime laws in countries that are affected by the EU would affect them. It's an international watchdog board that has the official power and capacity to report it, because they're not interested in the fucking game journalist, yellow journalism stories. They're interested in the facts of what's happened. It can be proven beyond a shadow of the doubt that regardless of whether or not it happened in the way in which I described it earlier, or it was just an incidental accident of them not thinking clearly, which that's bullshit. This is probably one of the most foreseen games of this year that people were looking forward to. There was no way that this was not going to become a story that would have been covered. That because this has been seen on such a voracic pace, it has to be addressed the way that it is on that international commission. They can't be able to make excuses for it. They can't escape it by just resettling the main new offices for American business in another country to play by the rules of that country's means on both profit margin earning and also the standard of operating a company under the legal rules for tax purposes, or whatever other reason they would want to move for. It's like trying to put your money outside of the reach of the American government by putting it in a Swiss bank account, or putting it into a bank account in the islands that they can't be able to seach and seize, because they don't have the right to be able to freeze your assets in that way if it's not in a place that's reachable to them by the American legislation. They will not escape it. The same way that you're saying that they're trying to create the methodology to make sure that gamers and consumers cannot escape this, you need to create an international commission that is above the reach of the federal government, so that they cannot escape them.
What a sad world we're in, that like the EU is actually doing a lot more in this regard of all country, of all international things than we are, you know? They're the ones holding American companies to standards.
But that's because they also are using censorship and cancel culture. But that's a different argument.
Fair enough.
That's a different argument.
I'm referring to like Apple and them strong-arming them into...
I guess.
You know what I mean?
I guess, but then the problem is, nigga, we talking about Apple. These motherfuckers really unironically trying to take away your fucking phone jack and try to sell it as, well, you can just get wireless headsets. Nigga, you were trying to stop people from using pay-square services.
Yeah, my point, though, is it's really sad that America can't do jack shit about it, but then the EU comes in and essentially forces them to be able to sideload shit, forces them to use USB-C. It's like
you see. That's because there's a reason why they don't want to do it, and we already know what the reason is.
They're in their pockets. I know.
Like we know this is a household that appreciates Ruas Lossman. We appreciate right to repair in this household.
I'm just saying, like, in the regards to, like...
But that's what that was. That's what that was. That was right to repair.
Yes. My point is, compare that to everything else they got wrong in those countries. Think about how much Soros is pushing all these, you know...
don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there.
Yeah, this is the thing they focus on. It's just funny. I'm sorry.
No, that's not what I mean. Don't involve Soros.
Fair
You're
enough.
gonna make it a schizo point, and then people aren't gonna fuck with what you're saying.
Okay, well then let me put...
Because not only is that not accurate and not true, I understand your point, but they also have hypocritical standards. Look at the fucking hate crime laws that have been enacted into the countries that are being used because I don't want them to criticize me as a sitting official.
And yet they're the ones holding our country's companies to a head.
Because
yes,
our
exactly. You
companies
nailed it.
are cucked. And they know they have to play by a rule system that is different here and different there. Because even if they agree with them politically, they will grip them by the balls if the people who hold the money tell them to do so. And ironically enough, the people who are gripping the balls are the fucking officials themselves. Then also using it as a victim narrative position to say, well, you cannot criticize me. Criticism is hate speech. And also, hate speech is harassment. And also, hate speech not only being harassment is also a terroristic threat. If you criticize me and mock me with a meme, I will put you in jail. The Dankula effect!
Yes.
That's so funny. That's still the most hilarious thing about that whole thing is that can't even make like memes about people. Really?
I'm just thinking of that guy they have in power in Scotland itself, and how this is essentially destroying the SMP from within because he's in power. I just find that so funny to me. It's just like that's what took him down.
We always
funny if it weren't so pathetic.
We always hope
that
justice will come swiftly on death's wings, but sometimes that nigga gotta move about the speed of postal service.
Well, you know, truth gets on. What is the word? Truth gets.
I think we should have left it there on that statement. That was a little bit more poignant. I'll repeat that. Sometimes we wish that justice would come swift on death's wings, but sometimes that nigga moves at the speed of the postal service.
Well said.
Okay.
I'm quoting that right now.
Okay.
Right now.
Okay, you can have it. It's yours. Okay, resume. Okay, resume.
Oh god, did I break it?
Play the video.
I got it.
No connection to the publisher or affiliated parties in order for it to continue functioning. So it would need to be patched to either be offline or have private hosting only. It's the only way. Anything less and the game dies. And yes, this would include DRM that needs to connect to the internet. And because
DRM should not be in video games anymore. Get rid of it.
So this would also apply to games with microtransactions. Except we didn't say microtransactions since these were in plain English. So this would cover free-to-play games. Because if you've been sold something like a virtual horse, but then the publisher destroys the game, well, now you can't access your horse.
Yeah, because it's a fucking NFT.
Undisturbed possession is a term for what I'm talking about here. And finally, these rules cannot be superseded by end-user license agreements. Since that's how companies have been getting away with highway robbery. Companies have been getting away with highway robbery.
The way you described is an NFT. Every single time we have ever paid anything, from a skin to unlocking a champion in League of Legends so that you can play it, or any other MOBA or any other video game for that purposes. Especially if you're doing it for the competitive standard so that you can actually play something that is, quote, meta, so you have a counter to something that is prevalent in said meta. That is an NFT. They are all NFTs. You might think they're not, but they are. They literally are by the standard in which you think. But you don't think of them as NFTs. Because it's like, well, you see, even if you, especially in the case of things that are considered like game portal games, they are NFTs. Because when people think of NFTs, they only think of the fucking Bored Apes Club and all the other shit. No, these are NFTs. They have always been the concept of the NFT. And it's crazy that people cannot make that connection because it's not listed as an NFT. You lose access to it if they ban you from your account, right? That means you don't actually own it and it's not real, right? It only has a projected value that they told you that it has because you gave it value the same way a designer of art buys an art piece. Nigga, you let Banksy sell you something. And they destroyed it in front of your face. But instead of it being about the point of, well, you see, I want you to enjoy the art. You should be able to appreciate art for its existence. You shouldn't be holding it withholding it for the purposes of monetization. Them niggas told you, this is worth $25, but you said a naughty word, so we have now made it worth $0 because we stole it from you. Get fucked.
Well,
that is literally, no, that's literally the definition of NFT. Go.
Well, yeah, so you got to realize these people. There are so many Zoomers out there who literally can't.
It's not Zoomers. The problem is not Zoomers. They are a part of it, but it's not Zoomers. There are too many people who should be more than aware of it that cannot recognize that it's an NFT because they're not called and defined as NFTs.
That's what I'm saying. There are a lot of people out there who think that a quarter of an hour is 25 minutes because they think all they know of a quarter is of the coin. See what I'm saying?
I mean, I suppose, but that's kind of a nitpick. But I can understand that pisses me off too.
It's the same concept. So I'm trying.
I understand. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying it'd be an acceptable crash out. There's a skit that a person has, that a black guy. He asks somebody, "What's the time?" and they do that, and he murders them. And then he asks somebody else the time, and they do the exact same thing too, and he's like, "Okay, you too," and he fucking murders them with a gun too. And then he asks somebody else, and they actually tell him what time it is, like. It's 3:47? Thank you. I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But it's not necessarily the same. This is not
trying to say it's the same. I'm just
I understand. I understand. Stay with me now. I understand. But it's not the actual comparative problem. The problem is they are literally blind to the argument. Because it's not listed as an NFT, they don't understand it's an NFT. Are you following me now?
Yeah, I never didn't follow you, Carl.
Okay.
I was just using
The problem. I understand, but the problem is that you can't use an analogy. You need to be explicit. These niggas are dumb.
Yeah.
They don't have critical thinking skills.
Exactly, that's my point.
It's not media literacy. These niggas don't have critical thinking skills. If you don't explain the terms and use the exact terms, they're gonna layman cuck themselves out of understanding the argument. And they are susceptible to people misleading them. Because, nigga, that's not an NFT. It's not listed as an NFT. Nigga, it is the function of an NFT, therefore it is an NFT. You're not retarded. You can follow along with shit. We know you can. You're capable of it. They're all capable of it. But they do that shit. And there are people who would manipulate them, which is the other reason I'm being explicit. There are people who would manipulate them into believing that it be so because they are too lazy to do the research to be abreast of the information.
Correct.
It is like what you said before. There are people in government that understand the argument that I just said that will be dedicated to misunderstanding and to saying, no, you're misinformed. If not outright saying, no, SinglePlayerCarl, you're a liar! I know I'm right. Because that is how an NFT functions. That is the basis on why we call them scams. Because they have no material value outside of the purpose in which they've been made. It's the reason why people were worried about cryptocurrency. Because it's based on a concept of monetary fiat currency that is not measured by a gold, silver, or barter standard. It's something that came from nothing. And we have a difficulty being able to address that value. Because how do I express that 1 point of Ethereum should be equal to $15? I'd have to do it on a barter system. But there is no context upon which to do it because there's nothing backing it like silver and gold. Instead, it's the fiat currency of the American dollar bill, at least for our country, if you're an American. And because that shit can be inflated by over-impressing the market value by fucking printing too much money, we don't have the ability to have a comparable basis upon which it can be understood and valued. And because we have rules on cryptocurrency, but we don't have rules on NFTs, niggas that are uninformed who try to get involved. This is very emotional for me. I'm so sorry. Do not take my shouting. Do not take my shouting as a crash out. Do not take my. I understand. Do not take my emotional. The vacuity of the emotional shouting as a representation of my mental stability. It is not. I am saying this not because that I have lost my composure. It is because I am passionate on the issue. And I wanted to make it clear by the impassioned description of how I am describing this, that it is very critical and important on why I kept interrupting you the way I did, and explaining it the way I did. Because if you get this the wrong way around, the people who are dedicated to misunderstanding you will use your lack of knowledge as a way to destroy and attack you. And they will do it with absolutely zero fucking concern and zero afterthought, because they were never dedicated to you making sure you were understood in the first place. Yep. Anyways, I was in the middle of that. Because we don't have rules on the NFT market, it's just more or less based on general ideas extrapolated from cryptocurrencies. Because it's a material marketplace value that usually uses cryptocurrency values to express it, it is necessary for all people involved to know what the fuck they're talking about. But unfortunately, those old geezers are the people who are usually having the discussion. And they barely understand how to use social media in a general sense, let alone their possibly politically and ideologically captured interns that manage their feeds that go viral and talk about it on their behalf.
They probably know how to use the Wi-Fi. Oh, jeez.
Have I I know you said that I did, but have I extrapolated to the degree on why I needed to have an acceptable crash out about my opinion?
Oh, you're fine, dude. Don't worry.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay, resume.
You want to hit it?
Free in the first place.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially in
whoever
the
gets to it first.
There's no point in having rights if you have to sign them away just to play a game.
True!
I'm sure a few of you right now are scoffing at this proposal, but just remember Internet Explorer, guys. It was
Shit, not even Internet Explorer! Any game where you have to log in and register an account.
Now, one thing we left off the table, but it's kind of an open secret we'd be willing to compromise on, or at least I would be if a company doesn't fix the game, but they give you all the information, tools, software, and so on, so that a programmer could be reasonably expected to get it working again.
Yes.
Yes. I feel like that shouldn't be done. They should be able to do the work themselves. Also remember, Ayo pause.
Oh, Ayo pause. Okay, fine.
Every time. You gotta do it every time, because I gotta understand that you're pausing it.
Okay, fair enough. Got it. I was just gonna mention, I know what you're saying. They shouldn't have to. To be honest,
what it should be is that I should not expect a programmer that is interested and is involved out of the kindness of their heart to do the work for the people who have no knowledge on how to do it, or the people who have the knowledge how to do it but do not care because they are not a part of the fandom and they are not a part of the people who come along to find the game, to show interest, to be willing to do it. The developer should provide it 100%. The developer should provide it 100%. If the publisher will force them into the position that they have to do this, the publisher and the developer should be able to provide it. The publisher needs to be held to the standard that if the developer is not able to provide it, they are the ones held accountable. They should be amenable for every single part of the process, every single step of the way. And if they ever show any kind of consternation or resistance, that it is not the developer that is then blamed. It is the publisher. Example, Shift Up having to censor their game because of Sony. It's not Shift Up that should be taken to court in task because they didn't want to do it. They promised an uncensored game. They were forced on their position and their hands forced by Sony. Sony gets butt fucked, not Shift Up.
You think, may I ask, or just one last question, or one last thought I said, what is your guys' opinion of the theory that they're attempting to purchase them? Kind of like...
I don't know. We don't have enough information to make that concern. Watch and wait.
All right.
Watch and wait. That's why we have a new section. You haven't been here for a while, so you have to read the new rules section. You need to see it. We have a new section for discussing things like this. We do not have enough information at this time to be able to confirm that. It's a very hard suspicion. If I had to put money on it, I'd put a hard call, but I do not have enough information in the positive concern of that statement to be able to confirm or deny that that is a suspicion. It is a heavy suspicion that I have, but I cannot confirm or deny that information, for it would be a mischaracterization and a presupposition that would not be fair to claim would be accurate. Wait and see. Wait and see. All will be revealed in time. They will end up overstaying their hand. All will be revealed in time. They will overplay their hand. Wait and see.
Considering the shit that happened with Bungie, I wouldn't be surprised.
People like this always tend to have a case of fucking up. Companies do, people do.
True.
People who usually have negative intentions, they will expose themselves. All will be revealed in time. Remember, we like justice to move swift on death's wings, but that nigga moves at the speed of the postal service. In this case, this nigga, in this particular regard, he always tends to move at the pace of an Amazon delivery day service. Nigga, I don't want to have them all on one separate day here and another day here. Either give me my packages all on the same day, or let me have to fucking wait. I don't want to have to pay $8.99 plus this nigga's head in order to get my justice. Okay, resume.
Though the resentment some others had helping on this was strong, and they didn't trust companies not to abuse a provision like that. And they could be right, so we left it out of the proposals. We also left out this applying to all software and restricted it just to video games. Now don't get me wrong, I personally think all commercial software should have these provisions also. But this is already such an uphill battle that expanding the scope will fight many more enemies in our eyes.
Correct.
And remember, I am single issue.
Correct.
Even if you don't own the crew, you'll still be able to do something if you live in one of the countries where these petitions were launched. This is a multi-pronged attack. I have prongs for everyone. Well, no, but a lot of people. It's complicated. Remember a while back when there were so many versions of Watch Dogs for sale that somebody made a spreadsheet on how to buy the game? It's not that bad, but it does have a lot of variables. What I've found is that what people can do varies on where they live and whether they own the crew or not. But even then, it can still be confusing. So I've seen it as a priority to make this as easy as possible for everyone. To that end, I've been working with volunteers to launch a website to do just that. StopKillingGames.com. I hope you can remember that name. It has the 2 G's there back to back. That might throw some people off. It's a multilingual website that can easily steer you exactly where you need to go to have maximum impact.
K-I-L-L-I-N, and then leave the game.
So I even tried to
nigga, stop killing games.
Options a little bit. In fact, you can even just stop watching and go here if you want. There's nothing else you have to know that's not on the site. We have blazed a trail for you to hit back against the industry. All you have to do is follow it. We've done all the hard parts for you.
Correct. That's how it should be done.
Remove
the ability to make excuses. Oh, it's gonna be too hard. Nah, nigga, press a button.
Meaningless. None of your comments matter unless a government official is reading them. That's what this is. In fact, if you've gotten lost by anything I've said, here's all you need to remember. File complaints if you can, sign petitions if you can, get others to do 1 and 2. And you can do that at StopKillingGames.com. That's it. That's everything. You can tune everything else out like some sort of Zen master if you know those 3 things. But maybe you think I'm exaggerating what we can do. Well, why don't you judge for yourself? Since no one else has stepped up on this issue, I'm assuming command to play general on this attack. So, you want to see my battle plans? I'll show you my battle plans. This could take a little while. Okay, Future Ross here. Some bad news. Like I said, this is an amateur effort, so even though some of these petitions were submitted weeks ago, at the time of this recording, we're still waiting on all of them to open up for signing. So here I am making a hype video to go send everybody to the right place, and they're still not ready yet.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying when you're trying to call to action.
We're just waiting on governments.
Because when a call to action gets fucked up like that, it then destroys the energy for people to get involved.
We do have links to
because they'll say, "Ah, man, if only it was correct, but now I gotta wait. I don't want to do it."
Now, before we get into regions, the first option is worldwide, and it's eligible for literally anyone who owned the crew. Yeah, anyone. Aren't you glad I cleared up those dead ends? Although it does have a critical flaw that can't be avoided. See, the option for all owners of the game is to contact the DGCCRF, France's National Consumer Protection Agency. You go through this website here. They accept complaints worldwide, but there is a catch. The catch is they want everyone to contact Ubisoft first. So that means everyone is going to have to contact Ubisoft support, tell them to fix the game. Then, when Ubisoft refuses, or 2 weeks have passed, then you can contact France. This is a major setback because gamers are not known for their long attention spans. So asking people to wait up to 2
I mean,
weeks
goddamn.
before taking a second step, maybe.
Zoomers, maybe.
I may
Not
be
mature
asking
adults above the age of
impossible.
25.
I don't know. This right here could be
Hey,
exactly why
pause.
the games industry has been able to get a games industry.
It's hilarious that he says that knowing that I just beat fucking Tiamat in fucking Final Fantasy 12, which takes hours. Fuck. It's like, come on, man. It's just gonna take a little bit more of an action on top of that. That's fine. If people actually care about this sort of thing, they'll do it. Don't just count people out because some people are like that.
Me personally, I feel like if you are a person who has been a part of either the opening raids of Eternal Punishment for Final Fantasy XI, or you're willing to do a super boss that requires hours of prep and setup, kind of like the Punishment boss of Final Fantasy X, I feel like that should be the barometer of exactly how much do you care. If you gotta start fighting a fucking online boss in shifts, I think we got there.
Like I said, Tiamat has like millions of health in like Final Fantasy 12. That takes hours of prep in order to actually beat that thing. It's a pain in the ass. But if you have that sort of patience, I think you're gonna be okay with pressing a few extra buttons. Resume.
Okay. Oh, resume. It would be helpful if the same person who pauses is the same person who starts it up
again. No one has the
again.
attention span for this second step. Some of you can do it though. I know it. Some of you. But let's look at the rest of the campaign because I am not stopping there. God no. So remember, everything I'm about to show you can be done in addition to that worldwide step. So there's no one or the other here. And with that, let's start with the outskirts. Australia. Okay, Australia has a two-pronged attack. First, if you own the crew, you can file complaints to the ACCC, and they may do something. There was news not long ago about the ACCC going after the games industry. For God's sake, we need to find a way to piggyback onto this. Don't go after them and ignore customer games being destroyed. Don't do that to me, Australia. But besides that, Australia is also the first of our government petitions. And anyone in Australia can sign these, not just owners of the crew. And honestly, you guys need to hurry up, because once it's approved, we only have a 4-week window. Except, of course, it's not ready yet, even though it's been submitted. They give us a small window, but then don't tell us when it starts. Oh my God. Now, the upside is we only need 50 Australians to sign, but that's nothing. If we show up with 50, they may not take it seriously. I'd rather we showed up with 50,000. It's like a wise game ad once said, there's no kill like overkill. This is the most time-sensitive element of the entire operation. Go sign it as soon as you can. Future Ross again. I just got word from the Australian government that the petition looks fine, but they can't open it for signing until April 22nd or maybe May 15th. They don't know. So they can't even meet the 4-week deadline they're holding us to. What the hell, Australia? Moving on over, next we have Brazil.
I hate bureaucracy. I hate bureaucracy. This is why I stopped being a Fed. I hate bureaucracy.
That their consumer protection
Explains a lot,
would
actually.
probably be ineffective. But having a class action lawsuit very likely would work. Apparently the argument of we sold you a product but we can take it back at any time doesn't fly with a lot of judges down there. Now, at the time of this video, the situation was still in limbo, so this one may or may not happen. If it does happen, however, the cost of a class action lawsuit could be affordable if we have a fundraiser. I was told a 4-figure sum estimate. I currently do not have plans for a fundraiser, but if this looks viable, yeah, we may do one later. Don't worry,
Yeah, that's
90% of the
cheap.
battle plans still work even if no one spends a dime. Brazil is just part of the attack on all fronts mentality I've been taking. Moving on up is the United States. Okay, and moving on is Canada. Can't do much on this. So we have to look at the provinces. Okay, United States.
Pause.
Listen, guys, I want to keep.
The reason he skipped over America is because we're kind of already fucked in that regard. It's too entrenched here.
Correct.
You think Canada's any better? I've heard that bullshit
Canada
nightmare.
is just as bad as the fucking UK when it comes to the consideration and comparison of their fucking laws in their provinces. I don't know how they do about video games, but if they do video games like they do politics, nigga, they're just as bad, if not worse, than the UK. Because them niggas are killing niggas. Fuck your life up medically, and then offer you, no, we could kill you to make it better.
Yeah,
We're sorry. Have you considered killing yourself?
Have you considered medical assisted suicide?
We're sorry about your PTSD, Mr. Veteran. Have you considered killing yourself? Unbelievable. Unfucking believable.
It would also, I did say this, but I don't think people maybe heard me. It would be helpful that the same person who pauses the video should be the person who resumes the video.
Will do.
Keep it real with you. The U.S. is the suicide mission of this operation. Unlike a lot of other countries, the laws are not gray on this issue.
Suicide
and
mission.
At this point in time, it's almost hopeless. Almost. Owners of the crew can still contact the FTC, and I've been given coached points by a lawyer we can tell them to increase our odds to look into this. I am still not expecting a victory here. It's more like I just want to be sure our options are truly dead in the United States before I write it off. I don't want to pronounce the patient dead too quickly. You know how that goes. And hey, don't forget, if you own the crew, you still have that option to contact France directly. In fact, I prefer you do that before you contact the FTC, since it has way better odds. Now, if you're an American and don't own the crew, which is probably the majority of my audience, then I have nothing for you. I'm sorry, guys. I really tried. I just couldn't find anything. Game
absolutely
really
nothing
is as bad as the naysayers say in the United States. The best I can do is tell you to get the attention of someone else who does qualify to do something. Remember the 3 points. If you're an American and don't own the game, you're number 3. All right, back up to Canada, and ding ding ding, Canada has our second petition to government. So if you are a citizen or resident, head on over and sign it. We only need 500 for government to respond. But again, let's try to get a lot more than that, eh? Now, for owners of the crew, we didn't check every last one, but the provincial consumer protection agencies look pretty dire. I cannot endorse going through them at this time. It's almost certainly going to be better if you just sign the petition. Crossing the ocean again, we have the UK. And it's a similar story as Canada. The consumer protection options look hopeless.
Try not to talk over
have
the
a
video
government
if you can
petition.
help it,
If we get 10,000 signatures, government will respond. And if we get 100,000, then it's considered for debate in Parliament.
That has like a punchline,
now, those sound like big numbers because they are, but we have 6 months to get them. So I think if I keep campaigning, we can do this. And we move inland to the main attack here. First, let's stop by Germany. Germany is one of the few EU countries where their national consumer protection is powerful enough to act on this, despite Ubisoft being a French company. So this is one of the few exceptions where you should contact the local agency first, then contact France, like everyone else. Now, I learned late in the process, Germany and France have the option to petition their governments also. However, their thresholds are kind of high, and I can't hope to cross them without making serious inroads with foreign YouTubers or other media sources first. So if we get enough support and publicity, sure, we can add German and French petitions to the list. But not today. And that brings us to the heart of this, France. This is where our most powerful attacks are. French owners of the crew are the Space Marines of this operation. You have more options than anyone. The more you can do, the better. In fact, most people's best option is probably your weakest. Besides the DGCCRF, we'll also be sending registered mail to Ubisoft as part of summoning a government mediator to take legal action on the customer's behalf. It's almost like having your own prosecutor. Amazing. And just to hit every last stop, French citizens will be contacting the UFC Que Choisir, a powerful consumer advocacy group with a great record of defending gamer rights. And we actually juiced the whole process in France a little earlier prior to April, but that was the special operations phase of things. That part's over now, so don't worry about it. And for the rest of the European Union, this is where most of our dead ends were. Since first I thought people should contact their consumer protection agencies. By and large, no. They tend to only look at national businesses, and Ubisoft is in France. So then the documentation says to contact the European Consumer Center. And no, I don't advise that either. We did do that for a while, but the answers were all over the place. Some said Ubisoft could do whatever they wanted because of the license agreement. Others said Ubisoft was liable to provide the service forever, which is kind of insane. I mean, that's going farther than even I want. But most of them had no idea how to handle this. One clerk said they had never heard of someone make this kind of complaint before. Another one of them said it is unclear if these actions from the company are legally permitted. There is no clear legal regulation for this. So that's from the European Union itself, guys. There's no consistency. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. There's apparently no laws on this. What year is this? I mean, we're still getting robbed. It's amazing game companies have been able to go on for so long, existing between the cracks in the law like this, like cockroaches. We need to shine light on it. And on that note, the final lane of attack is the Moonshot, which is the European Citizens Initiative. It's like the other petitions, but way bigger. This one is ambitious. It might actually be delusional for me to attempt this. I don't know yet. But we would need 1 million signatures across the entire European Union for this one. And there are some caveats, so in reality, more than 1 million. However, we will have 1 year to get these. I sure as hell can't get this from my audience alone, but that's a lot of time. If I campaign hard enough, maybe we can get this. And if that wasn't enough, this is also the weakest part of the campaign. Because while we're ready to go, it takes months for the EU to approve your proposal before signing. So that means there's going to be months delay between now and when this goes public. That is the kiss of death. That means we'll lose most of the momentum from April, and I'll have to come out and campaign for this again months from now.
Yep.
This one may be a bridge too far. I don't know. But again, this is me attacking on all fronts. And that's the campaign. We have up to 11 fronts of attack, with maybe 13, though in reality, 3 of these are pretty iffy. But the rest are relatively solid. This is happening, guys. This strategy is my absolute best effort as an amateur. Now, I'm biased when I say this, but if you care about not losing your games in the future, this is the best chance you're ever going to get to do something about it. As far as I know, no one has ever challenged the legality of game destruction, and certainly no
because it's
one's
a
ever
near
done
impossible
this
to.
game. And I can't say by how much, but this is going to get bigger, too. In fact, the next phase after this is to essentially spam myself on the internet to try to get more attention on this. I'll do interviews, appearances, just try to get people to make Twitter posts, whatever. I don't really want to do that, but if that's what it takes to end this, I'll do it. I have a giant list of people I plan to contact.
If only you didn't have to
wait.
use niggas on Twitter.
If you have an audience and want me to talk about this, you can save me the trouble and contact me directly.
Because this is where I would
skip me
complain
entirely.
about
I don't have to be
platforming.
involved in this. Just send people to stopkillinggames.com. It'll take care of the rest. I mean, it's a joke. I even have to do any of this for us to try not to get robbed. But that's gaming for you. One thing to keep in mind is the trajectory for gaming is so bad, we have absolutely nothing to lose. I mean, how does gaming get worse than publishers destroying your games?
By disallowing you the ability to, I don't know, buy games at all.
It's history now, but when Microsoft
yo,
unveiled
boss.
the original Xbox...
I can tell you exactly how it would get worse. The way that it would get worse is that money is directly extracted from your bank account against your will when a new AAA video game is purchased. And the reason why is because it must be done for insert bullshit here. I'll give you an example. Excuse me, SinglePlayerCarl. $500 has been extracted from your bank account in the month of March. Why? I ain't buy shit. Well, you see, 3 new games with DEI have come out, and it's very important that you support the gay agenda. So we are going to extract the money for this. And also, it is necessary that you need to suck the cock on Blizzard games. So we've decided to buy up to the equal amount that would be subservient for them to be able to get the payment of a single individual buyer to consume product in the concerns of their ability to access the video game. So if a person would have paid $250 on World of Warcraft in order for them to keep operating, we've taken that much money from you. Get fucked. That's how it would be worse. And quite honestly, we're halfway there, because if you don't support a game, despite the fact that you might want to buy that game, you're a bigot. So you're going to have to start buying things that you don't want to buy, you know, for the culture.
You mean like game journalists already do?
Correct, but they don't actually buy games. What they would do is they would use the fact that people purchase the game and conveniently decide to always leave out that you don't have a choice in buying them.
Ah, yes. That's... It's annoying. Then we've gotten to that point in which it's become so entrenched that that could actually be a possibility. Would you like to continue?
Yeah. Prism.
Xbox One, their plans showed us what game companies have in store for us. A surveillance device necessary to use the system that collects biometric data off you, you needing to connect to the company every 24 hours or else you're locked out of your system, and when they eventually end support, your entire game collection becomes unplayable. Welcome to the future. Now, soon afterwards, they realized they came in too hot and had to walk some of that back, but the industry has been taking the boiling frog approach since.
Correct.
This is where we're already headed if we don't do anything on this.
Correct.
Now, I can't say if this campaign will be successful or not, but what I can say is if people put in the minimum effort, then we are going to get answers on this and
Correct.
close the book on this one way or the other.
Correct.
Again, if we pass the petitions, governments have to respond and own that answer. If consumer agencies get enough complaints, they probably will too. We won't have any more of this no clear regulation crap. I can almost promise you that much. Plus, if we win, can you imagine how good it will feel in the future knowing all your games are safe and you only have to think about whether you like the game or not? That's
Correct.
my vision of gaming for the future.
Yes, sir.
It's a little different from the industry.
Yes, sir.
And if we lose, we'll at least get told straight to our faces that in
True.
a democracy, you can never own video games that you paid for, no matter how many people want that to happen. I guess this will be a civics lesson, though. Finally, I'd like to end this by saying thank you to Ubisoft. You're a French company and you pulled this crap. And you did it to one of your flagship titles with millions of players. This
I'm gonna pause.
Electronic Arts?
Okay.
It's hilarious how you think that because Ubisoft is French. I mean, I have nothing against Ross here, but it does seem like he doesn't really pay attention to modern times at times.
The problem isn't that they're French. The problem is, of course, obviously, that they are morally bankrupt. And they don't have ethics, moral standards, and values. I mean, they're morally bankrupt. They don't have ethics, moral standards, and values. They don't have business acumen and ethics that they're willing to uphold themselves to, that even if they were to be evil, nigga, I might want to destroy the world, but nigga, I don't want to burn the world. I can't roll over the ashes, nigga. What you mean? I'm not glassing my own cities. Do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference?
I do understand. Yes.
Then on top of that, yes, they are greedy. But they also don't have a standard that they're even willing for a boilerplate excuse to say that they are actually in belief of. They will change it on a whim. They will define a nebulous definition, and they will change and move away from it on whim. So that they don't get pinned down. Like a Twitter autist, desperately trying to say, that's not what I meant, that's not what I meant.
Love those. Always love those.
And because each of the people, either the company themselves or the people who are employed by the company, do not have base level standards and values that they're willing to upkeep for the purposes of making sure that they remain consistent to those principles and vision as a mission statement that they themselves can put forward and say, this is what we want to do. If we deviate from this, roast our ass. When you start roasting, we're like, hey, yo, why you always at our throats? It is bullshit on the highest degree. And many of them know that it's bullshit on the highest degree. They still do it. So, Yeah.
Sounds like they care more about their ideological bullshit than actually being truthful.
Yes, they care about the ideological capture of their philosophies, their views, and their job and business, as well as being able to say, if you don't stand gay rights, you're a problem, while also destroying the industry and also destroying the vehicle that made it possible for them to subvert it in the first place. Absolutely, yes. I'll try to be more lenient with it. Instead of making you have to say the whole AO pause and OK resume, you at least need to be able to say pause before you do it. So as long as you're making sure that you're announcing that you're going to pause the video in some way, form, or fashion, and we make it reasonable, that should be fine, because it's a little bit... Well, the way I say it, it's perfect for me. The way a couple of people say it, and that they're trying to make the snap analysis on the fly, because they're not saying it like the shorthand, yes sir, or goddamn, or mm-hmm, that we would. If it's something that requires the formulation of a thought, so that you don't talk over the video, you should be pausing so you can speak it. That is necessary. Because otherwise it's going to be impossible to hear the video, and it's going to be impossible for everyone to communicate their thoughts. Okay, resume.
I believe that's a fair assessment. Yep, resuming.
Or Blizzard Activision, I wouldn't have had nearly the options that I do. And a month later, you made a PR statement of saying people should get comfortable not owning their games.
Correct.
And then go on to lie in that same interview about online games being safe.
Correct.
Ever for me. Shame on me if I don't act on that. I mean, it's not perfect, but this is a solid 8.5, 9 out of 10 opportunity here. If we can't win on this, we'll never win. There's no doubt in my mind. You set yourself up for us, so we'll swing as hard as we can and see what happens.
Did you accidentally fast forward?
That's it. Go to StopKillingGames.com.
Did you accidentally fast forward? That felt
I have no idea.
I'm gonna double check. Because it felt like you fast forward and jumped to the end there. No, that was just how it was written?
My bad.
No, I'm double checking.
It's my vision of gaming for the future. French, I want to say fight this, and you go 9 out of 10. One of the best things to do. And you did it to one of your flagship titles with millions of players. If this had been Electronic Arts or Blizzard Activision, I wouldn't have had nearly the options that I do. And a month later, you made a PR statement of saying people should get comfortable not owning their games. And then go on to lie in that same interview about online games being safe as you're killing the crew. I mean, what are you gonna do next? Threaten the judge? Here I've been
Yeah, you did accidentally fast forward.
I have no way to fight this, and you go and create one of the best openings ever for me. Shame on me if I don't act on that. I mean, it's not perfect, but this is a solid 8.5, 9 out of 10 opportunity here. If we can't win on this, we'll never win. There's no doubt in my mind. You set yourself up for us, so we'll swing as hard as we can and see what happens. All right, that's it. Go to StopKillingGames.com.
Alright. Which is in Britons. So far, I've collected a good handful of them inside.
Here we go.
Of Printing Press Express. So far, just on the topic of Stellar Blade alone, I believe there's at least 3 to 4 posts.
Alright, let me open that up.
Let's see here. We've got Stellar Blade Reuse copy shows censorship of tampering with the costumes, which has now been properly confirmed, as happening on the digital copies that have been stealth updated, as well as copies that were done as a part of the review copies sent out to content creators and publishers for criticism. We've got the newest thing being that the censorship is then leading to the mass PSN Plus cancellations. That it has been now being approved for refunds, with the grounds possibly this is now confirmed being false advertisement. That's what I need to alter. Confirmed. Confirmed. Being false advertisement. Yeah, I have careful, I have unsafe changes, thank you. Confirmed being false advertisement. Streamers and content creators like Vara Dark are being targeted by DDoS and bot account attack hornets over Stellar Blade with the intention of making those content creators and streamers face bans. And, as of an hour ago, Melanie Mack supporting the Grum Stellar Blade 8-step plan. Which, that's not really surprising. That's an influencer just doing the thing that influencers do, which is adding influence to a topic and bringing visibility to it. I don't know how to feel about Melanie Mack. I feel like she goes into the same bucket that I put Cabrutus Rambo. But then again, I think she started leaning more into this as she started becoming more platformed by the fandom menace. The particular reason why I put her in the same bucket as Cabrutus is that her whole need of dropping the F slur, the way that she does, it feels very Belle Delphine.
Doesn't help.
Really doesn't help. I
see what you mean.
It's like she and if you were to compare her to another person who has a love of what she's known for, because it's between her and that Star Wars girl who loves Lara Croft. She started out as the Lara Croft girl, and she has now transitioned into video game Belle Delphine, who also loves to stream the F slur whenever somebody tries to accost her on a panel. Which, for optics purposes, especially in the whole, I thought by calling you a racist and a Nazi, you would just be stuck in a holding pattern and be stuck by choice paralysis on what to do next. You just called me an F slur and then kept moving? What is this move? That is not the same thing as you're dropping the F slur and people see that and then they think things about you because of us and think things about us because of you and your constant use of the F slur. Just like I judged that fucking schizoid for what he did concerning him just doing what he wanted to do, saying, no, I need Brutus Rebel to tell me what cereal to buy, what TV to watch, what movies and shows are good, and if they're woke, because woke is with black people, and I definitely need him to tell me when to put oil on my skin, how to style my hair, how to wash my dick, and what positions I should best please my wife to. Or rather, in this case, what positions I should tell the bull to best please my wife to. I need your help, Cabrutus. I don't know if it's woke when the black man breathes my wife. Is it DEI when I raise the child produced from the cacking? It's extremely important, Mr. Man. Sir, it's extremely important. It is extremely important that you tell me. It's necessary. It's not paused if you start reacting only or if somebody else says paused. I'm sorry I wasn't in the room when you finalized the entire plan for this. If we are watching it and we come across something that we want to express a thought about that requires more than just an exclamation, like we're shouting at the screen in a movie theater. If it requires the formulation of a thought that can be expressed on a page as a paragraph, you need to say pause or ayo pause to make clear to me, since my hands will be occupied and I won't necessarily be able to be the one to pause it if you are participating in the VC, because if you're going to watch on Watch Together, you need to be in the VC, because I'm not tolerating people who are not inside the call to pause it and to try to fuck with it for whatever reason. Because if you do it, I'm banning you. I don't care who does it. If you want to communicate a thought, and you want to then kick that off to a discussion of the point that you have, which could then segue off into something else somebody wants to address, debate it, whatever, you need to say pause or AO pause, be in this VC, participating in the Watch Together, and then once we've gotten all of it out of our system, and we have gotten our points across in a reasonable manner, we can then say resume, press play, or Ayo resume, so that we can keep it moving. We got a lot of content to get through, and I'm not letting ourselves get held up. Because horror's not here to do it for me.
I understand, baby. I just sent that message like half an hour ago.
I know. I'm reading the
So
chat.
now
I
I
know.
can
I
go.
know. I know. I'm catching up and I'm reading on the chat because I thought you were saying that in real time. It doesn't show me timestamps when you all post on my side of
That was
OBS.
like 30 minutes ago.
I know. It does not show me timestamps on the chat in OBS.
Okay.
I read what is moved to the bottom of the screen and I catch up to where the chat is there. So I saw what you said and I read all the way down to catch up to the last thing said by John. That's how I look at the chat.
Okay, baby.
I understand you know. I'm just telling you.
You just sound frustrated, so I'm trying to.
No. I have to repeat this every time somebody asks how this is done. Because
I know, that's why I was like, I've heard, it's okay. That's why I was trying to stop you, that you don't have to do it again.
Put a sausage roll in your mouth.
Go on. I want to see you try.
Okay. How big do you want your mouth to be stretched?
You're kind of too far away at the moment to even try.
For now. I won't be when I get my hands on you. How large and how far do you want your mouth stretched?
Wah.
See, well, you're not giving an answer, so I'm going to say from chin to chin. So I'm going to get a big roll of sausage. And then when we got to go to the dentist for your jaw pain, I don't want to hear nothing from you.
I gotta go to the dentist anyway to get my teeth pulled.
I know, me too. So when they ask you about why does your wife's jaw hurt, did you do something to her? I'm going to look at them and say, yes. I did. What?
You're getting sidetracked.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I didn't leave the topic. I'm teasing you while I'm filibustering. Anyways, trust my content plan. Melanie Mac, she's very much video game Belle Delphine, and I'm not a fan of how she communicates and how she uses the F slur. Regardless, there is no less than 5 news stories here that are recorded in the server, and of these, there are probably multiple posts upon it. How do we feel about Stellar Blade, boys?
Okay, Stellar Blade. I was actually really... I only had a chance to touch it with the demo. But I actually was pretty shocked because I thought it was going to be more like a character action game. You know, like similar to like Lemon Cry or Bayonetta. But I still really liked what it had to offer. It's just like the first hour or so. The problem I do have with it is that the acting's wooden. So just telling me when I actually do buy it, definitely playing it in Korean.
Based.
But yeah. But the localization's fucked, so whatever. No one's surprised in that regard. Outside of that, I'm just in this mood in which I'm like, I just want everyone to be sexy. You know? I want guys to be sexy. I want women to be sexy. And the fact that people constantly make so much noise about just the simple fact that a woman is beautiful is annoying, extremely annoying to me. But I do think that the game is a good game from what I played. It's so awesome.
It's fun, Justin. Well, your wife should chat too. You're not one of the pure ones.
Personal political views and how other people view them. It's like because they can't view themselves as a gooner because they'll lose all the respect for other people around them, so they have to make it into this weird political thing.
By being a political gooner, I finally returned to the bedroom.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
To be a political gooner, it is extremely hard. My wife is trying to be helpful in the back scene, and it's actually very helpful. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to incorporate that. That was actually very beautiful that you did that for me, baby. Thank you. Because now I can put that inside of my bot, and my bot can say that for us automatically. Yes, sir. I can make it a command in Nightbot. Yes, sir. See, you are helping, Star. I'm going to put that under the command pause. However, I wouldn't say that's in order for the reacts to happen. It's for people participating in the chat to do.
Hey, it's British Knight. How you doing, brother?
Welcome, Callum.
No. By itself?
What? What was that? I didn't hear that.
Hello.
You not hear me? Hello?
Oh, I hear
I can hear you. I can hear you.
So you not hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you too, brother.
You were driving me insane. Oh my god. You were not replying when I said hello? Okay.
I think he replied and it got lost in there.
The way he was replying hello was not in response, as though he could hear me in real time.
Right. Fair enough. So, what, you playing Spy Spawn?
No, we're doing racks. Hold on. I'm working on the command that Star just typed up for me so I can communicate how we're doing today's versus chat, because we're using Watch Together, and I need to make sure everybody's abreast of the Watch Together etiquette that I've been institutionalizing, but I'm getting tired of repeating myself, and so is she. So she's helping me by giving me a command prompt that I can use to put inside of my Nightbot so that I can easily communicate how I want the etiquette to be done at camera. Because if you're joining into the versus chat to join in with the conversation that we're going to have and the videos we're going to watch with what we're doing on camera, I need you to be abreast of how we want to communicate that, and that's what I'm currently working on. So give me like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, so give me like 5 minutes for that. But we were just talking about Stellar Blade and the hypocritical behaviors that people have been having about the news stories that we've been covering inside of the news section of the server. I'm not sure if you're abreast on the new rules of the server, but along with the new rules of the server came a new server function, which is forum posts, and we basically use that as a new outlet for talking about news, because it's a lot easier to follow, it's a lot better to be able to talk about each news story, and allows me to be able to show if there's a particular news story that is gaining attraction that needs to have focus and discussion had about it, so that it can be able to be provided for content.
And occasionally I use it to do editorial.
I mean,
which
you can
the second one's already up.
I mean, you can use it for editorial. That's fine. It's just there's also the people that if they need to list news stories, like Carl, I need you to give me attention on this thing. Do you know this? You don't got to do that on my camera. You don't got to do it in the chat. Take it to the goddamn forum. Put it in the goddamn Discord. and then I will look at it on air when I have time to do so. Or I'll look at it after a stream, and I'll figure out, yeah, I'm going to make a stream section about this tomorrow. I'm going to make a video about this tomorrow. It's a lot more effective, it's a lot more concise, it's a lot more to the point, because it reads like a newspaper outlet. It basically reads like a better version of Kotaku from inside the server. Or a better version of any publication feed. Because I'm sourcing it from Twitter, and I'm able to use it in multiple ways to figure out what circle it's coming from and how I can be able to discuss that topic. And whether or not I will cover it of my interest. It's a lot better for sourcing. Because people refused in the past to provide me a link and expected me to stop what I was doing and look into it and research it for them live on air. Now they can research it for me, provide it to me, and I can look at it, and then I can decide if I'm going to dig into it on air. Because now all the links are in front of me, so that I don't have to go looking for shit. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm not upset with you or anyone. It's just, it was a very annoying thing to do.
Well, there was a big thing last year, just a lack of organization and etiquette. Like,
yeah.
I even mentioned to you about like minimum voice quality on recorded watch-togethers and stuff.
Correct. That was also a problem that we've also addressed. So, it's not even like I didn't listen to you then, because you know I obviously did. It was that I was unsure. Yeah, I was unsure about how I was going to go about it. And then Horror came along, and it has been simpler since then, because she has been one of the people who has kept the quality of that to make sure that the broadcast quality remains as it is. Yeah. Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's much easier than it was before.
It's actually a really good example of me bringing something up to you and you getting it addressed as quickly as you possibly could.
Yeah, because if you had been able to do the research for it, it would have been similar-ish in that design. But the speed at which I can research something, or myself and you and Oyster could have been able to research them, is going to be infinitely slower than the speed that the entire Discord can research something. And do so at the speed of picking through news, seeing shit on Twitter, and posting things that wouldn't be of interest to everyone who will be interested in it. And then if they're like, Carl should cover this on camera, they need to make sure that they do enough research that I don't have to do research. Because it's right there! All I gotta do is consume content and provide reactions for better content. It's a well-oiled machine that I want to continue chugging. With him.
Well, at least I know where to go if I do want to tag you.
Because I can't have people tagging me all over the service saying, like, Carl, you should look into this. Carl, you can look into this. Carl, you should look into this. Because we have to not have clutter of communication in the server. It needs to be focused and it needs to be in one place. That's why I renamed it to the current event station. It is where all the news of the server is going to go. It's also the reason why it has permissions in the new level and heights of access for those that don't have the ones that grant full access from having, put money in the pot to provide for the content you want, putting your money where your mouth is, etc., etc., etc. Which you could be able to do if you're able to subscribe to the channel today.
I'll go to Ko-Fi/SinglePlayerCarl.
It's more than just that, but that's one place you put it in the pot in the hat. Because I remade I just remembered I remade the stream again, so I had to repost that fucking link that I need to post, that I need to pin to the fucking chat. But I don't want conversations in the Afro Parlor to pull me around to look at the things that they say they want me to do. It either needs to be in podcast ideas, it needs to be in current event station, or if it's like the literal breaking news, somebody has not covered this yet, Carl, I need you to pay attention to this. They have to be smart about how they communicate that. Because if they do what that Spurg did, because that Spurg was so bad that he's a part of the rules of what not to do on my camera. If people communicate the information correctly, I can be able to address it like that. But like it says in my rule system, if there's something that they want to discuss to bring to my attention while I'm on air, they need to post about it in non-podcast chat, they need to post the content in the podcast ideas, and they need to make a thread, or they need to make a thread in Printing Press Express. They cannot just come up to me on air and say, Carl, give me your attention for 2 hours. I'm not having it. So it's unacceptable. It's not fair to me, or to the audience, or to the server. Anywho, did we have it? Was there any other opinions we had about Stellar Blade, or?
Well, I hadn't heard British Knight talk about it, or if he has any opinions.
You have any opinions?
Well, my big thing is that, predictably, within like 48 hours of this discourse beginning, there's now been examples of censorship of more progressive stuff, as I'll put it, and basically the very same people have turned right around and said, you can't censor that. So it is very much a very clear and obvious and predictable example of rules for thee but not for me.
Yeah. Fuck them.
It's funny.
Yeah, fuck them.
It's hilarious. It happens every time, and it becomes even more hilarious every single time.
I mean, yeah, fuck them. Yeah, fuck them. I'm putting the command into the title. The command is called pause. So if anybody ever gets confused and they're like, what am I supposed to do? What are the rules? I'm putting it, that's where it is. They can type that into the chat room, and it now triggers the bot on Nightbot to explain how this works.
Nice.
Okay. So, ultimately, here, in this situation, that will bring us to the next piece of content. Because if you're going to join into the watch together to join us for the content, if you're going to watch it with us, if you are going to also be interacting in it in the sense that you're going to pause it if there's a thought you want to express, it is important that you do it that way, because that will allow us to actually keep the conversation flowing as best as we can for the purposes in which we need to have them. Which then brings us to... Media literacy is dead. Actually, no, wait, no. The actual next one is actually Dimitri's video. Gamergate 2 will fail and it'll be your fault.
Gamergate 2. Gamergate 2.
Gamergate 2.
Gamergate 2.
Gamergate 2
is already failing, and it's your fault. Largely for the exact same reasons the original movement crumbled. But before we get into that, let's establish what Gamergate 2 even is. Back in 2023, I covered the consulting firm Sweet Baby Inc., with the notion of documenting why many Western games tend to feel narratively and aesthetically homogenized in recent years, whether they take place in a world akin to our own, one of fantasy, or anywhere in between. I didn't posit this was the sole reason, but presented it to be a factor, as the same people who were making games like Goodbye Volcano High were also taking part in the narrative writing and consulting of big-budget titles like God of War Ragnarok, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, Alan Wake 2, Suicide Squad, and Gotham Knights, which is just a few of the titles they contributed to, as their list of clients is quite expansive, where if you were to look at their specific roles throughout these games, you will be greeted with endless variations of story consulting with a focus on representation, sensitivity reading, and
but as we know from my reporting on Yaponomics, that is intentionally designed to remove the actual names of the people who were assigned to the projects and who did the writing, so that they don't actually have to tell you that they are not just doing those roles. They have the authority to make sweeping changes because they're being addressed as senior writers on the projects. And they're hiding the names of the people involved so that you can't be able to say exactly who did it, so that the nebulous argument can be used. You can't be able to criticize it. You don't know what they did. It's not public knowledge. They don't communicate it.
I'm sorry, but isn't that breaking some kind
Yes!
of law?
10 of them!
That's what I thought.
You're not allowed to claim the credit of being involved with the process of the game and hide yourself behind various forms and levels of criticism and protection, regardless of if you claim it's for protections of harassment or not, and at the same time try to own that credit as an example of why you should be allowed to continue what you're doing, unchallenged and unabated. It is fucking wrong. It is wrong because it is inherently being deceitful and deceptive. It requires you to trick people into basically not knowing what to do against you. It's not just a problem of choice paralysis. It is legally and literally misrepresenting how things are handled and why they're handled the way that they are. Because if I want to be able to criticize Kim Belair's writing style, I need to be able to know where are Kim Belair's writing credits. So, if I go to IMDb, put this up on the screen because I was about to change games, but if I put this up on the screen, and I go to something ahead of this, it's the mini player, and this should not be the same thing as this. This will be on this window, so here. So if I were to go to IMDb, and then after going to IMDb, and then I change the second window so it's on the one that's on IMDb, like a dumbass. If I go into IMDb and I type in Kim Belair, I should be capable of bringing up her writing credits on the games that she is assigned to, which would be this one. And as you can see, it shows her credits. Meanwhile, I go to Sweet Baby Inc., especially considering the fact of how many times they've edited shit on this website to try and get away from the fucking consequences of the shit that they are trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Not only when I go to the projects is it going to say, ah, you see, on Suicide Squad, all we did was work on script writing. We worked on banter and cutscenes and barks and audio logs, etc., which means you were working on world building. Okay, if you're working on world building, that means you're in the position of a junior executive writer. What was your credit for Suicide Squad? What was all of your credits for Suicide Squad amongst the writers? Let's look. Kim Belair, why is it that you, as the head of the company, why are you listed as just a writer? And why is Amy Lee Shaw, another person who is a writer, listed as a junior script writer? And then why is Grant K. Roberts, the one that had the fucking Adam's doing the everything glasses, who was the biggest fucking yapper, tooting his fucking horn saying, I can't believe I finally get to see a game that I wrote on on the things. You guys shouldn't talk about things you don't know about. Why are you listed as a lead script writer?
Man, seems like there's a lot of really illegal things going on here.
And then, while you could then say, like, Carl, how do you know that they're there? Because they actively pronounce themselves as a part of it. Because I checked their fucking didn't just check their IMDb, I also checked their LinkedIn. And those are their actual fucking names. And they are employed by Sweet Baby Inc. But hey, you know what I can't do? I can't go to Approach, I can't go to Outreach, I can't go to Newsletter or Contact and have a list of who is a part of this company. At no point in time, when you investigate any of these firms, do they put their fucking employee lists on their website. In fact, one of the ones, I believe it was GamerX, removed it. The reason they do that is so that they can be able to have both arguments. They want to be able to move nebulously from both arguments, whichever one suits them best. Oh, you see, we are so good at our job that these chuds, they can't be able to argue for the shit that we have. They won't accept the fact that, yeah, Kill the Suicide Squad didn't do well commercially, but you know which one did? Well, like other games that we were involved in. But why is it that you're not allowing us to see who's doing what? Well, the reason why is because we'll be harassed. Oh, really? I see. That makes sense. Okay. So you don't want people to know who's doing it so that they can't be harassed. Got it. But you're allowed to harass other people. And then you get to also close off the ability to respond to you. So you get to harass the gaming public. You get to destroy the gaming public's hobbies and the franchises that they're tied to and the games they want to play, but they're not allowed to address their concerns to you. But you are allowed to benefit from the money that comes with getting awards and accolades from SAG-AFTRA, WAG, BAFTA, and all the other gaming pedigree systems so that you can enrich your company and then secure more money and business that you weren't already securing if you weren't being conglomerized by ESG firms to be the people that they then hire to bring them into line with the ESG standard for them to receive the loan necessary to develop their game, which is a part of the loop and the corruption of the industry that causes you to even be relevant. Got it! It's not only illegal, but it will require you to call them on it, and for somebody actually to prosecute them for it. It also requires people that are not already on their side to basically give them a pass to say, listen, we need diversity, equity, and inclusion. We require it. I'm gonna hire them because they're my friends, because we need it. While a brown woman needs to tell you that you're a bigot, Carl. You're a Nazi, Carl.
Or my personal favorite, blackmail your supervisors in order to make sure that they get the people that you hire. That's a fun one, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's it's funny. It really is.
It is so fucking dumb.
Oh yeah, really fucking stupid.
But of course, there are people who are not even informed enough to know who Kim Belair is, which is why I did the research to look into her and who she is and what she does, so that they cannot use that narrative to justify the excuse of, well, you don't actually know what they believe. No, I do. I know what Kim Belair believes, and it's from her that all of this extends, because her worldview and philosophy is their worldview and philosophy, because her action plan for how to do what she wants involving her editing of games, she tells you in her fucking keynote speeches. She tells you in her presentations. Mm-hmm. It's all out there for you to find. If you're too lazy to do the research, then you deserve your shit being destroyed. They are telling you how they're going to kill you. They said they're going to kill you, and they told you when they're going to do it, how they're going to do it, what weapon they're going to do it, and exactly how they'd like to execute the finisher. And you said, haha, you're not going to do it, actually. Can you really blame them at that point if you're that inept and you are that incapable of self-preservation? Can you really be able to blame ESG, DEI, and the writers that wish to invoke it if you can't even take the interest for 5 seconds to defend your shit? No, you can't. I would blame you if you're one of those people who do that. And unfortunately, if you're somebody who stumps Cabritas Rambo and you expect him to do all the work for you, that all you have to do is follow a games list, and that's going to help you, that boycott alone will help you. No, it's boycott plus irksome friction and ingratiating notions, plus making sure that your arguments are rock solid stable, and that then when your opinions are accosted, when you say what you have to say, you keep it on point, you keep it on brand, you keep it on message, and you make clear and know that it's not because it's just on brand and that it's on point and it's on message, but it's because what you believe wholly of your own self. That nobody can be able to say, but you're just doing it for attention. You're just using this argument to win, right? No, I'm going to win because I'm right.
Mm-hmm. And every time you spurg out, that's just more ammo for the enemy. So think about these things.
And other similar sounding titles that ultimately imply they are heavily working with the developers to guide every story into a certain direction. Now, in the year or so following the release of this coverage, others also sought to document Sweet Baby's involvement in the industry, as well as identical companies. The increased awareness eventually leading to the true start of Gamergate 2 on February 29th, 2024. On this date, Chris Kindred, narrative designer at Sweet Baby, would launch his own harassment campaign at the Steam group Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, a curator page noting what video games the company worked on, simply using Sweet Baby's own website and other official credits. Chris in response would call for a complete shutdown of the group, its creator, and anybody associated. Unfortunately for him, they inevitably kicked up such a storm in their attempts to silence the group that mass media attention would be brought to Sweet Baby Inc. To exemplify the scope of that, at the time of their complaints, the group had around 3,000 members, but by the end of the month it was 300,000, and currently still growing. Whereas with the coverage continuing to escalate, the Gamergate 2 moniker would be adopted from both sides of the argument, and with that title, returned all the same malignant issues that ended up derailing the original Gamergate into becoming ineffective and irrelevant.
Pause. I don't think it was adopted by both sides. What happened was that the enemies defined the terms, and the retards that are the loudest decided to say, okay!
Yep.
Instead of maintaining momentum and bringing awareness to the slimy business practices of games journalists and the ideological rot infestation in the games industry. The numerous grifters who attached themselves to the movement instead cared more about protecting their brand image. Discourse moved away from talking about legitimate issues and their causes to responding to whatever claim the media leveraged against Gamergate participants that week. We're not sexist, we actually love diversity, you're the real racist, became the calling cards of every YouTuber who weighed in on the topic after just a few months. And the same thing is starting to occur again. This can already be found in the Steam group this all started from. You'll find post after post from the average users up to moderators actively defending the goals of Sweet Baby, simply stating that the actual problem is the company's approach. Any discussion of said company's politics is met with banning or punishment, trying to downplay the very existence of such a thing. All this is seemingly at the behest of trying to prove they're not the clean bigots sites like Kotaku paint them as. And honestly, it feels like the entire group itself has been turned into the owner's own personal grab at eFame, as it's far more focused on shilling streams of games from companies deep into the very thing this group is supposed to be criticizing, more so than addressing larger problems in the industry. So I guess history's repeating in more ways than one. The content creator side doesn't fare any better. For example, YouTubers like The Act Man, who had previously defended censorship and mocked those concerned about such issues in the past, has begun switching it up since the gamers are getting some headway in the discussion. But this is just how these people operate. No matter the topic, you can see these influencer types constantly switching sides for whatever is the more supported group at the time, or if there's profit to be made. Just look at the paid review the Act Man did for Payday 3, which mysteriously had the title change once the game was released to the public. Zero consistency all around. Thus these types will abandon these opinions all the same when enough articles call the movement bigoted, no different than Gamergate 1 figures like Chris Raygun before them. Conversely, you do have creators who are more genuine with their views, but fall into similar trappings due to ignorance or willful ignorance, such as Eric July, falsely attributing DEI's lack of hold on the Japanese markets, when some of the biggest gaming companies in the world, such as Capcom, Sony, Sega, Square Enix, and even the very company that owns Pokemon, not just its international branch, have departments dedicated to it. But
Pause, that's not the same thing. However, I understand and Dimitri has a point. Because the problem is that those localization arguments only exist because there are Westerners that have probably agitated and have gotten them into the position where they're buck broken to bend for it and do it. If it weren't for the fact that they have the ability to put a sword of Damocles over your head, they would not have those localization departments. Because it is Western imperialism being proposed upon Japanese standards. Why is it that a Saudi Arabian prince who bought SNK wants SNK to grow in a Japanese environment and continue to belabor itself with its own efforts and with its own intentions of being authentically themselves and as Japanese as possible? Meanwhile, Capcom is bending over backwards to the position of the fucking bullshit that is being expressed in its veracity. Which is crazy in itself, because actually, there's a thread that I just fucking looked at just now that is a part of exactly why that's important. I'm going to put it on screen real quick. Specifically, right, there's the wrong window, right here. When somebody comes along and says something fucking retarded, such as the response this person gave to me, with somebody being hypocritical about Goonergate boycotts, my response to them, from what I said, is the sheer ridiculous strawman that it is. Saying to me, specifically, in response to this, so where's the Gamergate movement about those problems instead of the multiple ones about your toys not being hoarded enough? First off, retard, there's only one movement. If you're going to criticize a movement, you're criticizing the movement in its direction and its purposes. Secondly, you want there to be separate movements about workplace abuse. You want there to be separate movements about predatory microtransactions. You want there to be separate movements about games being a constant buggy mess. You want there to be separate movements about censorship? No. How about I put it all in one place and I remind you that it is ridiculous as of a straw man for you to try this shit. That is why I do not like people that are stupid, trying their best to tell other people that they are uninformed about, that they're the uninformed ones. This is clearly fucking cap. This is clearly fucking projection. This is clearly fucking delusion. And the inability to address these comments, questions, and concerns is why you niggas cannot deal with these goddamn problems and why your ass is getting whooped by niggas like me. Because I do my research and you do not. I think about these things and you do not. The fact that you cannot square the circle, that it's false advertising being used to set up customers for a bait and switch, being inherently a big problem of AAA and indie developed marketing, especially for Sony, is fucking obnoxious. When he says, so where is it? Where is those movements? They're literally everywhere around you, jackass. You don't care to listen or look for them because you clearly don't care enough to research it, to educate yourself and align yourself with them. You also do not need a movement to be against them, by the way. You can literally decide in and of yourself if you're going to support something or not. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. You know you can do it. You don't want to do it. Stop cap.
Or you can just do the actual thing of doing the work yourself.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't want to do the work himself. That's why he's saying, well, where are those movements? Where are they? Where are the movements? The movements are literally happening all around you. Everyone's having the conversation with you, dumbass. It's so fucking tiring. Because we just talked about this before. It's so fucking tiring. Resume.
Perhaps worst of all is a common talking point among creators, displayed most aptly to us in a tweet by the almighty Lolly. Quote, Gamergate didn't kick off through politics. It was Zoe Quinn having sex with journalists for positive coverage for her
Five
game.
guys.
Gamergate 2 didn't kick off with politics. It was Sweet Baby gunning for a Brazilian guy just for pointing out they exist. They made it about politics to obfuscate. This displays a few things. Most notable in statements like these, without fail, is the idea that these issues aren't political. Even going back to Gamergate Classic, the movement was in fact started by someone receiving biased coverage for sexual favors, bringing a spotlight to the questionable ethics of gaming journalists. But surely, for such a statement to exist at the scale it did, this wasn't the only unethical coverage that took place in the industry. So the question becomes, what were the other concerns?
Everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and you have to point it all out.
Thanks, Anita.
Been a while since I heard that one. But that really summarizes it well, doesn't it? The problems people had with the games journalist industry was the ideology pushing. Demonizing games and their creators as sexist, bigoted, racist, as well as many other terms if it didn't fall in line with their left-wing political views, and generally pushing for a certain narrative in the industry by only propping up what falls within these politics, instead of honest coverage. Admitting this doesn't mean you wouldn't have an issue if the politics were reversed, but to claim no political basis is you obfuscating the problem. Even the main figurehead who brought such attention to the original Gamergate was Mr. Medicare, a man who's on the complete opposite side of the political spectrum, with his career being garnered over mocking SJWs and his original Quinspiracy series. The movement has a political basis any way you look at it. But ignoring the constant revisionism at play of the past...
Pause. The problem with attacking it from this angle and saying it was never political. The problem isn't that it wasn't political or that it didn't become political. It was not based in politics. In the politics of the business. This was started because a woman fucked 5 reporters and got good coverage in trade for sexual favors and in trade for moving themselves up in the business world so that they did not have to do the hard part of growing a business and growing a name for herself and doing the work and having the ethics, doing the shit in general. That's what started it. That's what started Gamergate. That's what started Gamergate 1. Gamergate 1 was created from the events of Zoe Quinn and then from the conversation of ethics and journalism. It became out of hand when content creators chose to increase their career by increasing their brand recognition through using it for optics. And then, when they had no longer use of it, they moved on to the next thing. The same way as all the cultural locusts that destroy hobbies and then move on to the next popular product to convert it into their new platform to rant about their politics before consuming that product and moving on to the next popular product. Gamergate 2 was jumped off by a Brazilian man being harassed by a DEI consultancy firm of many that exist, and that consultancy firm being incapable of squaring the circle of how it's acceptable to claim that you're being harassed, and because harassment is when people look up your IMDb credits and know that you're a person who wrote a thing and want to know the games that you worked on, and then make a list about games that you worked on. But it is not harassment to try and put streamers on the list for playing a Wizard video game, because you decided that anybody who plays the game not only is now engaging in a political action of transgender violence, but if they do so willingly, now being aware and abreast of the argument about how you should not be supporting J.K. Rowling, that if Joanna gets your scalp and gets your money for the Wizard game, you deserve to be put on a list like a you, and then harassed because you are on the list. That means you deserved it. Despite the fact that that list didn't actually list if you actually streamed the game, it tracked the Twitch API for something that's called activities, that when you change the title of your stream, it looks at the activity API and says that you played the game because you changed your category to Hogwarts Legacy at some point, and therefore, if you've ever changed it once onto it, even if you didn't actually play the video game, you're considered a part of the problem, which is a failure of the API. If you're not actively playing the game, or the better parameter, within the time period in which the game was released, you did not play the game on the platform which is looking for your metrics, for your standards, for your values, then that competitive basis would be a better way to argue whether or not you were or were not a part of, quote, the problem. But even then, by going to the nines, you're demonstrating that that is, in fact, part of the problem. That I should not have a person telling me that it's a crime and a hate speech to make a list about games I want to buy and don't want to buy, and that by omitting them from said list, I have committed a hate speech. Because if I make a list of games that I don't want to play, and Sweet Baby is on it, I'm a Nazi racist. If I make a list of games that I want to play, and Sweet Baby is not on it, I've still done a Nazi. And the reason I've done a Nazi is because I don't have games from on the list. What's the problem, Carl? Are you a fucking racist Nazi? Obviously not. It's all an entire ploy to say it's okay when I do it, and it's not okay when you do it. And because of the hypocrisy ad infinitum, they will not let this shit go. Fucking sin. But there's nothing we can do about it. The only way to deal with it is to ignore these people and remove their power by disabusing them of the notion. But to disabuse them of the notion, you have to rob them of their power the right way. And there are too many retards to do that the right way. Truly, truly.
Yep.
Yes, Molly Dolly, I am a live streamer. We talk about things in a chat room on a show that's called the VsChat. It's the content versus the chat. And we talk about it. Hey, yo! Also, I know exactly who that is, but I'm going to disregard that.
Okay.
Trust me, it was about the thing we were talking about earlier. Disregard. Do not rise. Do not rise to Barb. I shouldn't rise to Barb. But like I told Xerus what I told him. Anyways. Resume chat.
I got it.
Let's focus on the
I was
present
not. I was
for a
mentally
moment
preparing
by
myself.
looking at how the company that this all started from.
I was mentally preparing myself.
Sorry.
No, this is related to something different. This is related to something entirely different.
Okay.
It's not the time yet.
Want me to resume?
Hold on. I'll start it myself here.
Yeah.
It's not the time yet. However, I need to take a swing out of that. And I need to send that to Xerus. That's what I was waiting for.
It is frustrating. You think it would be easy just to say, hey, I just don't like your shit writing. That's where I'm at with that. Like, I really don't care about people's appearances or whatever box you have to tick. Just don't feed me something that insults my intelligence. That's it. And people can't even do that. Like, all I can say is, like, tell me a story. That's all I want. You're a storyteller. Tell me a story. If I say that story sucks, that story sucks. But no, you have to make this whole fucking kerfuffle mess over this fucking bullshit.
I had to vet with another person. I don't think that's the person who I thought it was. Still, I'm double checking, because you could never know. I was told that the person in question that I could have mistaken this for is supposed to be somebody who is at work. And assumptively, it must be a job where they're not allowed to use their cell phones. Oh no! Either way, it's kind of crazy for you to come into a chat for the first time, because I'm pretty sure you're a first-time chatter, Molly Dolly. Still, I wanted to communicate that to him. Anywho, now I can resume.
From presents themselves on their website. Quote, our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video game industry. Purposeful changes they believe to be done for the betterment of the industry are most observable in games they worked on that are sequels to past releases, such as the previously mentioned Alan Wake 2, Spider-Man 2, God of War 2, and technically even Suicide Squad.
Yes! He threaded the needle! Yes!
Resulting in race swaps ranging from needing to manifest a second Deadshot than the one established in the prior Arkham games. Characters in Norse mythology, or most telling is how Alan Wake's Saga Anderson was originally white before Sweet Baby's involvement. Then there's the downplaying of titular characters for more diverse new leads.
Yes! Yes! Yes, Femboy! Yes!
Working of female characters' roles and physical appearance in the story, as well as the removal of any aspect deemed problematic. All things they seem to want to directly flaunt at the audience, just so you know everything you used to enjoy was actually bad.
Yes! Yes, Dimitri, yes! Oh my god! Oh, bring them balls here! Bring them balls here, Dimitri! I'll give you the top myself! I will give you the top myself. Oh my god. This is how you thread the needle on this argument, chat. That's what I'm talking about. Make it clear. Make it explicit. Don't give them the excuses. Yes! Yes! That's how you do it! Yes! Oh my god, play it again, Carl. Oh yes, play it again for the recording, Carl. Say that shit again. Talk that talk, nigga. Talk that talk, nigga.
That are sequels to past releases, such as the previously mentioned Alan Wake 2, Spider-Man 2, God of War 2, and technically even Suicide Squad. Resulting in race swaps ranging from needing to manifest a second Deadshot to one established in the prior Arkham game.
Putting it on screen so you can't see he's lying.
How Alan Wake's Saga Anderson was originally white before Sweet Baby's involvement. Then downplaying
demonstrating the example in history and time and establishing context.
Female characters' roles and physical appearance in the story, as well as the removal of any aspect deemed problematic. All things they seem to want to directly flaunt at the audience, just so you know everything you used to enjoy was actually bad.
And then hammering it home to show the Dante references and how they want you to know, nigga, we know you don't like it, and I'ma mock you about it anyways. Yes, Lord! Yes, Lord! Yes! Yes! This is how you make content! Yes! 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 If everybody behaved like Carl and everybody made content like Dimitri, we would not have these problems no more. We wouldn't have these problems no more.
There were so many people that would be like, they're cryptically talking about this in a way that, you are pointing out the diverse people as being bad. It's like, no, fuck you. We have receipts.
We have receipts. And he's got a tiny mini skirt! Oh, fuck me.
I do like the touch of the tank.
The touch, the feel of cotton. The panties of our lives. We're belligerent.
Yeah.
We're belligerent.
Yeah, right.
Brian Intihar of Spider-Man 2, in fact, gives us some insight into how these and many other decisions are approached.
Give people stuff you know they want, so you can inject things that maybe they aren't familiar with, or maybe they don't know they want, but make them like that stuff.
So, trick them. Trick them like you trick it.
Brainwash them. You brainwash them.
I mean, brainwashing is not accurate, because brainwashing implies that you have them captive in a position in which they cannot resist what is being done. You're tricking them. When you think of brainwashing, yes, Spider-Man, I'm going to get all of Gotham to be against you. It'll never work, Joker. You cannot be able to brainwash them. Oh, but I can, Batman. I've already got Scarecrow on my side. The fear toxin has already made them all think that Gamergate 2 is based. By them embarrassing themselves on the internet, I will automatically win, Batman. There are too many gooners in this city, and I've already made sure that the only safe place to be is Arkham Asylum. I'm going to make a web post, Batman, and make the entire world turn on Gotham. Then it'll be Metropolis, then it'll be Central City. By the time it finally reaches Star Labs and into the skies to the jail watchtower, I will have gotten to you, Batman. I will have the last laugh, Batman. Why, Joker? Why would you do it? Because they canceled my favorite game, Batman! I'm tired of the woke propaganda making it embarrass me. Did you see how they made me look in the last game, Batman? This is not how I appear and look. Who is this silly boy? This isn't Joaquin Phoenix. So no, they are definitely tricking people. They're tricking them into doing it by trying to do sleight of hand.
I see your point. But it is also a captive audience at this point.
Yes, they are indeed. They are indeed captive, but that's why they do it with sequels. Yeah. They trick you to come in so that they can hit you with the bait and switch. If it happens, they cannot. You are gonna have a harder time to say that, bro. But it's cringe though. Really, it's cringe though. But it sold millions of dollars. Okay, bro. Like, no, they literally told you. They said it on a panel. The man said it with his own words and lips. Are you dumb? You're coping though. No, they're all doing it. They're all telling you it. Like I said, it's in their keynote speeches. It's in their interview panels. It's in their fucking blog posts. Just read them and research them. If you won't do the work, you expect me and Dimitri to do it for you? No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't wait for us to do it. It's great that we are. But now you have a working example. So what's stopping you from doing this yourself? I made my videos. He made his videos. What's stopping you, big boy? Pick up a camera. Pick up a camera and get a cracked version of Vegas Pro 14. Chop, chop. Get to crafting.
They come in a series you're already invested in, with the distinct goal of injecting these values and beliefs because they know they already have you on the line. Their ideal is quite literally changing everything you enjoy to reflect their own worldview, where you're force-fed it, until you like it, or more accurately, accept it. But if that doesn't sound politically motivated to you, then let's listen to the CEO of Sweet Baby this time.
If you're a creative working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher-ups.
Oh, I'm giving that nigga the top. He used... Oh, I'm giving that nigga the top. Yes, Dimitri. Yes, Dimitri. Yes. 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 The exact second that needed to be clipped from the 2019 GDI intervention or convention for her keynote speech for representation in the story. Yes. Yes, nigga. Yes, nigga. Yes.
And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
Kim Belair,
blackmail, you
sees
say?
No issue admitting that they try to push these values on developers if they ever receive backlash, which isn't to say they always do. I'm positive there are plenty of people in this industry with similar ideological goals, and Kim implies this herself. But she also brazenly brought up these cases where they butt heads with developers, which leads us to an interesting question, doesn't it? Why would they view themselves as having so much power in this situation, especially when dealing with their bosses? Well, a simple answer could very well be what Kim said, the threat of being seen as a bigot as a form of blackmail. But it runs deeper, as Sweet Baby, despite getting the brunt of the media attention, is not the source of the problems in the industry. They are a mere symptom. One of many, in fact, as several other similarly designed companies exist. Black Girl Gamers, Hit Detection, Balance Patch, Silver String Media, GamerX, Dragon Baby, Weird Ghost, Bare Knuckle, Then Henshin if we're talking anime, as well as several others I am less familiar with. Some of these companies even having direct ties to the original Gamergate with whom is running them. But as for their similar operations, we're not simply referring to the fact that they're consulting companies. As when Sweet Baby and similar are attacked, the idea is put forth that gamers are conspiracy theorists, that they're freaking out over the norm of the existence of consulting companies. But this is of course gaslighting. There is obviously a need and desire for that type of work historically, and if you want a positive example, then look no further than Ghost of Tsushima. This is a game made by American-based company Sucker Punch, taking place on the Japanese island. When developing the game, they spoke to both historians surrounding the period they were covering, as well as a consultant to help them understand the art.
I swear I'm gonna suck him off. I swear I'm gonna suck him off.
Creating an authentic experience.
I swear I'm gonna suck him off. The fact, you gotta understand. I'm sorry, what?
Okay. No. Slight criticism. Slight one.
Okay.
The fact that haikus didn't exist around that time. That was like the only thing. Like,
okay.
Yeah, everything else is
but
accurate to that point.
Okay, but the thing that I was gonna glaze here is that he made the difference of why it is important to demonstrate. One, he showed off more than just SBI amongst the consultancy firms, including the ones that I've mentioned in my video, and the ones that I said there are definitely more than just them. And two, he has now made the distinction between an SBI firm and an actual authentic history firm. So no, not all consultancy firms are bad. And now you have an example as to why they can be good in the correct context. No longer can you now glaze that argument. Take it off the table, it's gone. One less tool you get to use to argue for justification. I will lick his balls. I will lick his... I'ma lick him.
No, I'm just saying that it's just a slight one on
those
that.
who could elevate the experience by helping them reach greater historical accuracy. It was so successful that the developers were honored as tourism ambassadors. But that's not the kind of service these Sweet Baby tier consulting companies are serving. We've already seen them admit their goal is to come in and change things people already enjoy as a Trojan horse, to insert their agenda pushing. But to make a more direct comparison to the story of Tsushima, I'd like to once again look back at Spider-Man 2. In the game, Miles Morales has a Puerto Rican flag in his home, as he's half Puerto Rican. Except, wait a minute, that's the Cuban flag, that the devs then had to patch out later to make it the proper flag. This is their whole that they're the experts in diversity and representation, yet they couldn't even bother Googling what the correct flag for a country is. Comparing these people to actual consulting companies is insulting. But it goes further. The Spanish subtitles for the game were near incomprehensible to native speakers, because when localized, they were instructed to use the American liberal Latinx presentation of the language. So any words that are gendered had their spellings altered to be more inclusive, turning it into something no one actually speaks or knows. They butchered an entire language because everything is strictly done through this progressive lens, whether it's actually beneficial to the product or the people they champion. These consulting companies don't exist because of some practical value. They exist because of political motivations and a system of incentives set by ESG. Most of you watching this are probably already at least vaguely familiar with ESG, or environmental social governance, how immensely powerful investment firms such as BlackRock are using their capital to compel companies into complying ideologically. Nowadays, you'd be hard-pressed to find a major developer or publisher that does not have a section on their website assuring their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, for this exact reason.
Yep.
In contrast, many enlightened centrists and disingenuous leftists like to espouse lines like, all of this is happening for purely capitalistic reasons. There is no political motivation behind such ESG incentives. Companies are only being pressured into such behavior because it's simply good business. These would all be great points to make if it was anywhere close to reality. Vanguard, an investment firm of comparable scale to BlackRock, managing over $8 trillion in assets behind their ESG initiative, stated in a 2023 financial report that they withdrew from ESG because it provided no advantage or profit over more broad-based investing. The article later followed this up by saying, ESG investment vehicles have higher expense ratios than their non-ESG alternatives. But this isn't just the case at the level of transnational financial management, as when we look at these game companies that involve themselves with ESG, or the now more used term DEI, this expense becomes obvious. Recently, the Pokemon Company International, so their Western branch, had a listing for a position within DEI, which would pay north of $200K a year, and considering they would most likely not be hiring just one person in this department, that number balloons fast. Even if it was just 3 or 4 people, you'd be looking at around $900K a year. And what is that money giving you, the consumer, you ask? Well, we can already see it in all branches of the Pokemon Company. The mainline series had its iconic art style desecrated in Gen 9, replacing it with something more akin to a knockoff mobile game, whereas the concept of gender is simply an amorphous blob. Meanwhile, the international branch, even before this position, was already pumping out B-Mail shows focused on diversity and saying, hey, remember childhood? The bullet point list of every American piece of media now. Then further, there's the Go branch, which as stated in the past, I believe to be the start of this American-centric shift. But even this division got its own set of updates for the modern age recently, changing the character models to be more reflective of the real world, as they say, which fans are not happy with, but it does perhaps demonstrate how things are never enough. The goalposts for DEI in these areas just keeps moving. So people who spent real-world money to make a character they identify with, well, sorry, everything has...
Oh, well, I guess I should ask, what did I miss?
A lot.
Yeah, I ended up being out longer because...
I know. I predicted it.
Well, it's just like Mom, yeah, we all wanted to go out to eat. We all wanted to go out to eat, so...
Oh, you're here now. That's all that matters.
To be an ugly, genderless blob.
The link. It's kind of. We have covered one video and a half because we're currently halfway through Dimitri Monroe's video on Gamergate 2 will fail and it'll be your fault, which are all the links I posted in the chat when you were still here before you had to leave. And we were able to talk about Stellar Blade and actually make proper use of the Printing Press Express to be able to use it as a springboard for conversations, because I'm going back and forth between it. If I see any news stories there that were worth covering, or any things on Twitter that are worth covering, since this is technically a versus chat. And so far, there have been multiple things inside of Dimitri's video that have been great for springboards and for clips discussing it, because Dimitri has a very good understanding of exactly what he needs to find out in his video to remove the justification argument for any kind of leftoid, to try and take it out of context to win. But you were here when I explained the rules and how we do things for the chat today. But if anybody else is confused and does not know, there is now a command that is now in the title called pause that will explain exactly how people need to communicate in the chat should they have something that they want to say. The rule is still in effect.
Okay.
It's really hard to summarize the entirety of a discussion without really, like, beaming the information into your brain.
Of every American piece of media now. Then further, there's the Go branch, which as stated in the past, I believe to be the start of this American-centric shift. But even this division got its own set of updates for the modern age recently, changing the character models to be more reflective of the real world, as they say, which fans are not happy with, but it does perhaps demonstrate how things are never enough. The goalpost for DEI in these areas just keeps moving. So people who spent real-world money to make a character they identify with, well, sorry. Everything has to be an ugly, genderless blob to be inclusive now. And pay special attention to the gender these complaints belong to, because despite the narrative being sold, anytime a product actually has a player base of women, they are some of the biggest complainers when designs are affected, particularly in character creation. Suffice to say, it's a money sink, with no value to the common folk buyer. It's no surprise that companies like Sega, Blizzard, or Sony, who heavily market themselves with their focus on ESG in recent years, are announcing bigger and bigger layoffs. Microsoft being the latest example, as right next to their current guidelines for games telling developers they can't so much as add a single curve to a woman, you can find articles announcing a cut of another 2,000 employees. So while there are certainly more factors at play to this loss of jobs and money, it is not demonstrable that ESG has helped any of these businesses, and if anything, it's resulted in less profits. The only reason for such things to exist then is strictly political motivation. To that end though, I get the people who want to try and ignore politics and point fingers at the other side to say they're the real racists, they're everything they accuse us of. Because while ESG is asking companies to pay again upwards of $900K a year to add more brown people to games, we've already had that for free and better. Forspoken, consulted by Black Girl Gamers, is a game synonymous with this topic.
Get their ass,
being
get
such
their
a
ass.
colossal failure that it killed the subsidiary studio that created it, where the main character has thus become a laughingstock for their Marvel movie tier quips and other annoying tricks. But BGG and other defenders will often posit that this mockery, as well as other forms of dislike toward Forspoken, simply stem from the fact that the protagonist is a black female.
Yes!
Sony had a dark female protagonist that was beloved by many, which was Gravity Rush's cat. In fact, it's quite ironic, because Sony didn't have the power to play down her series.
Remember, if I can't do it within seconds, you should be able to do it.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt. But the fact that they constantly go with that thing really hurts people
What
like me
thing?
who are the thing in which they are doing with Faye, in which they're blaming it on her being black as opposed to her being a terrible character, really hurts my side on this, because I am creating like diverse characters, and I can't have people just simply going like, oh, this has a black lead, I'm not going to do anything about it, I'm not going to engage with it completely, because obviously you're just going to have a badly written character. And I hate the fact that it's synonymous with that.
Yeah, I don't like it either, because like there are games in like a series that have like a naturally diverse cast without it being mandated, and all those characters are mostly written pretty fine. It's just that over the years I noticed they wanted specific types of diversity that are like I guess acceptable to portray, because I think I might have saw this in another server because we were talking about it. It says like the only kind of acceptable black men that's okay to portray in Hollywood are like nerds.
Nerds and wusses.
No, it goes a little deeper. It goes a little deeper. Nerds, the magical Negro, old Negro, the guy in a interracial relationship with a white woman. And need to see if I can look for it. I can probably post it.
Don't forget the sassy gay nerd.
Yes.
And
They said one of them was a gay man. One of them was a sassy gay man.
Now remember, Saf, because we have the Printing Press Express now, you don't have to go looking for it. You can post it in the server, and then it will be at your fingertips.
No, it was an image somebody else posted, and it was in a different server. Sorry. And where can I put this?
You can put it inside of a post of Printing Press Express. Write the title of the post that you're going to make in the form, like the style of a newsletter post in a newspaper, and then link the information that's a part of it, if it is enough for a news story. Do you feel like it's enough for a news story?
No, it's just, this is just an example.
Then you post it inside the voice chat. You can post it inside the voice chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just a meme that you want to
well, not quite a meme. It's just like it's this image.
I see.
It's I don't know if that's true of John Boyega's character in Star Wars.
It became like that. At first, it wasn't like that, but it became.
Are you describing the picture?
Yes, I put it in CCM1 chat. Hollywood acceptable black male archetypes.
Okay.
In The Force Awakens, he's a lot more, capable. The 2 movies after that, yeah, that's a lot more apt.
Yeah, there's a couple. There's some actors on here that I can't fucking remember the name of, but obviously the most obvious one that comes to mind all the time is Nakutigawa. That's the flamboyantly gay one. The nigga's all over everything, and it's actually a common thing that he shows up in places. And he's one of those. He is the kind of actor that has been afforded the position that comes with him claiming that I have so much skill, I'm so good at my job. And he's not one of those. He's one of those. He's one of the talented British actors that has done stage plays first, the same way that you could say Patrick Stewart did, and then got an acting career. And then, instead of, because technically all of them leaned into politics, but instead of continuing to say, yeah, but I'm actually good at my job though, so suck my nuts, he instead decided to say, no, I had to be twice as good in order for me to get half the attention. And it's like, but nigga, you live in the British Isles. Meritocracy is the bread, butter, tea, and crumpets of your fucking culture. And you're playing the Doctor. And you think that what you should do to the Doctor as a character is, what if I was to defeat a Dalek with a death drop?
Oh god.
That's not a joke. That's not a joke.
He's not joking about that. He's not joking about that.
Maybe we should watch that video. Maybe if I put those, maybe if you hear the words be read by the text, or rather by the presenter from the interview where he said that, that'll cause you even more pain.
Man, Doctor Who's just been cooked.
Niggas more cooked than fucking Jack Barrowman.
But back to the matter at hand.
I mean, was that not the end of the thought?
Well, yeah, I guess.
I would say you pretty much hammered out all you needed to know. Was there anything else?
I got nothing else. Got some Saffron?
No, I don't have anything else. We can continue with the video.
Okay, resume.
I'll click it.
Marketing.
Like I said, the person who's pausing it should be the person who's resuming it.
And
preferably.
So much more. It's like they wanted to forget her, even if fans did. She found success despite the more aggressive attempts to erase her, as the Jim Ryan so encouraged. But of course, those race baiters would never even entertain a conversation about this, because it's not about there being a brown person or a woman. It's about there being a liberal-approved caricature of one. Do you think San Andreas could exist in this ESG era? A game in which some of the most iconic black characters in Western gaming come from? Absolutely not. Despite someone on Twitter definitely writing the laughingstock of a tweet saying, if it was released today, it would be called woke. It couldn't. And this is proven time and time again. Rockstar literally had press releases saying they're going to move away from any depiction of a minority that can be seen as problematic or harmful. So we're in this Urkelification era of gaming, where these characters all conform to the same rigid progressive interpretation of what someone with a dark skin tone has to look. And
why they do my man's Urkel like that? At least he was actually charismatic.
For falling back on this defensive tactic. I genuinely do. But it's pointless for the very reason I just discussed. The same way they discredit characters that don't fall into this narrow view, they do the same to real people. Pointing out that these movements are comprised of multiple shades of individuals. We're saying you're black.
Goddamn. I'm gonna kiss you on the mouth, Dimitri. Mwah! She literally said it. She literally said it. And then I said, you know why? Hey, told you. Yes!
Yourself. Well, that's just gonna get you called in Uncle Tom.
Yes, sir!
Oh, man!
Racist competition.
Oh, I feel
they
that.
just redefine what counts as racism. Look no further than the fact that the majority of these diversity consulting companies have employees openly making derogatory remarks toward white people on their social media, whether it's in relation to their very existence in the world or the video game industry. In fact, because this is the only form of hatred liberals are allowed to express, instead of putting it under some guise, we've even seen the definition of white people extend to certain demographics of Asians at times, with Katie Robinson of Compulsion Games doing just that. But there is no greater example of how vile their minds work than something I'd be remiss if I did not bring up in this video. The fact that Chris Kindred of Sweet Baby, at the passing of Akira Toriyama's death, perhaps the most influential creator of our time, a man who has touched just about every part of this world with his influence on the creative fields he was a part of, took a moment to attack his legacy's lack of black representation. The body wasn't even cold. These are some of the most vile people to ever exist, and are the very definition.
I'm gonna pause on that one. Chris Kindred makes me extremely angry about that, considering that this nigga never read Dragon Ball.
Well, you see, the problem is that he wants attention. So technically, by pausing to talk about it, you're still allowing him to conglomerize your mind.
I understand that, but I still need to get that fury out.
I know. Punch a pillow. Punch a pillow. You can't let this nigga win. You can't let him win. Don't let him butt break you.
That's funny. That's hilarious.
But yes, it is disrespectful.
All these motherfuckers only care about is just the donut lip shit. They never actually care about what the character is actually about.
Well, you see, they can only be able to censor for the attention if you are able to do the bit, and the bit doesn't work if you're not able to harass people about the fact that they're doing the bit. In order for them to harass about the fact and constantly agonize forever about, but look, he did a Jim Crow, yeah, but he learned from it. What did the characters look like now?
And even when they look like that, then, like, come man.
It's not even. Yes, yeah, I know. It's not even a logistical point that actually has a logical follow through, because it's not intended to. It's fuck you, I don't like him. So if it doesn't have any actual merit to its value, I'm just going to treat it as what it is, a bard, and I'm going to pull it out of my jean pocket. I'm gonna take it out my shoe, so it doesn't bother me anymore. Because unfortunately, if I fell into a sticker brush bush because I was busy swatting flies around my head, flies that would only be around my head because I chose to involve myself in shit, it would be my fault. And yes, it is. It's aggravating to no end. I'm with you right there. Trust me. If I wasn't telling you it's not even worth getting into because it's not even material, it would be great. Because we know the reason he did it was because he wanted attention. Because he just came back off of a ban. Gotta remember, he got banned for his comments. And either he waited out the ban, and also some things that he took down and posted. So he probably had to censor himself to get his unban. And then immediately when he came back, what did he do? He pivoted. He realized, fuck, everybody knows what I did now. I can't agonize about this pain point and act as though I am an innocent victim, because they know I'm full of shit. So now I'm gonna harass Asmongold and talk about Dragon's Dogma 2. We know that this nigga is not actually about that life. We know that he's not. We all know that he's not. So, even circling on the pain point of, well, he knows he's foul and he knows he's wrong, he does. He doesn't care. He wants to win. So understanding that he wants to win, we gotta address the fact that he can't. He can't win on this. He might win in the generalized, he can't keep getting away with it sense, but he's not getting away with it. The nigga got mocked. That's why he moved and pivoted. So if we allow people to let the pivot for them, then we're not really going to be able to solve the problem as a whole. We'll just be stuck here. And I don't want to be stuck here. I don't want to give him any more thought than he deserves to have. He deserves to be the way he thinks he can treat other people, as a footnote. So the more we give him, the worse it'll get. So the best thing to do when concerning Kindred and his shit, and Chris Kindred and his kin is a better way to do that for the bit. You have to ignore the fact that they're doing it and just push past it. Do you think they regard chuds while they harass the chuds? No, they push past you. Give them the energy that they give you. Use their tactics and their tools against them. And remove their ability to say that's not fair, because you know they're going to be hypocrites. Once you know that they're being hypocrites, there's no reason for you to even concern yourself with it, because that's just going to be optics problems. Granted, it's not about optics. It's about the fact that it's a whole opinion. But don't optics cuck. Realistically, if you optics cuck and you can't, if you can't deal with it past that, then it's a problem. Like, it's not making you gibbering mad, but you can't go mad all the time, because there are people who use that. It's a little different, but it is technically, in the purposes of the argument it can apply to, is no different than Spurglord spurging. It's not necessarily spurging, it's actually just concerning yourself with the fact that you know he's not being truthful. But it will still be seen as spurging. They don't care. They're not going to use the words correctly. They are dedicated, and they have no job upon which they should dedicate themselves to believing and seeing it and understanding it the way that they should understand it. And we know that they won't. So why bother trying? We just have to treat it how we gotta treat it. I know, it sucks. You gotta treat it how we gotta treat it. They're not gonna tell the truth. They won't tell the truth as long as they're given the ability to disabuse themselves of the notion. So we just gotta accept it, and it is what it is. It is what it is.
I gotcha. I understand.
Okay.
Doesn't make any less frustrating, but I do understand.
I know. Punch a pillow. Punch a pillow.
Yeah. Yep. I'll be fine. It's cool.
Okay. Resume.
Okay, resuming.
Than sheep's clothing. To that end, they portray themselves as an ideology of wholesome equal opportunists, yet they're only motivated by hatred. Why do you think none of these journalists and companies had an issue? When trans activists made a list to harass and blacklist any individual who played Hogwarts Legacy. Perhaps an even more direct comparison. Why have they never cared about the multitude of de nouveau lists made to avoid any game with such a feature, in the same manner as the Sweet Baby list? The answer is because they don't have a problem with any form of protest, if it benefits them. The condemning and reframing is simply a tactic to silence anybody who stands against them. They're going to name call you no matter what, and the future depends on your ability to hold your ground and not play their game. You aren't winning a factual argument against a group whose sole tactic is emotional manipulation. Focus on what actually matters instead of trying to prove yourself to the people who will never accept anything less than total compliance.
That's why I told you that.
You know what? He's right. He's absolutely right.
Nigga, I'm right. I just told you that. He just.
I know. God damn it. Damn, man. Give me a second. Fuck.
Ain't I a stinker?
But yeah.
To set us on a positive note, now that I feel my point is made clear, it's not only those companies bleeding money, but the journalist institutes that push these things.
And that's why they care.
In comparison, was going against a strong, well-oiled propaganda machine.
I'd never forget what they did to my girl.
They were all pumping out articles, spitting a narrative in unison. But now, well, half of these companies are gone. Every few weeks, a new article does limp out onto the internet, but to little recognition, and it's always accompanied by a community note on the biggest social media platform in existence, where its lies are dispelled before most can even read it. Kotaku, probably the biggest name in the business of corrupt gaming journalism, had massive layoffs in March. The remaining staff are told they will need to pump out 50 guides a month to keep their position. So even the owners of the company are now telling
play
them to
them
play
games.
for once instead
Play
of
them
writing
games,
hate
nigga.
bait. That doesn't mean
Fuck
the
around
school
and find
will
out.
use what it's become known for, as their
Fuck around and write a guide.
vowing to still make dishonest and defamatory hit pieces. But even in her case, she's threatening to go back to being an internet prostitute if things don't work out. Which, yes, you heard me right. The journalistic qualifications at Kotaku are literally the ability to spread your butthole.
But you see,
that's
the problem,
hilarious.
but you see, it's worse than that. You gotta think about it. You gotta think about it, because I said this before. I'm gonna say it again. She would rather sell her body than sell the product of her mind. She would rather go back to the cam whoring than fucking make a Twitch channel and make a video guide about the game she wants to play. Let's put it in a better context. Since I understand, I'm not trying to cut you off. Let me finish.
No, go ahead. You're good.
Since she was the one that wanted to goon about fucking Hades 2, since it seems that as the technical test concludes, it appears that the launch of Hades 2 will be imminent. Because it should be launching right around about after it happens. And they were putting out the tech tests for it literally last week, which is why it was centering the news and why it was back in the news cycle. Particularly the pictures of Aphrodite that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
She would rather do sex work than make a Twitch channel and stream and learn how to play Hades 1 and Hades 2.
Okay, here's the thing about that.
She can't play games?
Yeah, not only that, but the fact that she's not willing to give a product of her mind, isn't that like one of the main tenets of being like a feminist in this? It's like,
it's not necessarily a feminist tenet, but the idea that she has nothing of value that she can be able to provide here, despite being a person who's constantly socially aggravating onto those podcasts that she went on to, specifically to conglomerize time for herself and to build her notoriety, in the preparation of what we all predict is going to be her pivoting into having a Twitch career as a personality. You're telling me you don't have the ability to talk about things that you like? You only want to talk about things that you want to aggravate about socially? Because you have to dunk on the chud so hard that you can't play video games while you're doing it? Bit that crazy. I'm talking to my audience. We're watching a video while I do so. I'm playing a game while I do it. I'm having a meta-level conversation about it while also dealing with the base-level understanding on the macro and the micro. You're telling me that you can't do this? You can't be able to even do React meta content and actually give good faith and be able to fulfill it on the basis and the requirement that you would on the lacking body of care for specifically carrying it alongside of fair use? You can't do that? That's crazy, girl. That's so crazy.
Can't be me. Can't be me.
Can't be us. Can't be us.
Can't be me, man.
I don't know how you do that. Why do you do that at? Apparently not at Kotaku, because y'all motherfuckers still ain't have to write it. Because the worst part is that they were given a stay of execution. They decided to not make them immediately have to learn how to do what they needed to do or to do their job as they told them to. So the only reason that she's not already in the sex work is because they gave her a stay of execution. Which, that's crazy. You were bitching, whining, knocking, and moaning. So they're like, okay, we won't make you do it yet. You will have to do it eventually, but we're not going to make you do it yet. And it was right back to her talking shit like usual.
Yep.
Helpless, cannot be helped. Helpless and cannot be helped. Doesn't deserve help either.
Doesn't deserve her job, actually. I'm going to be honest.
All of them don't deserve their jobs.
Of course
They should, what is it, learn to code?
It makes me mad. It makes me mad that they do have these jobs. Something I would have killed for, like, back in the day.
Well, they poisoned what the position feels like, and they also poisoned how people should view it. So even if we wanted to do that way, ultimately, at the end of the day. It would be a barrier of uplifting and a barrier of entry that has had its pristine opinions and views and appeal completely poisoned. Granted, I am in the capacity of a media journalist, but I don't call myself a games journalist. I call myself a streamer, I call myself a broadcaster, I call myself a commentator, I call myself a color commentator, I call myself a weep. Because to call myself a journalist already puts me in a comparison position, because you've already destroyed what journalist means. Journalist used to, quoting Interview with the Vampire, where a bunch of guys that look like Jews would decide what is the news.
Don't say it like that.
That's a little charged.
But
well, look like. The key word is look like.
They're styling. They're styling like them.
Yes.
The problem is that at the end of the day, even if you do not make it about the fact that a majority of the people who covered the news were minorities that needed to have people that would talk about their interests, that's also an actual meaningful thing. We make a lot of we, a society, make a lot of jokes about racial discrepancies and about racial concurrencies. The idea that we would make something like Jet and Essence magazine, and that also there are people who are of religious Jewish descent and genetic Jewish descent that are confused for one another intentionally based on whether or not somebody can get somebody on a Nazi charge. It is literally an importance and an actual factoid that the reason why there were so many Jewish reporters was because there was a lack of coverage of the news issues that were tangential to the subculture of the Hasidic and Jewish community. They did not have reporters talking about the issues that interested them. It was all things that were based on the centrist position provided by the suburbanite housewife or suburbanite handyman. Because in the inner city, how the fuck are you supposed to report what's important if it's not about the city itself and about your subgroup? So, they took the Clark Kent route. They became journalists, and they talked about their interest pieces while doing their best to try and affect realistic ground level change. Same way that with the African Americans and the Civil Rights Movement, or anything that had to do with peaceful protest and civil disobedience, they made sure to understand that you didn't block roads. You weren't trying to block the roads with the purpose of stopping your regular wagey from getting to his work. Because he is suffering under the same conditions that you are being abused by. Especially if he is a wagey that is also African American. You want them to be able to receive what you believe is the rights they deserve. But you do not want to stop them from having to make it to their 9 to 5. So, it's about civil disobedience. Not blocking the fucking road and deciding that my political protest is more important than you making it to work on time.
Say it again for the people in the back.
Stop being ignorant niggas. Your form of protest is ineffective, and all you're doing is turning niggas against you, and you know that it is. But hey, keep pretending that you're actually affecting political change in Palestine because you made me late to work to flip the chicken machine. I promise I'm not going to hold it against you. I promise I won't spit in your food. That's a joke.
Yeah, I spit in their food like.
But let's be real. It's like it feels like some of those people, not all of them, but a good chunk of them, are actually like doing this just to piss people off.
Some of them are, yes. I would say any person who has been hired by a company to politically aggravate. So your regular run-of-the-mill David Hoggs, your La Gabelenas, your Greta Thunbergs, they do it specifically because they are paid political agitprop. That is their job. That is their goal. And people forget that because, you know, they just become comfortable for it. I mean, we're at the point that young little Greta's got titties now.
I don't want to think about that.
I don't either.
I think her face is funny. Like her smushed little dough face.
She's gonna have one of those. She's gonna have a Shirley Temple face. She's gonna look like that, and it's still gonna look like an adult. You remember Ursula from Spider-Man 2?
Not quite.
It's the landlord's daughter that had a thing for Peter.
Oh yeah, that girl. Yeah, I remember
she's got her body type as a font, but her face isn't gonna change. So that face, supermodel's body. How you like that? Yeah, don't feel too good, do it. So imagine that.
Isn't she like she's Swedish?
Yes.
Greta.
She is some type of European.
Yes, some type of Euroslovian. Yes.
So imagine
she's Swedish. She's Swedish, and I think I remember she's also on the spectrum.
I mean, that it's kind of a fun factoid about her, but that's not important. That's not what I'm addressing attention to. Remember when Ocasio-Cortez was being given the Alexandria treatment of, look, her Boston University titties. Them titties be to you. Guys, come on. She's just an attractive young woman with some bright ideas to shake up things in Congress. What could go wrong?
Look. Just because she has nice kids doesn't mean that she's not stupid.
I know. So imagine somebody who is an agitprop person in the media figures, and all niggas see is the horniness, and it's like, now hear me out. Maybe I don't gotta get to work on time. It does not bode well. There are some people that are dumb as like that are dumb like that. That as long as it's beautiful people doing it, and they have a particular level of people behind them, that it somehow changes the argument and makes it justified and okay. It doesn't. And the fact that the paid agitprop individual and crisis actors are getting more and more attractive, and the influencers that also agitate on the same way are getting more and more attractive, people's barriers and their guards are being lowered, while against people like myself who are just telling you, nigga, please do your research, is somehow so high that people need to fight me on points, point by point, every single time I post on Twitter, trying their best to basically be as dumb and as low faith as they possibly can be. Because everybody wants to take a black pill. And nobody wants to have faith.
In the words of Razor Fist, the black pill's a suppository. Bend over.
Very telling. However, even without them, the business of corrupt gaming journalism had massive layoffs in March. The remaining staff were told they will need to pump out 50 guides a month to keep their position. So even the owners of the company are now telling them to play games for once instead of writing hate bait. That doesn't mean the site will completely lose what it's become known for, as there's stragglers like Alyssa Mercanti, vowing to still make dishonest and defamatory hit pieces. But even in her case, she's threatening to go back to being an internet prostitute if things don't work out. Which, yes, you heard me right. The journalistic qualifications at Kotaku are literally the ability to spread your butthole. Very telling. However, even without them, it's not like these tactics won't be picked up by other sites, as the exact same week IGN wrote a slanderous article on Stellar Blade, calling it sexist and accusing the creator of having never seen a woman, despite his wife being one of the sexist character designers.
Oh yeah, I love that.
A situation not at all shocking to many of you, I imagine, and has probably only escalated since this video was finished. As with Jim Ryan stepping down at Sony, many see this game's success as a threat to the current rhetoric. Not only does it star a stereotypical attractive woman that didn't get beat with the ugly stick by the development team after they mocapped the actress's face, but there's also the possibility that someone at Sony sees...
Hold on, I'm gonna record this one. I'm gonna record this one too. Hold on.
Oh, here we go. He's cooking.
Video was finished. Correct! As with Jim Ryan stepping down at Sony, many see this game's success as a threat to the current rhetoric. Not only does it star a stereotypical attractive woman that didn't get beat with the ugly stick by the development team after they mocapped the actress's face, but there's also the possibility that someone at Sony sees the writing on the wall and doesn't want to keep towing the line of blocking and censoring these games, like so many before.
My throat! It's opening! How you want your top? How do you want your top, Dimitri? Tell me how you want your top, Dimitri. Tell me how you want it. How do you want it? How do you want to feel? Do you want it with a gobble? Do you want it with some flubber? Do you want me to hit it with the spiel? How do you want it? How do you want it? How do you need it? How do you feel? Now releasing this weekend, Single Player Carl's How Do You Want It? Sloppy Toppy. Releasing on Shimazon, Geidel. As a part of Lion Daniels and Lion Pinocchio Records. Support the release on Spotify now, or you hate gays. Well, no, but dead ass, how you want that top, boy? But no, dead ass, how you want that top, boy? Let me know, Dimitri. Let me know, Dimitri. You're doing my job for me. You are literally doing my job for me where I don't have to yell at these motherfuckers. I can just literally say, you can't say shit like this because you guys are uninformed. And when they say, no, I am informed, I can say, are you smarter than a femboy?
Dude, your wife is like right there.
And?
Not in front of the wife.
He probably did it from his wife.
I mean, it's not about love. It's fear of the business. He's making my job easier for me, which thus means I can then better support my family for the fact that I then get to bring attention to this video and then bring attention to his work, which then brings him to interact with this, which then makes sure that he interacts with me and pumps the fact that I am calling out the fact that this is the reason and this is why you have to do the things you do in this way, which then brings both of us income, which increases my family's standard of living, which makes me happy, which makes her happy, which makes us happy, which means she pushes my head down for me. You think that if I'm legitimately offering another man top, that she's not going to be like, oh, okay, baby, let me help you with that, and hold my arms behind my back and be like, yeah, nigga, how's that feel? Always puts it on my head.
Oh, yeah, she's definitely getting payback for that.
Do I even want to know what I walked in on?
Oh, here we go. Here it is. There
No, you don't have to know right now, but I will be posting on Twitter so you can find out that way.
Oh my god.
Okay.
He spayed them.
Here's another fucking type of spurry that I dislike. Somebody right now is trying to do the thing that I just said was fucking cringe to do. This particular individual's cringe shit is them saying, in response to me telling them earlier like I did, that they need to just fucking look around them, and there are people who are inciting those arguments that will demonstrate the point. He's been saying that's a lot of words to fail to put it out, and it should be so easy. And I'm like, nigga, I'm retweeting it. Nigga, I'm posting it. Like, actually, no, but like, nigga, I'm writing them, nigga, I'm tweeting it, nigga, I'm posting it, nigga, I'm retweeting and posting examples live on air, because I'm live on air. Nigga, are you so fucking lazy that you can't do your job for yourself? You can't educate, you don't trust yourself to be able to go find the arguments that you're claiming should be so easy to find. Really? Oh, very, very cool. That means you don't really care as much as you think you do, and as much as you say you do. Excuse me, Mr. Streamer, I don't have to. Sir. Go to the live stream right now from when this is posted. Go here into the chat room. All the links that are relevant to go find them where they are posted are there inside of this, and they're also being linked on the post that it's going to be attached to, along with the video that this is going on, since you want to be dumb. All of those content creators, from myself to Dimitri Monroe to the almighty Lolly and others like it in the Fandom Minutes, including Nerdrotic, including the Critical Drinker, including every member of the fucking every Friend of the Pod, like every Friend of the Pod's podcast, including Mahler himself, Fringing in Rags, mutuals like Jay Longbone working with me and others. We all have been making this content. We're all out there. It's there for you to find. Go look for it. And if you are so fucking lazy that you're like, no, actually, you need to do it for me. It's your position. You're the one that cares so much. First off, if you can't do the job, that means you don't care enough. That's first off. Second off, this is the important part. This is the very important part. The fact that you said this, as though that was a gotcha, means I know that you're lazy. Because I am literally putting it on the timeline. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. All of it's right there. I've been reclipping not only things from the VOD that are a part of the video to demonstrate my point, but also my own points that I made discussing this with my audience. This is called VsChat, sir. My own audience are producing the arguments and examples. If you would like to come debate them, I open to you the opportunity for you to come to this live stream chat and come debate it on air. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. You're so easy, bro. Great shit. Anyways, continue.
However, that before is also the reason I still don't trust the company. My point here is though, despite these things' continued existence, the world is in a much different place than it was the first time this was really gaining momentum. And if people approach it properly, I really do think things will continue to change in a positive direction, or at least it gives it the best chance to. So in saying that, it should also be noted that I harped on some creators at the beginning of this video, but I don't have ill will toward them, at least in relation to this topic, even concerning the act ma'am and similar talking heads.
Act ma'am.
No, he deserves it. He deserves it. He deserves it.
I'm not a biggie.
Try not to keep over it.
Switching positions is a positive, as it shows that even those who only spit out the most agreeable position at the time, when they're asked, see the promise here. To that end, they function as a great indicator of where the tide is turning. It's just important to not let these types of faces be a symbol or something to rally behind, like
Correct.
the original Gamergate did, because as I've expressed numerous times, it's like protecting yourself with a piece of cardboard in a lava storm. As for those others, whether ignorance or willful ignorance, I do think their hearts are in the right place, but it's important to get the facts right and know both you and the scope of what you're fighting. Attempting to obfuscate the real issues only leads us back to the same path as Gamergate 1, and those who learn from the past are doomed to repeat it.
Correct,
so
sir.
with that in mind, I hope a lot of people continue to take a more active role and be aggressive this time, instead of cowering. Don't be afraid to say what the problems are, and don't back down just because you got called a mean name.
Correct.
Speaking specifically of that Steam group, I hope it expands to covering games from all these companies and the bigger issues at large. Despite my criticism of those who run it, it's largely been a beneficial thing, and I commend that. I just want to see things improve, and I hope you've gotten that takeaway from this video. As for me personally, I do a lot of coverage on problems in localization, which have a good amount of crossover with this topic, and in them I frequently find myself ending said coverage with an almost call to action, similar to this script, to the point where I'm becoming increasingly more self-aware. But there's a reason for me doing this. I used to operate very similar to the defensive types I criticize. Old videos even exist as remnants of that, and it only ever led to being taken advantage of, or the things I care about being continually harmed. Where in the past couple of years, I've taken more aggressive approaches in contacting companies, specifically authors, as well as bringing more eyes on things with my content, not sugarcoating the issues, and certainly not backing down because of accusations made up about either me or my beliefs. As a result, I've seen success because of that, and have witnessed even more successes brought on by others. Things are better for a lot of what I care about, and even the times when they aren't, well, I still feel better because of that effort. To that end, I have one final thing to say to you. A lot of people talking about these topics will tell you that it's as simple as voting with your wallet. And while that is certainly part of it, if it was that simple, well, these issues wouldn't have come into existence initially. These hobbies weren't exactly unprofitable. Voices and actions were a very real part in creating the problems of the industry, and they're just as important to solving them. So while I can't exactly tell you what comes next, I know if there's any hope for the sequel to be better than the original, it starts here.
True.
Well,
so
thanks
basic.
for watching, especially to those appearing on screen, whether they be patrons or YouTube members.
Yeah. That's Dimitri's Gamergate tool fail, and it'll be your fault. It is so refreshing to see people make sure that they actually land the arguments that I spend so much time researching on. That people who just pop off at the gums and fail them. It's just so refreshing to see somebody be able to nail the shit that I constantly have to say people can't do. I don't know why it's that hard. So for legitimately some of them, I legitimately, unironically, don't know why it's that hard. Because it really isn't that hard.
I've since subscribed to Dimitri for a little bit, and like his videos have been very, very good lately. I like the localization one, and like the one about like femboys and what else? But I think like some directions like some games are going, and like I think the last video he did was covering the issue with Jello Apocalypse and how he was almost gonna ruin like anime dub.
Niggas are literally saying this out in the open, and people just can't just put that together.
Well,
it's annoying to me.
Well, it's just like the Spurred Lord that just tried to tell me that I'm supposed to do his work and research for him on Twitter. They don't care enough to actually put in the work. They want to wait for somebody else big enough to come along to say it and then jump onto the topic once it's a trendy thing to do. That's why when he put up all those listed names, he didn't call out some people on the name, other than people like the Act Man, who actively did take the position that they did, because they weren't willing to actually stand on business. That's why we ended up learning that he's a snake that will jump onto the issues and abandon topics when it is no longer monetarily profitable for him. This is the same reason why I criticize Karu's Rambo the exact same way. That nigga's not doing anything. He's not actually working towards anything. He's not researching these things. He's not demonstrating how you need to talk about these things. He doesn't want to. He doesn't care to either. As long as niggas keep glazing his nuts and glazing it the wrong way, not the right way, how we do here at Carl Donuts, then we can't approach. We can't move. We can't breathe. Help us. Let us in. We cannot get out. It's a problem, and it has to be addressed the right way. But nobody wants to do the right way, because the right way is not as profitable as coming in after someone else has done the work for you. Because that one is easier. Because that one only requires you to steal airwaves from the people who you perceive don't need them, don't want them, or don't deserve to have them. It's a lot more don't need them, don't want them, than it is don't deserve to have them. They don't believe that there are some of us that deserve to have things in general, because they don't like us. They don't like us. They don't like breathing, and hearing, and thinking, and seeing, and having to notice anything to do with anyone. That would be a problem for them. They don't want to do the work. Because they don't want to do the work, they don't want to address the problems. Because they don't want to address the problems while they do the work, it becomes an issue that never gets properly addressed. As long as they are allowed to never address the proper issues, and they're never held to a standard, they will consistently continue to cause the detriment and the loss of our ability to get what it is that we want. Which really, you don't even have to necessarily say that what we want is horny booba. Because realistically, it isn't. We want understanding.
I mean, I think it's more like we want games to be fun and
no, base level.
Developers actually care about what they're
yes, but I mean base
producing.
level. Like the yes, but base level. What do all humans want? They want to be understood. All humans want to be understood, Sap. Remember what happened last night. We all want to be understood.
Yeah.
When somebody is dogged and dedicated to sabotaging the basic human desire to be understood, that requires a certain level of evil that you cannot even be able to imagine how they can arrive at that unless you were to find out exactly why they would do that. And realistically, even if you were to find out why, you would then need to understand exactly what would motivate them to do it for that reason. Usually when you see this in a fiction, in a drama, it's like, why do you want to burn the world? Because nobody loved me. Why do you want to kill the world? Because I'm trying to save my wife. Why do you want to burn the world? Because I'm evil. I really want to just lay, for real. It doesn't matter how you try to compute with the evil. The evil's not going to make sense. Because in order for it to make sense, they'd have to, like, address 15 different issues on the matter. And they can't do that. Like, they don't want to do that. For starters, they can't do that. Because addressing the issue of evil, why would I want to lie about a person? Because I want to hurt them. Why do you want to hurt a person? Because I don't believe they deserve to have the right to do things. Why don't you think they don't deserve the right to do things? Because I believe a person is manipulative. Why would you believe a person is manipulative? I believe the person is manipulative because I just felt like it. Off of what? Oh, here's the vibes. Just vibes. Vibes. You can't...
Man...
You can't understand that. Like, why would Sony sabotage their own a developer that literally is printing the money if you just let the Negro cook? Because they could.
We need the player fake money so he doesn't go upset. So people don't try to kill him.
I feel that on a personal level in which people are like, oh, you're just a Nazi. Where's the proof of that? Oh, the vibes.
Okay.
Also, you have nothing? Okay, so I can just disregard your entire thing altogether. Got it. Thank you.
Once we start cutting through the bullshit, once we start cutting through the bullshit, it becomes really easy to solve the problem. Once we start cutting through the bullshit, it becomes really easy to solve the problem. It sucks that we don't usually get to solve the problem the way we really want to, a lot of the time, but just you solve the problem real quick. It's the logical follow through of what makes the most consistent logic. What would make more sense for a liar to do? Would it make more sense for the liar to be very extremely aware and cautious of how they think, how they feel, how they communicate, and all the other things? Hi, Soupy. Good job. Good job on getting your second print in. I'm proud of you. Is it going to be easier for them to manipulate you if they just show no emotion? You know, stay aloof, stay accurate, never let themselves get bitten down, or is it going to be easier for you to call somebody a manipulator and grifter? But in their manipulations, they demonstrate that there is a standard, a moral, a value, and a principle that they held themselves by. That even if it would have benefited them to lie to you, they didn't. Because they cannot bring themselves to lie about something that they consider themselves capable to care about, to the degree and point that they have to find a way or some kind of excuse or some reasoning to come around to the position of why it is they have to think the way it is or the way that they want to or do. It has to be for a reason. You can't just think up and it can't come from out of nowhere. It's not possible. Because in order for it to come from out of nowhere like that, it would require them to do the basic thing that most people are wont to do, which is to explain the reasons why it would be acceptable or normal or cool or interesting. And that would basically require them to debase their position. It's like hunting a person who has a proclivity of targeting particular victims and particular targets because of a trauma that they experienced in their youth before they became a spree killer, so that you can be able to figure out exactly what their preferred type of target is, so that you can then be able to address that target and protect them from being assaulted before it's too late. Profiling in that way is helpful, because then you can do things like bait them into a trap. But if that person's not able to rectify that survival instinct, are they going to know that that they are willingly walking into a trap with the intention that they are fulfilling the illusion of something specific, like a memory compulsion? Similar to that as the Trinity Killer from Dexter. And Dexter Morgan himself and his compulsion that he must kill, but he chooses to fulfill the compulsion by only hunting people he believes are justified for it, who are in their own right killers with their own dark passengers. Is it going to be easier for him to do his job if he declares, I am a serial killer who kills serial killers? You should let me do my job because I'm getting them off the street the right way, by exacting justice the way I see fit. No, you wouldn't. That's dumb. Why is it dumb? Because you don't let people murder people. Even if it's for a good purpose, you're still going to say, you know what? Even so, I don't actually want you doing that, bro. That's all you'd have to do. That's it. Ain't hard. I promise it ain't. I promise it ain't. It's not hard to establish these positions. It's not hard to understand these concepts. It's even easier for us to apply them. All we gotta do is just remember what it is we came here for. And Lucy-Doo skipped my loop, Bob's your uncle, bro. It ain't hard. It really ain't. It ain't hard to achieve the effect that we want. We act like it is, though. A lot. Too much so, I would say, for my taste. to the point where it's easy for people to get the outcome that they wish. That's why games journalists get what they do. The kind of fucking spurgs that I'm dealing with on Twitter, who are too lazy to do the research and expect everybody else to lift their finger because they believe they're doing an argument where it's, I see, you can't bring one up because why doesn't exist? Oh no, it does. I'm under no obligation to do the work for spurgs. If you can't be bothered to research, then I'm not doing it for you. And I will not help you. And I will not allow you to try and gaslight me in behaving in a way that is inaccurate to the reality of what is actually the truthful. I'm not letting it happen. No one should let it happen. The fact that we have not disabused people of this notion sooner and earlier is a little bit of an annoyance for me, personally. And again, that requires people to basically know that they're being cheated and lied to, and how to proceed upon that cheating and lying. As long as you keep in mind that they're not worth the time of day, and like I said, yeah, it sucks, and yeah, they're dumb, but don't rise to their barbs. Don't give them the ability to use us like that. Don't let them bullshit their way out of that. I should have broke down that machine. Don't give them the tool to make their way out of that. Because they will always get away with it if you let them. You don't have to worry about it being like...
if you let them. If you go by their own words, hold them accountable, they'll continue to just get away with it.
Yes.
Yep.
They don't play fair. So you need to play dirty.
Yeah, they play dirty, and they'll be willing to do some underhanded shit to people who they claim to, like, you know, care about. Like I already knew about the Gothic story, but I can relate to her a fair amount because I've had like a similar experience in like a black nerd group.
Yep.
Like when she said the thing like they didn't like that they took issue with her because she didn't hate white people. And that actually kind of led to the harassment she got. Like it's snowballed into the harassment she was receiving.
Like, it sucks that that is the position they put someone like her in. But that's what happens when that is what is the focus and goal. They care more about hating white people than about making the things that they want to see. And sure, maybe some of them are making what they want to see now, but they cared more about ostracizing her for her opposite opinion and calling her all the insults that like calling people like me and you. And at the end of the day, what do they have to show for it? After 500 insults, what will they have left? And all they have left is their hatred. All they all have left is their hatred. And they can't square the circle.
Sorry, but I can tell you what I will have. A book series. Because I actually am doing what I should be doing.
Yeah. Like, that's how it's supposed to happen. It's like, what I'd have left is I'd have my research, I'd have my family, I'd have my immediate family, I'd have my video game collection. However, in whatever game it is that I choose to include in that, diversity, equity, inclusion, things or not, and I would be happy with the fact that what I chose to pick is what I have, and I'd have to be grateful for it. And then remember how bad it could be if I were to allow other people to manipulate it in such a way to get the outcome that they wanted the way that they are going for it. Because you can't allow for that to be something that manipulates everything that we set out to do to the position and point that we then are incapable of getting down to brass tacks. Because it's the not getting down to brass tacks that really causes the confusion. It's also the reason why choosing to vote with your wallet, quote, is not enough. It's not enough.
I mean, it's a good start, and I can see why they freaked out when people were like, maybe we shouldn't buy this.
Because if you just make it based on its monetary purposes, if you just vote with your wallet, guys, it'll go away. No, that's, I would say,
it doesn't go away, but it's like, it's part of the process of like pushing back against what they're doing.
Yes, it's a health.
To do a major blow to, you gotta start making your own shit. You gotta start making your own
more
stuff.
Than that. It's more than
that. Guys come to change that you want to see.
Yes, but it's more than that. The first step is you'd have to vote with your wallet. instead of buying things because reasons. Why am I doing that? This is a tentacle. I don't go for double hits. Why am I walking back in the range when it's still doing its normal attack? It's more than that. First, you have to address that you cannot be blackpilled into just not trying. That was done for me.
No, you don't have to like do that. Like, I mean, I started like speaking up against like some of the ridiculous things people do and like the representation they try to push on to like black women specifically, and I'm like, dude, this is not. It's not what I want. It's not what I want to see, and it's. I feel like it's sending us backwards.
Because
I've been talking about this stuff since 2018 on my Twitter feed, and that's probably as much as I've done outside of creating my own series.
Because the other part, I wasn't done yet. The other part, the second part, as Carl picks his eyes and masterfully kills this crawling horror at the same time. The second part is that on top of you needing to vote with your wallet, you have to, with the burning efficacy of a monk meditating, must resist the urge, for whatever reason, for whatever purpose, to allow yourself to be lulled in by the protective sense of interest, to disallow a video game looking good to tempt you into bending on your principles. Realistically, this is for any product. You cannot let video game make you bend your principles. Stop actually, no. Better way to phrase that. Stop pre-ordering shit!
No more pre-ordering.
Can you say that louder to me? Because the other day.
Stop spending money on a product that can easily be nickeled and dimed into obscurity and censorship, and then say, how could this could have happened? I trusted you. We trusted you. Thirdly, stop trusting them. Don't take them for shit at their word.
Trust no nigga, as who said that?
And then, finally, be willing that if there's a game you really want, you really want to play it, but it's not out yet, be willing to wait years.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I mean, well, the game that I want is coming out is like Paper Mario Thousand Year Door.
Oh, the remake. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah. That's what I'm waiting on. That's like the big game purchase that I want.
Let me know if they censor any, because
they censored something briefly. They censored how in the first part where the Goombas, the first enemies that you fight, they don't catcall Goombella anymore. Can't have that.
No.
And I'm like, it was a funny scene, like.
But you can't have funny. Funny is not political and diatribe and bending of the leg. No, you cannot. Not allowed.
And also some slight worries about Vivian being.
Yeah, that's the one I'm really worried about.
I roll. It's not even worth going over. We already know the reason why it's not. Like, there's
Vivian
no
is a guy.
There's no battleground for that. It's not even worth pointing out because they're not going to shut the fuck up about
it's
that.
It's basically the same situation as Birdo, where
it's not just the same. And yes, thank you, Harvey. That was what I was about to say.
I should say similar. I mean, sorry.
No, they do the exact same situation because it doesn't even have to do with the idea of. But he's a boy, though. Political diatribe possessed character. Like, even attempting to fight on the argument, you're already going to fight a losing battle. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And also,
gotta give up on it like Bridget.
And then also, the other
I'll
thing.
still call her a guy anyway. I don't care.
I know. And then also, the last thing that's important, because I didn't necessarily finish, but my point is that you need to be willing to wait. And by you need to be willing to wait, I will give you an example. I am a fan of Red Hook Studios, the makers of Darkest Dungeon 1 and 2. And I am actually friends and mutuals with Wayne June, the announcer voice actor for both games. When they released Darkest Dungeon 2 on Epic Games Store, I was disheartened because I really wanted to play it. To the point where I was very much tempted to make an ESG account, which would have then led to me trying out Fortnite, but I resisted against it. And then, 1.25 and a half years later, Darkest Dungeon 2 finally came to Steam. And I bought that shit, what, a 60% discount. You have to be willing to wait. To the degree in which, when I posted on that weekend, the Fallout weekend, clearly a sale that was promoted by the purposes of the Fallout show, that Fallout 4 and Fallout New Vegas were on sale for as little as $5 to $10 for the complete edition of both games. You bet your bet on a dollar I sniped both those games. I never got to play them. I would love to play them, but I don't want to pirate them because I believe I have enough money to justify getting it. But that doesn't mean I'm not a faithful price. You gotta be willing to wait. Like, another game that I haven't played yet, that if I had chosen not to buy $50 of ramen, more about that later, I could have had the money to buy it. I'm gonna double check it right now. Steam, store, wish list, should be middle of this window. Show me my wish list. Come on, stop lagging. Devil. Yeah, Devil May Cry 5 right now is 67% off. $9.89 from a game that's currently being sold at $2.99. From a game that at launch title was $59.99. Granted, that doesn't include the Virgil DLC, but the base game itself, which even without Virgil's DLC, adds infinite replayability, because it's a DMC game, is on sale for $10. And I have a computer that can run it now, unlike the laptop that I was working off of for about 5 to 7 years of my career. You have to be willing to wait. If the statement is, well, how long do I gotta wait? Forever? Yes. You wait for as long as it takes. You will wait for as long as it takes to get the sale, to get the point across, and to win the argument. You must have the patience of a monk. You must have the patience of a monk. You will wait for as long as you need to. You will practice, if you want to view it like edging, you will view it as edging. You must be willing to wait. You must be willing to edge. You must be willing to have delayed gratification. This is not a battle. This is not even a campaign theater. This is not a war. It is a combative front played on the position of non-combatants that will set who will tell the story of history. You cannot try to fight these people in open air combat. You're wearing a uniform. These are insurgents in civilian clothing. These niggas will not fight you fair. Stop thinking that they're going to follow rules of engagement. And don't tell them what you're going to do.
You gotta be a little sneaky.
More than a little sneaky. You need to be able to trick them.
It's like when, if I may go on a bit of a brief thing, it's like when World War I started. Everyone was thinking, oh, it'll just be like the other wars. Well, tip cheerio, let's all walk in formation. And then they got blown up by artillery.
A better way to say it, because realistically, nobody could have predicted things about World War. It's like you're a time traveler. This is probably a Doctor Who joke that I'm making, actually. You're a time traveler. You go back to Great Britain during World War I, and you're like, oh man, it's so impressive to see how you guys are going to mature once you get to World War II. And they look at you, and they give you a 1,000-yard stare. Because to fathom someone who is cowering in a foxhole, getting trench foot, in fear that someone's going to go over the top and is going to come into the benches with an American confiscated rifle as a shotty. Granted, I'm pretty sure we brought in the shotgun in World War II, not in World War I. But imagine if somebody had the shotgun techniques to trench clear in World War I. They go over the trenches, they go over the top in no man's land. And they're charging people down, and you tell them that there's going to be another one of these. And it's going to be bigger and worse. Or worse, if time travel comes to our timeline. It's like, oh my god, it's so great to see American civilization before they got glassed in World War IV. Huh? 4?
No, that's the thing about World War IV. It's so intense, it skips over 3.
Bad joke. Bad joke. But that's really the long and the short of it, honestly. Like, besides anything else that I could agree with Dimitri on in his video, word for word, bar for bar, it's just as simple as the people who think that they know what the tactics should be are not as clever as they think they are. And they need to learn to fucking take tips and notes from the people who do know what the fuck they're talking about. Because it's getting tiring, man. I am not gonna fight with random spurgs. I'm gonna drop the link that goes to the stream. I'm gonna include the VOD clip that I record from the dashboard. I'm going to make my opinion known that I don't respect them, that they're useless, and that they will be the reason why their viewpoints die on the vine. And they will either learn to care, or they will say, it's not my problem, I don't care. And then when it comes to their hobbies, I will mock this shit out of them relentlessly. And then I will return to my cave, upon which I will put my face in the pillows that is my wife's chest. Because I cannot be bothered to save them. These niggas don't want to be saved. I'm not saving them. I can only give them advice, comments, questions, and concerns. If they don't want to hear my comments, questions, and concerns, that's their prerogative. But I am not obligated to save them. I'm not obligated to explain shit to them. It doesn't matter if I'm a content creator and a streamer. At the end of the day, I am an individual first. And if they don't want to listen to another consumer trying to explain to them a better ethical way, a better, smarter way, a better, more intelligent and well thought out and planned way to wage war against the things that they literally cannot see because they don't want to see them, then that's not on me. You can fight shadows all day long. I'm not doing it. Because when you start moving the way that I'm describing, you become the shadow. Because you see, they don't want to address fair arguments. They'll always do is the fair argument in the room with us? You'll call them out on the shit, and then everyone's going to dunk on them for it. This is what should happen to people like Adam Ellis. He should get criticized for the fact that he told a straight up lie in comic book form. This is what should happen to people like Ramia's Molly. He should be addressed for the fact that he agonizes about politics and then cannot be bothered to make another video game outside of a rogue shooter. This is what should happen to people who give bad takes. They should get community noted because they're willing to lie and festoon a false narrative. This is what should happen to people who cannot care about their hobbies. You should get punished for the crime that you let the wrong one in. This, of course, comes with the caveat. You cannot then use that as a justification to attack everybody. Because now you're swinging for the fences. You have no idea who's on your side and who's not. But that's just the theory. A gay theory! Let's watch the next video.
Oh, this is from Common. Ah, okay.
Is the video playing right now? Because
no, it is not. Oh, John, go to the chat room and type in exclamation pause.
Ooh. Oh, watch together. Okay.
I can't even tell if he actually did it. When I said chat room, I meant actually go to the live stream chat room and type in ! But he still looked and noticed. Yes, and actually noticed what I was saying in the first place anyways, but he actually went to and got to it from there, but you need to do that. Anyways. Yeah, this one, it should be media literacy is dead. Is it? Yes, the next one should be media literacy is dead. Yes, it is.
Alright, I typed and paused.
And you see the command that popped up when you did so, right? I actually probably went on cooldown, but you see what Nightbot said above it when I typed that out for it in the context of the chat, right? You don't have to.
No,
You
I
don't
don't
have
see it.
You should. Nightbot content is watched through the server on Watch Together, and voice chat participants are able to pause and resume for and with him in order for reacts to happen for the conversation.
Oh, and stream chat relay, right? Or
yes, John.
I don't see it.
I'm looking at it on the screen, John. It's literally on the chat. It's inside the window where the chat room is, John. Granted, it didn't pop up for you because it probably had the command was probably on cooldown. But the command's working, John. It's right there with Nightbot. It's on the screen, John.
Oh, I'm fucking retarded.
It's okay, John. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey! Stop it! Stop it! Okay.
Sorry, what?
Okay. All right.
Media literacy. It's the newest term that's been
I
cropping
just
up in the
remember what I
online
was going to
space,
say.
especially when it comes.
Sorry about all that.
What were you about to say?
I was going to say that, oh, yes, there was an example of what you were talking about earlier. On Twitter, someone was saying that Razorfist apparently was trying to made a tweet about wanting to groom his little sister.
Fake news.
And asked him,
fake news. Fake news. Fake news. It was fake news. It was fake news. Somebody was trying to impersonate him.
Yeah, somebody did it. Yeah, it was like an Inspect Element tweet.
They didn't understand the basic things that he then eventually pointed out. It's fake news.
Mm-hmm.
It's already addressed.
No, you are. Yeah. But he kept on arguing, and I told him, "Do you have the evidence?" And he was like, "Why do I have to bring up the evidence? Why don't you find it?"
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. So I understand why you brought that up, but we also already covered that in the conversation earlier. But you were not here for that. But I will summarize for you. When people do that, just like this idiot who tried to say what he said to me, and I just dropped the fucking link to the stream along with the "you're retarded and here's why." When you are the person who is arguing for a concept, and you are informed on the matter, it is not your job to, for every single person that walks up to you and says, "You need to provide the context to my satisfaction," for you to do so. And the reason why is because this is like when a person that is going to ask questions about something seemingly isn't asking questions, but is trying to cause aspersions and doubt on something that has been documented as not only concurrent, but as disinvitedly so, defined as a "we don't do that around here." I'll give you an example. Hey, I have a lot of questions about the Holodomor. Okay. Like, are you really sure it's possible that a lot of things like that happen in the field because of Stalin and communists? And it's not really possible that they could have had that many bodies hidden. Like, where they ever put them all? And you know, have we really seen communism succeed before? That person's not asking questions. They're trying to make you feel crazy. They are gaslighting you. Because the implication is, okay, you want to ask me for sources for these things? If I have to do the labor of work, what would be satisfactory for you? Because if it's not satisfactory for you, what was the point of doing the work? And if they already know that the details are true, and more or less are agreed upon to be the statistics and the numbers, that should be correct. Not only are you veering into, you have already successfully arrived at the position of sheer genocide denial. Critical loss of life denial. It doesn't matter if it's the JQ. It doesn't matter if it's J6. It doesn't matter if it's 9/11. It doesn't matter if it's the War on Terror. It doesn't matter if it's Operation Lightning Speed. It doesn't matter if it's the war in Afghanistan and our protracted loss and effort and failure to retreat from the arena without leaving our military industrial complex designed weapons to then get overtaken, where we have to leave in shambles and shame because we were beaten out by goat farmers. It doesn't matter what it is. When you are the person who is defending the position, you don't have to provide the context unless they are approaching good faith. You should be able to tell, based on the example I just gave, if someone has a good faith interest or not. Now, it is healthy to assume that you should say, unless they've given you reason otherwise to assume so, that everyone is communicating in good faith. So when you're the person who's that question asker, you have two jobs to do. One is to approach cordially and to say, hi, I saw your opinion. Do you have any particular relevant links that I can use? And this is the key part of number two, the other part of your job, to inform myself. When you communicate the negative statement of, well, where's the proof, bro? Post a link, bro. You are inherently creating resistance to the ability to provide context for what you need to hear and see. Especially if you communicate like this all the time, because eventually, more than likely, more people will block you and it'll become very difficult for you to be able to fact find that unless you make an alternative account. Especially on social media. So, alternatively, you would rather go about it a different way. The different way to go about it, obviously, is that you would approach with sincerity, with equal measures of kindness. Because it is the job of people doing that, to be able to provide the environment where the people who have the information are forthcoming to share it. Not for manipulation, not for theft, sometimes occasionally for torture. But it's up to us to conduct ourselves in a way to allow for that moment in space. Often, we don't, because they get stuck in their loops, and they get stuck in their reeds. So it is instead important that when you feel that somebody is just being disingenuous or is outright being inflammatory, you can't give them the energy. And when they get doom-pilled and say, there's no point to doing anything, I'm just going to do whatever, you need to say to yourself, actually, no, there is something I can do. Even if it's the most minuscule thing possible. Not only will you feel better about it, you'll make other people feel better about it. It's like a superpower. The ability to make other people feel happy because you made them feel happy, and you are happy because you make people happy. It's something that doesn't get covered. Because you think that the reason it doesn't get covered is because people insist upon it. It's not. It's like seeing a remake of the New 52 or of Marvel, and them introducing a character who their first enter into the universe is them somehow being passed the mantle on directly from the person who gave it to them. And then in the next issue, they get dog walked and somehow it becomes a rape allegory. Like, what's the point of that? What's the point of even arguing? Because ultimately, if the person really had questions, they would research. That's what people who have questions about things do. Why wait for somebody else to give you the answer of what's really happened during J6. I don't know. Why don't you go watch any of the video feeds and find out? You can start finding out why it was not only a abrasive issue on both sides, but how to address the problem of why it was an issue for both sides. It's not even circular. It's just logical.
Stop it. Stop it. Okay? Okay.
So I fucked up.
Media literacy. It's the newest term that's been cropping up.
What do you mean by that?
Me telling him to provide a source, even though he was like, "Oh, you should find it yourself." That was.
Well, it depends. In the situation where if you are asking them to provide a source and you ask them politely, "Hey, do you have any resources that I can find in which I can be able to find this and research and learn more about it?" What it does is that it allows you to enter into it with a positive angle. You genuinely just want to know if they can provide you something for you to consume so you can better understand what they're talking about. It's the same thing as if I were to use a word or I was to mention something that you weren't aware of and you're like, "Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Do you have a way for me to learn more about it?" And I directed you to a link that led you into Printing Press Express for that very thread describing and showing you the examples of the thing that I am talking about. That is what he should do for you. Otherwise, if they then give you the negative response of "I'm not gonna do your job for you," that you either block them and move on, or roll your eyes, type it into Google, and then go from there. That doesn't mean you fucked up. Okay?
Alright.
Okay. Peace.
In the online space, especially when it comes to debate of any form of media out there. And much like any other phrase being overtly used on the internet, it gets abused to all hell. But what is media literacy and how is it being abused? And what can it really be used on? If you give me about like 10, 15, 20 minutes, Manga Kamen will certainly try to answer those questions. And that's me.
Yep, that's me.
First things first, what does the term actually mean? It's a phrase that you more than likely have seen on Twitter or YouTube, and more often than not, you'll see people saying people lack it. A few looks on Google get answers like this: the ability to apply critical thinking skills to the messages, signs, and symbols transmitted through mass media. VeryWellMind.com. Media literacy empowers students to engage critically with information, amplify their voices as creators and digital authors. PBS.org. A term for critical thinking used by people who learned everything they know from video essays on YouTube. UrbanDictionary.com. Hey, that's you! That last one feels like a knife being thrown in my back. Just an average Tuesday to me, though. But instead of wasting more and more time on diving through Google to get definitions, let's zone in on what's important. From the examples I gave, it's the ability of people to examine pieces of media and expressing your thoughts on them. On the surface, it's a pretty innocent term. After all, as someone who has made countless videos where I examine not only characters but aspects of certain media, I should be the perfect person to appreciate this sort of term. Right? However, if you've been a part of the reviewing or video essayist scene, you'll come across a phrase that has been steadily growing more and more popular. They lack media literacy. The phrase is meant to evoke that some people do not have the proper ability to actually analyze a piece of work. You fucking mark! I want to stop for a moment and say the following. I do honestly believe that the phrase lack of media literacy is something that can be applicable to people, and later in this video we will actually give examples of how to properly use the phrase. But the issue is that people have been using the phrase irresponsibly, and even at points, attacking others over it. When researching people's opinions on the matter, I found an interesting quote from a Reddit post that read,
"We're watching the video. It shows you in here."
Oh. It looks like it didn't play for me.
That a surface
refresh your browser.
Level
okay.
reading of a piece of media is all that is needed, and that anything deeper is worthless, then you are being media illiterate. If you believe that so-called lowbrow pieces of media cannot be engaged on with a deeper level, then you are being media illiterate. If you are so embarrassed about the media that you are a fan of that whenever you see someone trying to engage with deeply, your first action is to say cope, then you are being media illiterate. And if you are someone who refuses to engage with media...
I can hear an echo from someone.
What?
I can hear an echo from someone in their microphone.
Is it
on
from
a
me?
deeper level and then criticize that
I don't know.
same media for not being
I
deep,
don't hear
then
any
you are media
background.
literate. I do believe that there is some truth to that statement, but I'm a little iffy on fully agreeing with it, merely because it has a bit of a...
I could still hear it.
Okay, so it's not me. I just muted for a second, so it must be Seth.
I have my headphones in though.
How close are you to the microphone?
My microphone. I have a headset, so it shouldn't be echoing through.
strawmanning effect, especially with that last point. My issue is that people will extrapolate that and apply it to people who don't really fit that niche. What's more aggravating is that yes, there are blatant examples of lacking media literacy that people can attribute to. So let's go through a couple examples, shall we?
Hey! Aren't you guys forgetting about me? So, I guess I'm the only one working on the raft.
How often have you heard things like, Batman isn't a hero, he's a cop, there are no ethical billionaires in the comic universe? Or, one of my favorites,
species in your game, as ugly, warlike, and malevolent, might be harmful to
We can't escape it. We cannot escape it. We cannot get out. We cannot escape them. We cannot get out. They're literally defunct. They're literally defunct. We can't escape them. We cannot get out.
I'm the orc.
Mischaracterized as ugly.
We're all the orcs.
Warlike
We're
and
all
malevolent.
orcs. I wanted to be a goblin.
He did the same joke about 3 times already. I don't think it's funny anymore.
Genuinely, the term media literate can be applied to people who often use these overtly hyperbolic gotchas to acquire people's attentions, and then will get things completely wrong about the media that they're talking about. For this section, I actually want to dive a bit into manga common lore and bring up 2 videos that I've talked about in the past, all the way in my commentary days. Cosmonaut's JoJo video and Spit's Persona 5 video. If you've been on the channel for a long time, you'll probably remember way back in my commentator days that I covered 2 particular videos that had some level of popularity to them. And both videos include information that one could completely deem to be misinformed. We're talking about objective facts about the properties that denote that both creators didn't actually pay attention to the source material that they were covering. For example, from Cosmonaut claiming attributes of the characters in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah, that's what he looks like.
Is he?
He looks like a Mexican black man. He looks like a Mexican black man. I don't know.
I was good.
Yeah,
I was
gonna
go
ask
with
if he was mixed.
I was gonna. I'm actually
like technicals.
He looks like you would expect him to look.
Oh my!
You know, no, non-offensive black man for the white girl.
Oh
like,
no!
oh, he's so cute.
I don't know that upper lip and his glasses, his choice of glasses frames is pretty offensive to me.
That they really didn't have, such as Polnareff from Part 3 or Fugo from Part 5.
I like Fugo.
Character.
Hold on, don't talk over the video. Well, actually, no, that would be inaccurate because I do talk over the video. I mean, don't make it so that we can't hear what the video's saying.
So the characters in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that they really didn't have, such as Polnareff from Part 3 or Fugo from Part 5.
The funny, cowardly character.
Cut the bullshit, Dio! I've already stared death in the eye. And I'll
why is he
do it again.
Because they're American. Because they're Americans. Because they're Americans. Because they're Americans.
I mean, I love this man, but at the same time, don't use the fucking dub.
They are tourists. These niggas do not do the fucking subs.
Calm, cool guy.
Tourist.
It's information that is easily seen in both the manga and in the show, and it doesn't really require a deep dive into the characters to understand that what was being said about them is full of blatant misunderstanding. Or if you prefer a more crass version, he's full of shit. Of course, the bigger issue I have is Svit's Persona 5 video, Style Over Substance. It was so bad I made a full-length response that almost rivaled the actual viewing time I was responding to. Getting things wrong about the story, blatantly warping the combat system, exploring the Reaper leveling system to over-level his party so he could push the physical combat is the best in the game mentality, as well as basically not paying attention to what the characters were actually saying and getting things that the game actively tells you wrong. Look, I have a whole series on that if you want to see my thoughts in that whole debacle. Just a heads up, the audio sucks. This to me is probably the easiest way to spot a lack of media literacy. when people are outright not getting things right about the things they're saying. And I have to supplement this by saying we're talking about objective facts. Spit not understanding how the combat works in Persona 5 is an objective failure on his end, and not him actually paying attention to what the game clearly tells you and how to initiate knockdowns and get into interrogations of the shadows.
The interrogation trigger is very inconsistent, since you can knock down an enemy, kill a different enemy, and then at times, even though there's only one enemy left, it will not trigger an interrogation. I was unable to discern between times.
How'd you fuck that
I
up?
don't understand that you...
Because he didn't do his research.
How do you? No, how's that guy? He's literally playing the game, and how do you fuck that up?
Because he didn't do his research. But Carl, what does that mean that you didn't do his research? You're playing a video game. It has a tutorial. It has tutorial windows that will pop up that will tell you what it does. I know Persona 5 has them, because Persona 5, just like Persona 4, just like Persona 3, and especially Persona 3 Reload, is normie shit. Persona 3 has always been, Persona 4 has always been, Persona 5 has been solidified as the literal normie Reddit jump-off.
But the songs are still great, though.
I know that's still great, but that's not because of something that the reworking of the entirety of the Persona combat system to play more like 5 has a case of, because the game was good. But the point still remains, because I know it's still there, and I know it's there because I saw it and experienced it, because it is part of the press turn system, the system that we've had about how you are able to get extra movements in combat since SMT Nocturne and other games as well. The press turn system is not hard to understand. For you to say that you don't understand how you were able to get this and how you're able to do it means you didn't do the fucking job that you're supposed to do as a reviewer. And that was to ensure that you knew what the fuck you were talking about by doing your due diligence and researching the answer. If you don't understand how they work, why did you fucking write into your review that you don't understand how they work and that they're broken and that it's impossible for you to get? All I have to do is just disprove you once, and it casts the aspersions, and it also casts down on everything else you have to say. But it's more than just that. How did you get to do it if the game has a forced tutorial to do it? Did you turn the tutorials off? Did you click through the tutorial? Something had to happen.
Need to initiate an interrogation by exploiting an elemental weakness on enemies, then when the game outright explains this at the beginning of the game, that's not paying attention to the material. Even more so when your own footage proves you wrong. I bring these up not to talk down to the creators in question, but to explain how this is probably the easiest of ways to identify media literacy, or our lack of it, when you're not actually engaging with the material with your criticisms or opinions. To point out, just because these two examples are on the negative spectrum of media analysis, that does not mean that the same cannot be done with positive-based ones either. I would just have as much of an issue of people being overtly positive about something and getting things objectively wrong in order to prove their point. It's just a lot more common to see people do this with more negative-based critiques. Though if you want a more widespread look at this, stuff like the Star Wars sequel trilogy will actively have people on both sides, negative and positive, do this sort of thing all the time. But the bigger issue, especially when it comes to the realm of content creators, is that because of their lack of media literacy, it comes from a place that can be seen as an authority. People see those big numbers, either subscribers or view counts, and will think what these people say is gospel, and not...
And how many times have I said that I do not like when people try to use that? Because they repeat things that they do not know uncritically, and it becomes a game of wrong-ass telephone. It is the most common problem, and it is the issue that people cannot figure it the fuck out. It is a goddamn problem, and the fact that people cannot accept this, and that they cannot do this, is a goddamn issue. It is fucking obnoxious. Granted, I have to allow people the grace to understand that they are allowed to play games and have different opinions of playing those games. Once you enter to the realm of criticism of things that are objective, I can objectively prove or disprove whether or not I know you know what you're talking about. And if you try to contradict it, I can just simply ask the series of questions that's going to demonstrate that you either do or you don't. This is not like accosting somebody in a situation with these questions. It is very simple to understand. Do you understand how the tutorial works? Yes. What was the first thing the tutorial told you how to do? Do you understand where? Do you understand where the first area in the game is? Yes. In that first area, did it not have a tutorial that walked you through how to use the town system, how to rest, how to buy items? It's very clear that the biggest issue with just video game media literacy is the desire of people to say, I don't need no manual, only for them to proceed to need a manual. Like, it doesn't make you better that you learned how to do something the hard way. Now, of course, that depends in context, right? Because if I'm talking about learning the skills to be able to play League of Legends at a high level, actually, I should take pride in that. And I should brag about that. And I should understand that that is not the same as someone needing to be reminded that even a child can beat Dean Takahashi at trying to play Cuphead.
Helped is you'll have other big creators backing up what they say, which lends credence to the misinformation that they just spread. All the while, people will ignore all of this and defend their points by going, it's just their opinion. But here's the problem. There's a big difference of interpretation, which is completely subjective on the matter, and getting factual elements of a story wrong to reinforce that opinion. I hate to toot the objective versus subjective, but that is what I'm getting at right here. We can argue about how a character's actions may or may not reflect upon their past, or if there's issues with continuity. Those are things that people can accurately defend with the opinion card at times. However, if you're getting things wrong, either through the inability to actually research or because a fact would get in the way of your opinion, that doesn't mean you can defend it by calling it an opinion. You play the opinion card. I activate my trap card that calls you out on your bullshit. You can like or dislike things for any reason, but the problem arises when you justify that like or dislike based upon false narratives. And it gets worse when you express that opinion to literally millions of people. Because you're spreading your misinformation. Even if it's draped in the form of an opinion, people follow these creators for a reason because they trust their opinions. It's why when Dragon's Dogma 2 had the issues of microtransactions and people like Yang Ye were looked with a raised eyebrow when he dropped this tweet, and then it came out that was a lie when other reviewers said, yeah, we knew this was going to happen. It hurts your credibility, and even more so when it's done on purpose. Actually, there's one more example that I want to bring up, and if my audio sounds different, this is me adding this in post. So a few months back, there was a bit of a snafu in the Hell of a Boss world, where people were claiming that a deaf imp child that showed up in one of the episodes for about 20 seconds doing sign language with another character was. Now don't get me wrong, Hell of a Boss and Has-Been hotels certainly have a lot of issues with the writing. Hell, I've covered a good number of them on my channel you can plainly see right now. This is not really an issue. Forced representation. If anything, this is an example of people displaying a lack of media literacy, since there were some people who took issue with the fact that kid is in hell, and a deaf kid at that. What the hell is this? Which doesn't really work in this situation because there's a thing called the Hellborn, which are demons that are born and raised in hell. It's happened to be one of those races. This is something that you know if you actually, watch the show. Hell, the main cast of Hell of Boss are Hellborn demons, and there are times where we do see at least two of our main cast as younger versions of themselves. As for the forced representation aspect, I'm going to repeat what I said in my video dedicated to it here. The scene Hell of Boss, a scene where two disabled characters are sharing a heartfelt moment with the obvious idle imparting words of encouragement to a young fan that he can do whatever he wants, is not forced representation. Forced representation is done more or less to use characters as a means of spreading a message of sorts, or use a megaphone to the point where they don't actually act like characters, but are mouthpieces in track of the story. It comes from a lack of understanding the scene is trying to accomplish here and ignores the context as well as
It's very interesting that you chose to use the Gresham priest as an expression of forced. Maybe that wasn't. Is that worthy of describing? Was the priest of Gresham's death at the hand of the night beasts a case of forced representation? I don't think so. I think it was a case of character development, by demonstrating that the night beasts, on top of being intelligent enough to have a protracted conversation, are also very aware of the sinister farce of men of God, such as the priest of Gresham, believing themselves to be above the retribution exacted by the hands of Dracula for the death of Lisa Tepesh. I think it is a case example of not forced diversity, but he uses it in that case to demonstrate maybe as a null hypothesis. In case somebody thought, well, that's what it looks like. So what does his opposite look like? It looked like that. Maybe, I don't know.
In prior episodes. So why am I bringing this up? Well, initially this whole thing was played off as a joke, that there's a deaf kid in hell. Isn't that just wacky? But unfortunately, people who don't bother to actually understand this whole situation was poking fun at a relatively heartfelt moment in the show, didn't bother to double check to see if there's any nuance, and they began to spread this around as if it was an actual critique, like a bad rash. And this is something that can be done quite easily for those who lack media literacy skills, where you'd be pressed to actually find any additional information before spreading it around. Now granted, there are some cases where I think showing yourself from some sort of media is fine, and you can poke fun at it. Just look at the garbage fire that is Velma Season 2. Dear God, how do you get people to root for Scrappy Doo of all characters? But yeah, media illiteracy is a thing. So what's the problem here, and what's the point?
You ruin a character. I would say that's how you do it.
Yep.
Pretty simple, pretty easy. Pretty simple, pretty easy.
Yeah.
This video. Well,
if this isn't cleaned up when I get back, you're fired!
Look, when a term or phrase becomes popular, eventually it'll be used by people in order to make themselves look smart or to put down others. And it's not helpful when people often repeat the popular opinion, quote unquote, of people who get big numbers on the internet. Whether it be someone with a high enough sub count or gets tons of likes because of people agree with the take or dunk. Let's take an example that was a little more recent, and that'd be the whole Helldivers 2 game. If you're not familiar with Helldivers 2, it's a game that came out not too long ago that is essentially the game version of Starship Troopers. It's a third-person squad-based shooter developed by Arrowhead Games, where you are basically fighting against alien bugs. It's a game that has affected the gaming landscape because of how addicting the concept and gameplay is. Not to mention the devs have really done a good job of embracing this. Of course, when me saying Starship Troopers, there's genuinely a form of satire that's embedded in Helldivers 2, especially when they're trying to spread new stuff from the super Earth democratic news. The issue is when people try to claim that others deny that they're satire, or will unironically say, it's genuinely tragic that a game with writing this witty and nuance is stuck with so many fans who are fundamentally incapable of understanding it. Really gives off the same energy as, to be fair, you have to have a very IQ to understand Helldivers 2. The satire is extremely silly. The grasp of the theory of physics and most of the jokes will go over the tip of your head. There's also super Earth's nihilistic outlook, which is definitely woven into the world's characterization. Someone shoot me, please. You also know that these kind of supposed to be based upon either strawmen or people that they do not like. We'll get to that second point.
It's just painful. It's just painful.
Can I get one of those bolts, please?
Later, but it's much easier to burn a straw man. I'm sure there are some idiots out there who don't understand what a satire is. When you decide to paint that over so many fans, that's when I have an issue because maybe, just maybe, people don't care about the satire, especially in a game that is obviously more gameplay focused. People are allowed to just enjoy aspects of a game for what it is. This is something more common in games that have a much more greater focus on gameplay, but can really do with any game that has any sort of gameplay to it. It's more likely people are choosing just to enjoy the game for what it is. Not that they don't understand the satire, they just don't want to engage with it because the gameplay is too fun. To point out, there's nothing wrong with taking an interest in discussing a narrative in the media that people consume. That's perfectly fine. But when you're claiming that so many fans are incapable of understanding this satire, that's the big issue here I have. Because that's built on the assumption that people don't understand it, all the while using that to push down on people who are just trying to enjoy a piece of media. It's something you see done all the time, especially like places like Reddit and Twitter. There's even a formula. Make up someone to get mad at. Scrape the bottom of the barrel to generalize, especially if you're using small accounts as examples. Ignore anything that contradicts you. Bonus if you block people pointing this out. Demonize, demonize, demonize. Except for yourself, of course.
I blame somebody, otherwise it's all my fault. Fuck that.
This gets even worse when you bring up something deadly in the conversation. Something that seems to infect everyone, no matter what. It is a virus when it comes to media literacy.
Won't you fight for your life?
Part of the reason why I'm touching politics publicly on my platforms is because more often than not, people tend to be really tribalistic, especially when it comes to politics. Now, don't mind, when we get some of these people coming to this video misunderstanding why I'm bringing it up in a video about media literacy. This isn't talking about the actual politics. This is people using politics to gain internet clout and then using media as a cudgel to do it. Take, for example, one of the most annoying points of this. If blank media was made today, blank media would be called insert buzzword. Let's face it isn't just one side that would do this sort of thing. Stupidity doesn't care if you have an R or a D or a C next to your name, nor does clout farming. Let's take an example from someone who uses this and then reading the replies to this one. It really comes off as the person really does believe in this stuff. We don't talk about stuff you couldn't make today because conservative snowflakes would freak out about it, for example. And then we see a scene from Avatar: The Last Airbender of Sokka dressed up as a Kyoshi warrior. Three things really show that this is a misunderstanding of culture and really shows a misuse of media literacy. The first is that modern day conservatives, quote unquote, more than likely grew up with Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yes, there are going to be people who complain about anything, and I'm not going to say conservatives are the smartest group of people, but they're not the dumbest either because, you know, I don't want to generalize. It's social media, and ever since the new management gave monetary incentive to go viral, there's a reason people do this more often than just getting eyes on them. The second is that when the modern live-action adaptation of Avatar was coming out, it was reported that things like Sokka's sexism and Katara's character growth dealing with sexism were removed because it was iffy and for modern audiences, and essentially turned the entire cast into bland nobodies who had their flaws ironed out. Flanked from Ed and Eddie had more personality than them. And thirdly, people wouldn't be freaked out by a man in women's clothing. Why? Well, let's consider Final Fantasy VII Remake. You know, the remake of one of the most popular games of all time, the game that had you actually take Cloud Strife and put him in a dress. I don't want anybody to hear that people would be upset about this when literally no one had an issue with one of the biggest remakes of all time had the main male lead dressed up like a lady. And there are other forms of media that did this.
So the problem is that it would need to be addressed that he was also in a dress in the 8-bit pixel. Or rather 16-bit, 32? I believe it's 16.
32.
Okay, it was still 32. I was right. He was also in the dress the 32-bit version. All we did was add graphical fidelity. That's it.
Also, a huge ass gay ass dance number, and nobody gave a shit.
Dance number also existed in the 32-bit version.
It was more the what was it? It was more him dealing with the guys in the bathroom.
Yes, it was more him dealing with it. The point is that something similar in this condition that should have been alongside it happened.
Yeah,
that's the point.
To be fair, I've never played Final Fantasy VII.
It's okay. They didn't either.
Too, like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Are there people who would complain about this? Yeah, obviously in any group you'll find people who bitch and complain about this stuff. But posts like these obviously just ignore that stupidity doesn't care if you have an R or D next to your name for these kinds of things. Hell, you and I had to deal with something similar with someone proclaiming that Senator Armstrong was a representation of conservatism. Again, this misses what Armstrong is actively trying to do, since most of his goals using the war economy to end war, becoming the president to burn down the current government and create a country that was ruled by power, not committee. Armstrong is supposed to be a representation of an extremist political ideology, and not supposed to represent one specific party. And big brains thought that I believed that Armstrong was the quote unquote good guy, and that I never actually played Metal Gear Rising before.
Oh my god!
I bring this up because whenever someone brings up politics, especially when it comes to media, people will use these pieces of media like weapons, willing to use them to get gotchas against the side they don't like. Again, anyone can do this with any political label, and the issue stands for mouse. Hell, anyone who's even vaguely familiar with my channel and videos will tell you that claiming I never played Metal Gear Rising is an idiot. I guess what I'm saying is don't fuck with this senator.
So, Common, since you wasted about 10 to 15 minutes of my life, what do you suggest we do about this?
Frankly speaking, no matter what you do, there are always going to be people who will abuse the term or will accuse you of being dumb and misunderstanding something. But most of the time, it's a difference of opinion. The problem is when you have creators who have big numbers and they propagate misinformation. That's when media literacy actually happens. And then their fans will defend whatever they say under the guise of it's their opinion and that we need to respect that. And if it was just them saying they like the piece of media or not, that's fine. But when they give their justifications and it's built upon misinformation, then it's not an opinion. Even more so when they try to use that opinion to put down other people. That's them getting it wrong. And don't get it twisted. I believe you can hold any opinion you want so long as you're not hurting anyone. But spreading misinformation is a means of media literacy. But as stated, people will also misuse the term just to dismiss criticism or praise about something. Even more so so when it's done with political motivations. So again, common, what can we do about this? Best I can say is not to engage with these people. As much as I believe in good-natured debate, as well as doing what you can to open people's eyes, a lot of the time people will dig their heels in the dirt and will fight against anything you say, even if you prove that you are right. And that's the thing that's really sad about this. Whenever a lack of media literacy is brought up, it's never really done in good nature, or it's rarely done in that regard. It's used as a means of dismissing people's opinions on media. Media, you know, entertainment, the thing that people are supposed to have in order to help add brevity to the soul in our ever-crushing lives. And for what? To use in a game of tug-of-war just to win an argument over the internet? If you want my advice, if you see a post or a video that does go after someone's media literacy, you need to look for a few things before you actually engage with the person. 1, is the person using political labels? 2, is the person being overtly general? 3, are they making a straw man? This is going to be with posts on Twitter, Reddit, or even YouTube videos. If you answer yes to any of these, then please do not engage with people like this. More than likely, they're just trying to farm engagement from you, either for numbers or to get traction. And here's the big thing. Even if you agree with the person, that doesn't mean you should spread the information around. The only exception is if the information is actually correct. If you truly believe in something, you should be able to scrutinize how someone came to this conclusion. If you just blindly repeat something, even if you personally agree, if it's built upon dishonesty, you're not helping your cause. If you truly believe in media literacy and want to improve upon it, you need to support people who actually do the legwork and make honest arguments. That includes someone like me. I am not above this. Hell, more than likely, someone's going to take the fact that I dunked on posts that were dunking on quote-unquote conservatives when talking about Avatar and Senator Armstrong and use that to paint me as a horrible person in that regard. And ironically, that actually proved my point that these people don't have anything worth listening to because, again, if you have to drop aspects of a person's argument, ignore facts within a piece of media, or have to cherry-pick to express your like or dislike for something, that's actually a lack of media literacy. I stated before that I do believe people can have a lack of media literacy, but the term has been weaponized by idiots who think they're smarter than they actually are and are using the term to make themselves seem like they have some level of authority. Frankly speaking, I hate making these kinds of videos. I actually want to do deep dives into stories, characters, tropes, and pieces of media that I enjoy, but sometimes I just...
Me too, bro. Me too.
Need to stop making a video like this to voice my opinion on a matter, especially when it's something that I personally do not like happening. Even more so when people get harassed over stupid stuff as pointing out how images like this are non-effective argument against actual critique of something popular. But what do I know? I'm just a regular dude on the internet with a YouTube channel. You're more than welcome to take or leave my opinion if you like, but know this: media literacy is a thing. But casually accusing others a lack of it is more telling on you than them. I'm Uncommon, and thanks for listening.
So much.
Man, dead right. Man, dead right.
So much. Especially the fact that he and Dimitri demonstrated that the correct response, like I told you, is ignore them niggas. It is what it is.
It's also tiresome.
It is what it is.
Yes. It is really tiresome. But you gotta keep fighting for the right thing, right? You gotta do the right thing.
It is difficult. However, it is 9 p.m. and I need to make sure that whatever my mother wants for dinner, I can get it prepared. So I'm going to say, at that point, this concludes the reaction part of today's stream, and we will pick up the reactions tomorrow. Now it's time for gaming.